because our team here in Singapore, even though there is many games that have the e-sport, basically we could pursue e-sport, but not at a very high level. So therefore, for me myself, I've been jumping from game to game in the last 10 years, and afterwards when I realized that Mobile Legends was like a stable game in Singapore because it is the most popular game in Singapore. So I decided to try my luck here by joining an academy team just last year, even without any experience, and slowly worked my way up to join the top team in Singapore, and therefore ending up here today.
I would never think that I would become a professional esports player in general. So what happened was I was enlisted to national service, and I used to play a lot of games. They include mobile FPS, and I've always shined in mobile games. And when we enlisted in national service, we only had our phones during our rest time, and then me and my bunkmates, we kind of just downloaded it because it's still mobile, and we spent a lot of time playing it together. That's where I did a lot better than my peers, and then I went on to make new friends in game itself. We formed a team, participated in community tournaments back then when the team was really small, and never looked back since then.
I think as my friend Daryl mentioned, Mobile Legends is becoming one of the most popular games in Singapore. As for my hopes and wishes for Mobile Legends in Singapore, I hope to achieve a medal or a good result during these current SEA Games, so as to make it so that the future generations, the current and future generations, will continue to receive support from Team Singapore.
My name is Bezel, and in-game name is Bella, and I'm the mage.
My name is Adam. I'm also known as Adam here, and my role is the goal lane.
My name is Akihiro. My game name is JPL, and I'm the roamer for Singapore.
Personally, I would like to versus the Philippines or the Indonesia team, because I'm friends with like a few of them, so like it'll be very interesting to versus them.
I'm still a student, so I just have to manage my time well to study and both play the game at the same time.
This is a very well-rounded meta, and most likely will be taking throw because it's played anywhere.
For this 31st SEA Games, our team is really gunning for a medal finish. We haven't had a break since the previous tournament, and we have been really training hard for this. For future plans and aspirations, I think we really hope that the athletes that would represent Team Singapore, especially in sports, to not only Mobile Legends, to really go for it and achieve better results.
Right, to the countless of fans supporting us, do continue to support us as we hope to do Singapore proud, to get a medal finish, and we also hope to, of course, inspire some of you guys, to be going through the same as us in the future. So I tried like food in Singapore. There is like pincha, pho, and banh mi. I would like to try like the authentic one that in Vietnam, Hanoi, like specifically. And also like impressed by how like brave they are, like crossing the road. There's like so many motorcycles and cars, but like they are able to just like cross daringly, which is something that I won't be able to do.
One Team Singapore!
Nama saya Ibrin bin Abdul Jamal, IDN saya Momo. Saya bermain sebagai goal laner untuk tim Malaysia. Perasaan saya bila sampai ke Hanoi ni rasa sangat excited, dan cuaca kat sini lainlah daripada Malaysia. Tim Indonesia sebab tim diorang ada banyak all-star daripada negara diorang. Hi, my name is Suko. My role is jungler. Nama saya ialah Suko and role saya ialah jungler. Sebab saya memang dari dulu suka main game lah. Nama saya Zikri bin Syamsuddin, bermain sebagai millennial. Nama in-game name saya adalah Mon, dan saya role sebagai millennial. Saya sangat bangga dengan saya sebab dapat bermain di SEA Games dan dapat represent Malaysia. So, diorang sangat happy, sangat bangga dengan saya. So, ini adalah sebagai salah satu cara lah untuk saya buktikan dekat family saya yang e-sport ni boleh berjaya. Nak kata dekat fans kat luar sana, thank you sebab selalu support tim Malaysia, dan insyaAllah kita akan bawa pingat untuk Malaysia lah.
Hai, nama saya Wan Osman bin Wan Imran, IGN saya Formes, and role saya ESP Lane. Daripada apa yang saya nampak, maybe kita orang boleh secure antara gold ataupun silver lah. Perbezaan maybe dalam segi trafik, sebab kalau tengok kat sini ramai yang bawa motosikal, tapi diorang punya trafik tu kurang jam lah. Kalau Malaysia jam, banyak kali jam lah. Itulah.
Nama saya Muhammad Farhan bin Wakiman, IGN saya Moy. Role saya adalah Roma dalam tim Malaysia. Saya nak mengucapkan terima kasih kepada semua fans yang menyokong kita orang, tak kisah sama ada kita orang menang ataupun kita orang kalah.
Hai, nama saya Muhammad Amir Razik, IGN saya Haji, role saya jungler. Saya rasa tim saya boleh pergi sejauh top 3. Tempat yang saya nak pergi di Hanoi ialah Dong Sun Market.
Nama saya Muhammad Zulishan bin Muhammad Nur, IGN saya Zon. Saya bermain sebagai Roma untuk tim Malaysia. Tim yang saya nak lawan adalah tim Indonesia sebab diorang bawa turun semua pemain-pemain yang all-star dalam diorang punya country. So saya rasa ini adalah tim yang seronok lah untuk lawan. Pekerjaan saya untuk sekarang ni memang full-time gamer, tapi nak kata susah tu memang susah, tapi kita orang dah biasa lah untuk training screen semua. So nak teruskan dia punya passion tu memang kena keep motivate diri sendiri lah untuk terus main game ni.
Kita orang aim untuk dapatkan goal, and then kita orang cuba untuk dapatkan gelaran champion lah dekat pentas M4. Hashtag
Belum. Ini special.
kita orang aim untuk dapatkan goal, and then kita orang cuba untuk dapatkan gelaran champion dekat pentas M4. Jadi Mobile Legends adalah game yang paling best lah dekat negara saya, and then saya harap e-sport dekat Malaysia dapat berkembang lebih jauh and lebih maju. Hashtag Hashtag Malaysia boleh.
Halo, gua Ersafan, nama lengkapnya Rivaldi Fatah, asal dari Bandung. Gue bermain di SEA Games ini mewakilkan Indonesia. Awalnya sih nggak nyangka sih bisa jadi pro player gitu, kayak jalan dengan sendirinya gitu. Pasti kayak tiap anak-anak punya impiannya masing-masing lah. Dulu gue pengen jadi dokter juga, cuman namanya belum rezeki, ya rezekinya ada di e-sport sih. Yang gue harapin di Mobile Legends sih untuk Indonesia ya pastinya biar bisa lebih gede lagi Mobile Legends-nya, terus makin banyak kompetitif tahun ke tahun kayak gitu-gitu makin ditambah. Ya itu aja sih harapannya. Ya untuk para fans, kita minta doanya agar kita bisa memberikan hasil yang maksimal di Hanoi SEA Games 31 ini. Semoga kita bisa membawa emas ke Indonesia.
Halo, nama gue Albert Nasir Iskandar, nama gue Albert. Gue bermain di timnas Indonesia sebagai jungler. Yang pasti gak bakal nyerah sih bisa jadi kayak player Mobile Legends yang sebesar ini sekarang. Ya karena juga awalnya kan main cuma salah-salahan lah, tapi ya bersyukur banget bisa sampai segede sekarang. Menurut gue tim Indonesia sendiri, gue yakin sih bisa nyampe grand final lah. Apalagi tujuan kita semua sama, kita mau dapetin emas balik ke Indonesia, ya gue yakin kita bisa dapetin emas sih. Ya buat kalian semua para fans, ya kalian semua dukung kita terus, apapun hasilnya kita bakal lakuin yang terbaik kok buat Indonesia juga.
Nama gue Isan, nickname gue Luminer, umur gue 21 tahun, gue dari timnas MLBB Indonesia. Karena gue dari pas zaman gue sekolah, gue udah kayak latihan Mobile Legends, kayak gue udah mimpi gue jadi pro player. Dan ya gue percaya sama kerja keras gue. Untuk para fans, makasih yang udah dukung gue atau tim gue dan juga timnas Indonesia ini yang sedang berjuang. Dukung terus, makasih banyak kalian semua yang udah dukung. Semoga kita dapat hasil yang terbaik. Nih, bantu doanya ya.
Hello guys, my name is Calvin Winata. My nickname is CW. I'm from Indonesia, and I'm playing God lane for my team. For me and my team, we play 2 tank. Yeah, it's already we usually play 2 tank, and it's not a problem for us. I hope Mobile Legends at Indonesia or maybe at the world can be more have tournament and have a good. I think Mobile Legends can become more grower, become more popular, and have a good. Of course, me and my family is very proud and happy, of course, and we will have a good celebration, I think. Yes.
Halo semua, nama gue Calvin, nickname gue Vin. Gue bermain sebagai roamer di timnas MLBB Indonesia. Pendapat gue tentang Mobile Legends di Indonesia itu udah cukup berkembang, dan gue harap perkembangan itu bakal terus menerus, jadi menjadikan Mobile Legends makin besar lagi. Tujuan gue dan juga tim gue untuk di SEA Games kali ini adalah untuk membuktikan bahwa Indonesia itu adalah negara yang cukup kuat di Mobile Legends, dan target utama kita adalah membawa pulang medali emas. Pada para fans, terima kasih banyak yang udah dukung kita sampai sekarang. Tetap dukung kita supaya kita dapat menghasilkan hasil yang terbaik buat Indonesia, buat diri kita sendiri, dan buat kalian.
Halo semua, nama saya Niki Fernando Pontodowo. Hal yang gue rasain waktu datang di Hanoi, tempatnya sangat nyaman, bagus, bersih, dan juga bisa kayak apa ya, suasananya nyaman banget lah. Kalau makanan di Hanoi, kalau dari gua belum makan. Cuman kalau menurut gua makanan di Hanoi enak dan bakalan bisa jadi selera gua juga sih. Buat tim yang buat gua lawan, paling dari Filipina juga sih, Filipina. Buat kalian semua yang ada di Indonesia, selalu dukung kita, karena kita akan berjuang untuk Indonesia, buat bangsa kita, buat mengharumkan nama Indonesia. Dan gue akan melakukan yang terbaik, kasih yang terbaik biar kita bisa dapat emas.
Halo, nama aku Gilang, nickname Sans. Ini nggak ada pikiran kayak gitu, soalnya dulu tuh main rank biasa doang, main terus rank. Kalau kepikiran jadi pro player, enggak. Kita main rank doang soalnya, dulu. Kenapa tiba-tiba main Mobile Legends? Dulunya main game lain sebenarnya, terus kan teman-teman yang lain mainnya Mobile Legends, ya udah ikut main Mobile Legends juga, dan sampai sekarang main Mobile Legends. Rasanya ya paling pertama ya senang banget lah, ini kan pertama kali aku juga kepilih jadi masuk SEA Games, ya nggak ada lain-lain sih, pasti senang banget. Buat Indonesia, dukung kita terus semuanya biar kita makin semangat, dan semoga kita nanti mendapatkan medali emas.
We want to do our best and get the best outcome that we can get. Of course, gold medal is what we want to do. After this tournament, we all have our own competition to go on. But right now, we just compete together as a team to do the best result for our country. We actually want to try a lot of food, but I'm afraid that there's a lot of restriction going on in SEA Games. Yeah, and
One voice. Timnas MLBB Indonesia. Yang terbaik!
yeah.
It is that time of the year again, where the best Mobile Legends Bang Bang teams from the tropical region of Southeast Asia converge together. The MLBB Southeast Asia Cup, or MSC 2022. Who shall conquer and who shall be conquered? Which team will soar above the clouds and be crowned as the king of Southeast Asia? Like the Zodiacs, a total of 12 teams from the region will compete in 2 stages: the group stage and the playoffs. Each group of 3 teams will fight against each other in a best-of-2 match, where the weakest of each group will be eliminated. That leaves the remaining 8 to continue their paths of glory. To facilitate the epic battles between the giants, the MSC 2022 arena will be held at the City of Contrast and Diversity, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Witness the clash of titans from the supreme MLBB region from June 11th until June 19th. Follow hashtag SupremeAC for more updates. Mobile Legends Bang Bang, where heroes make history.
Everyone was running, screaming. Mother? She abandoned me.
Xavier has betrayed the light. Now go purify.
That's not what I recall.
Did it take you this long to see that old man's true face?
Why are you so obsessed with us?
It's you.
The MLBB Southeast Asia Cup, or MSC 2022. Who shall conquer and who shall be conquered? Which team will soar above the clouds and be crowned as the king of Southeast Asia? The MSC 2022 arena will be held at Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, from June 11th until June 19th. Follow hashtag SupremeAC for more updates. Mobile Legends Bang Bang, where heroes make history.
Which of you called me in? All is none. To exist is to grasp a leaf in the wind. Require sacrifice. I require devotion. Let a storm whip up the souls. It was never my intention to bind all men to my will. Gentle breeze is enough to shake the foes.
Welcome all the guests to the second day of the esports game, Mobile Legends Bang Bang from 2021 Southeast Asian Game, 31st SEA Games in Vietnam.
Quý vị thân mến, trải qua ngày thi đấu đầu tiên và tại trận tiebreak, chúng ta đã tìm ra 4 đại diện góp mặt tại vòng bán kết.
Ladies and gentlemen, after the first match day and the tiebreaker, 4 representatives participate in the semi-final have been decided.
Hai đội tuyển Philippines và Indonesia đã xuất sắc vượt qua vòng bảng với thành tích toàn thắng. Qua đó, độc chiến ngôi đầu bảng A và B, xếp ngay sau họ là đội tuyển Malaysia và đội tuyển Singapore.
Team Philippines and Team Indonesia secure the first position in Group A and B. The second position, they are Team Malaysia and Team Singapore.
Và sau đây là lịch thi đấu chi tiết của ngày hôm nay.
And this is a detailed schedule for today's match.
Bán kết 1 lúc 2 giờ là phần thi đấu của đội tuyển Philippines và Singapore.
The first semi-final day is at 2 p.m. It's a match between Philippines and Singapore.
Bán kết 2 lúc 4 giờ là phần thi đấu của đội tuyển Indonesia và Malaysia.
The second semi-final is a competition between Indonesia and Malaysia at 4 p.m.
Và phần tranh huy chương đồng sẽ diễn ra lúc 8 giờ.
And at 8 p.m. is a bronze medal match.
Và ngay bây giờ, không chần chừ gì nữa, chúng ta hãy cùng chào đón sự xuất hiện trên sân khấu của đội tuyển Singapore.
And now, let's welcome on stage Team Singapore.
Và đội tuyển còn lại sẽ góp mặt tại trận bán kết 1, đội tuyển Philippines.
And the other team participating in the first semi-final. Let's welcome Philippine teams.
Xin mời hai đội tuyển chúng ta hãy di chuyển về vị trí thi đấu của mình. Xin mời.
And now two teams, let's return to your playing position.
Và quý vị thân mến, chúng ta, những người đang theo dõi trực tiếp trận thi đấu ngày hôm nay, hãy cùng chúc cho hai đội tuyển sẽ thi đấu thật tốt và mang lại những màn thi đấu mãn nhãn dành cho người hâm mộ và tiến thẳng vào đêm chung kết.
Two teams wish you today have a successful compete and move on to the final rounds.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome, welcome, and welcome. The moment has arrived. And of course, this is going to be the 31st SEA Games here in Vietnam 2021. My name is ICBaby12 and his name is Tafa, as we are going to be your commentators for today. My, oh my, we started with 7 nations across the globe and now we only 4 remains. This is going to be day 2 for the semi-finals and I'm looking forward to see who is going to come out on top. And to start things off, it is going to be Philippines as well as Singapore. But before that, I'd like to shout out to our amazing tournament organizers, which is all currently organized by Vietnam Recreational and Electronic Sports Association, known as VRESAR, in cooperation with VNG Games, which is Mobile Legends Bang Bang publisher in Vietnam, as well as Bunton being the developers of Mobile Legends Bang Bang to make all this happen. Staffa, are you excited? Because this is going to be our first best of 3 series for today, and it's going to be all out between both Team Philippines as well as Singapore.
Yep, I think I personally am going to be just as excited as everyone watching at home, because as you highlighted earlier, out of the 7 nations that started off the MLBB team event here at the 31st SEA Games, we are down to our final 4 survivors. But at the end of today, we will be only see 2 teams move on to the grand finals tomorrow. So there is going to be blood, sweat, and tears shed today as these teams play for a chance to keep their dreams alive and a chance to bring home the gold.
Exactly. To start things off, representing the Team Philippines, we have Soto, Gonzalez Villaluna, Del Rosario, as well as Imam, kicking things off in Group A in day number 1, scoring with a flawless victory of 6-0 score marks. And that is just an amazing performance coming from them. However, their opponents, no stranger to the MLBBC.
Yep, it's gonna be none other than Team Singapore, Seoul, JPL, Sayla, Reminiscent, and Adamir, who just came off of a tiebreaker game, winning the best of 1 against Team Vietnam earlier in the morning to finally secure themselves the final semi-finals position today. This is going to be the first seed of Group A, Team Philippines, going up against the second seed of Group B, Team Singapore. Just purely based on statistics, Team Philippines are going to be the favorites to win this one, but we have already seen very unexpected things happen throughout this MLBB tournament, and so I'm excited to see how this will pan out.
Yep, I'm looking forward to see what kind of adaptations is going to be made thus far. In the group stages, it's all about making it towards the top 2. Pretty easy to do, pretty hard, but at the same time, everything can be expected. But before that, let's take a look at our predictions and who we think is going to be winning this series. It seems like, whoa, for the first time on the English broadcast, it's no longer a split vote, and both of us are going to be siding on Team Philippines. What are your thoughts on this?
Well, I already mentioned it earlier, just purely based on statistics and gameplay, Team Philippines seem to be going into this first semi-finals of the day as the favorites. I think even not just our predictions, but I think a lot of you watching at home are going to be feeling the same as well. But of course, Team Singapore, they are no slouches. They have their own fans, their own supporters. They have made it here with their own efforts. And they are going to be showing the world that even the top MLBB team in Southeast Asia has weaknesses that can be exploited.
Don't worry, guys. We will not be bias casting on towards one team. We will do our best to be as neutral as possible. However, this is going to be our inputs for now, and that is going to be based on statistics as well. Like you said as well, Team Philippines has not been defeated yet, so it's pretty clear that most of us are going to be expecting this coming from Team Philippines. However, like we said as well, despite a very, very rocky start in day number 1 for Singapore, they managed to clean up their mistakes in today's tiebreaker and very convincingly take the win against Vietnam, making into a semi-finals. Hopefully, with that adaptations and the fix that they made from yesterday's performance, they are looking very, very focused. As you can see, the coach Young In, going to be leading for Team Singapore, is going to be guiding the team, hoping to try and take a jab towards the unstoppable force known as Team Philippines.
Something important to note here is that now that we are in the semi-final stage of the SEA Games, we are no longer playing best of 2 matches. This is going to be the very first best of 3 match, and that does mean the first team to get 2 victories will be moving on and become our first participant in the grand finals. The loser, unfortunately, having to fight in the 3rd place bronze medal match later today. We'll find out which of those teams that is, because the draft has now officially begun.
Woo! This is going to be the best of 3 series coming in, and game number 1, we have Team Philippines on the blue side and Team Singapore on the red side. So kicking things off, we are going to be seeing the usual bans coming in from Team Philippines, which is going to be the Ling as well as the Franco, and Singapore are going to be banning for the standard Valentina. Now, the question remains here. Will Team Singapore bring something new? Because we know JPL is known for his very aggressive roaming playstyle as a roamer, but however, ever since coming to SEA Games, he has adapted to play the Enchanter healing support rather than these usual aggressiveness. Is it because to match up with Team Philippines meta, or is it what the team required him to do so?
I do think it's based on Team Singapore wanting to play a safer style of MLBB. So far, throughout the games that we've seen Team Singapore play, they tend to be a more passive early game team, and they don't tend to take very heavy risks. JPL, we see that he often will still overextend himself to try and secure objectives and kills for his team, but overall, their gameplay is a lot slower as compared to other countries.
Well, speaking of slower as well, Team Philippines averaged one of the highest, longest amount of games played throughout yesterday's performance. Every single game they have ended so far has lasted at least about 18 to 20 minutes above due to the nature of their composition. They love this late game oriented draft, and somehow they figure a way to actually drag it into the early stage. Maybe, and just maybe, Team Singapore might take an advantage and try to go early head on. However, it is very risky considering that their pressure is on, because if you think about it as well, the winner of this series is guaranteed a medal for the SEA Games. for the 31st SEA Games. And, regardless, it may be gold or silver, whoever wins this series is going to be bringing nation's glory and pride for the country.
Yeah, but you can imagine that the stakes are going to be very high for both these teams here, so they have to be bringing their A game to the stage. So far, the first phase of bans has concluded, and both teams are mainly banning out early game options here to make sure that they have a safer early game. Obviously, both Team Philippines and Team Singapore tend to play less aggressively in the early game as compared to some of their peers to build up for that late game farm. Starting things off, Team Philippines can be locking in the Eve.
Yep, speaking of which as well, Team Singapore, they are going to be banning the Matilda, a very classic special of Villa Luna's composition. However, Philippines, they are not that afraid. He does have a big variety of hero pool. We've seen him play the Matilda, we've seen him play the Estes as well, but this time the Yi being prioritized, new in the fact that it may be flexed in a way where both maybe Imam or also Villa Luna can play that particular hero. So they are looking for those AoE CC styles, but we had a glimpse of what Team Philippines played with this this composition from yesterday's game. Seeing that both the Angela is still available in the pool, they might consider drafting the Esmeralda as well as the Angela for themselves, but looks like that's not going to be the case for Singapore, as they will pick on their priority picks, which is Beatrix as well as Xavier. So Team Philippines, this is a good option to actually play it again. Angela on maybe the Esmeralda for themselves.
We'll see whether or not that is the choice for Team Philippines here, but I think that this is a very default start for Team Singapore. They especially like to prioritize Adamir's hero here in the first phase because he can usually become the late game carry for the entire team. And so far, his most consistent performance has been on this Beatrix. Just picking in the Xavier as well is actually quite unusual, considering that so far we have not seen Sayla play on this hero. So we'll see whether or not he can mimic the same types of sniping that we have seen other Xavier players do.
I definitely agree as well. In terms of range potential, Xavier and Yves does have the capabilities to match each other with a little bit, but Team Philippines, they are not going to go for Angela, but they will prioritize on the Arkai jungle as well as the Esmeralda. Close enough, but we are going to be seeing the Del Rosario jungle special coming from Philippines, which they have shown during the group stages. Seems to me no other teams here in the SEA Games has figured out on how to deal with this jungle Arkai, and hopefully Singapore is going to be able to do it. But now, let's talk shop a little bit more. Singapore, even though that, we talked about how Ademir is going to be the core component for Team Singapore, is this the particular reason why JPL is forced to play an Enchanter style to further enhance his capabilities to actually win get themselves into a win condition by using Ademir?
I think what's notable is that Team Singapore isn't very aggressive in the early game, right? So the reason why they're going for these Enchanter style supports is actually to kind of slow down the tempo of the game and play for more defensive healing styles rather than attempting to overly invade the enemy jungle. Especially since nowadays, a lot of teams like playing these tank jungle heroes, it's a lot more difficult to get those invades up and done. But it is still very important to get lane dominance early, which is why Team Singapore drafted Dirov to counter Esmeralda.
Definitely agreed as well. Keeping JPL's heroes open from the side Team Singapore means Team Philippines, on the other hand, has a little bit more flexibility. They are going to go for their usual combo picks. However, need I remind you as well, out of all 6 games the Team Philippines have played, the games that they kind of struggled a little bit was against the match with Team Myanmar, where they actually brought the Hellcut play. So would you say that Team Singapore may consider to go for a very early jungler that gives maximum impact to try and drag this out? But at the same time, going for the mix-up, the mix-up is going to be a little bit scary, considering that they are so used to playing to his late game potential. And would you say that Team Singapore might be playing into his Philippines play style, which is being very disciplined, very patient, waits until towards like the 20-30 minute mark where everyone is max slotted and then go for the push?
I think one primary problem with Team Singapore is that while they want to wait and delay the game long enough to get farm on their late game cores, they tend to lack the kind of discipline and decision making that Team Philippines is able to do as well. So far, throughout all of their victories, Team Philippines tends to be able to win just through mental battles. Even if they end up losing and falling behind in terms of farm, they are never that far behind and they're always on the lookout for an opportunity. Whereas we have seen Team Singapore seem to have a tendency to play passively when they are not certain what their win condition is?
Well, it seems to me Villa Luna's heroes is going to be targeted from the side of Team Singapore, and so far Team Philippines, they have drafted based on a composition of that well-balanced draft of having defense and offense to scale into a later stage game. However, need I remind you as well, the S-Test needs to be respected in that regards, and Team Philippines, they may opt to ring it up in this game coming in from Villa Luna if they decide to go for it. But of course, Singapore, they are going to be banning off all of Villa Luna's heroes, which you can see the Matilda, the Lolita, as well as the Popo and Kuba in showing respects towards Team Philippines' performance yesterday.
Now, Villa Luna is going to be the backbone for Team Philippines, and many other teams have already known to give heavy respect to this roam player on the side of Team Philippines. This is not their entire hero pool though. Heroes like the Rafaela and of course their signature Estes are still open in the pool. I'm wondering if Team Singapore intend to draft out the Rafaela for themselves so that it doesn't go over to Team Philippines.
Now, let's talk about a little bit of flexibility as well. Oh my goodness, Team Philippines is going to be straight banning up the choke. This is a JPL special coming from Team Singapore. Ooh, seems like Team Philippines, they are eyeing to get themselves a medal. So this is going to be a great read coming in. However, Team Singapore, the question remains, besides JPL's heroes, is this or will it be a Derov XP lane or is it going to be a jungle lane? As of yet, my predictions, I feel like this is going to be a Derov XP lane just because the Esmeralda is going to be in play from Philippines. What are your thoughts on this?
I think this is confirmed going to be a Derov EXP lane. Not only does it counter Esmeralda, we have seen Sol play on the Derov before and he has been fairly effective on it. I think the big question now is, will they lock in JPL's hero just to narrow down Villa Luna's hero pool even further, or lock in Reminiscence jungler just in case? Nope, looks like it is going to be the Grok. And while nowadays we see teams go for the EXP lane Grok more often, I am inclined to believe this is a roam Grok instead.
This is a good draft coming from Singapore. However, need I remind you as well, this is going to be very risky. Keeping your options open as much as possible is great, knowing for the fact that this Grok may be flexed into his XP, may be flexed into his roam, very similarly to Singapore's Derov as well, where they have a Derov that can be flex XP, flex jungle. So Singapore, they're keeping the final hero as a key pinch hero to deal with whatever Team Philippines is going to be coming up. In this case, is the Estes going to come out from Villa Luna, or is Villa Luna going to be sticking to play the E? But seems to me, okay, they are bringing the Natalia coming in. This is going to be a roaming Natalia coming from Team Philippines, and I believe so, it might be played by Villa Luna.
It will either be Villa Luna or Imam playing on this Natalia, but this is definitely a bit of a skew away from their typical style. They usually don't go for these over-aggressive early game heroes. Natalia very much needs to make an impact across the map or the hero will fall off very quickly. Gonzalez getting his Claude. This is pretty standard, but we'll see whether or not this change in style from Team Philippines will prove to be effective as Team Singapore lock in the Baxia jungle to finish off their draft. A very good counter to some of the draft on Team Philippines.
Yep, it is going to be the Esmeralda on top of it all as well. However, the question remains, can Team Singapore deal with the mobility that Gonzalez is going to be bringing to the table with the Cloud, who's known to be an efficient escape artist? But I'm really liking what I'm seeing so far. Going for the comfort base from Singapore, as long as they win their lanes and make sure that Adamir doesn't have a hard time, is going to be the way to go. As of now, Team Singapore, they have to focus on Adamir's Beatrix to potentially defend against the aggressive Natalia that may or may not come from the side of Team Philippines. As of yet, the draft has been set. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be your players representing from Team Philippines as well as Singapore, duking it out for the first semifinals game number 1. And of course, whoever takes the first game is going to be getting the morale that he needed to jump into his game number 2.
Yep, this is a best of 3 series. So a first game victory or loss doesn't actually matter that much in the grand scheme of things, but the impacts it has on morale will be very notable, and so both these teams will want to get that advantage as soon as possible. We see confirmed this is going to be a roam Grok. Imam playing on Natalia with high-end drive twice. So yes, he is absolutely going for the kills.
Yeah, that is going to be a roaming Natalia looking for kills as well. And I like how Team Singapore is going to have JPL go for his usual aggressive tankness. And I like how JPL is trying to find Imam and constantly trying to mirror the matchup so that this Natalia go not out of crazy. However, the assault comes in. You can see Ademir already taking a little more damage onto his Imam. And this is going to put a stress onto his laning phase against Gonzalez as of yet.
The annoying thing about having this Natalia around is that she can just roam around the entire map and chunk people out in the side lanes. Imam doesn't necessarily need to get kills, but will have much more movement speed as compared to JPL, and thus can apply much more pressure across the map. We can see that they're primarily focusing on Gonzalez's lane because they know that Ademir will be a threat later on.
It was a very interesting move as well, considering how Team Singapore played it. JPL was trying to cut off rotational aways from Imam, where Imam actually took the long way around back towards a purple buff and then hit towards beat. So Team Singapore, they might not know where he is, and because of this is going to be a little bit of damage heading towards Sela's way. But do I remind you, this is going to be a slow play because Reminiscent, that hits for relatively early and they are going to be going super aggressive and they immediately punish Imam because of this play.
This is a good play from Team Singapore. They know that they are going to be stronger in this early game because of the Vaxia, the Grok, and the Deroff. They need to make sure to gain a momentum advantage against Team Philippines so that they will be able to have more map control going into the mid game. Turtle now being contested.
They locked their Rosario in as well, but seems to me they will get the total buff. But here comes the real motivation to isolate the fight. They catch onto a Sailor, and just like that, Team Singapore will lose in the turtle trade, but they want to get a little bit more damage out of this. Unfortunately, they just don't have the burst potential. JPL, however, is going to get cancelled, and Imam walks into the bush and gets an easy taking, and that's going to be 2 kills in the back from Team Philippines.
A little bit of lacking map awareness and positioning from Team Singapore results in them getting caught out completely. They focus too hard on trying to contest the turtle away from Del Rosario, and this allowed Zayla to be targeted by Vela Luna in the back line. Imam even coming in to add insult to injury afterwards, finding JPL. This is the strength of Team Philippines. They know exactly where the members of the enemy team are at all times and will find any stragglers out of position.
Look at this for priority targeting from Vela Luna. You can see it's pretty obvious that he is going to be saving his Real Revelation just for the Sailor and doesn't want to give him any sort of room to abuse the Transcendent form. This is a great priority target. However, Team Singapore, their focus is not exactly on him. However, it is actually on Imam. But at the same time, is this the wisest of choice? Because Imam is going to try and make an attempt on towards Ademir up top, and you can see Ademir's health on the top right as well is going to be bleeded out, and he is going to get focused down, and another one bites the dust as Team Philippines will get another easy pickings.
Yeah, and now Team Singapore wants to follow up. They want to catch Imam, but he's already out. Right now, the rotations on the side of Team Singapore are definitely much slower than that of Team Philippines. They are losing out, and now they want to find something right on top of Vela Luna, but Romanison doesn't get it because he's able to use the flicker to escape.
This is why Vela Luna is such a key player coming from Philippines, right? Every single time you make an attempt with him, it's so very difficult to kill him, and even if you know that you have to take him down, it's just very, very difficult to do so, considering that the amount of map pressure that Imam is doing just by not showing off the map is just giving off Team Singapore some very, very uneasy vibes. And you can see Team Singapore, they're just shifting their focus onto the turtle up top and making sure that Ademir will get some sort of backup. But looks like here comes the fight begins.
Yeah, but they use the heavy spin, hitting 2 people against the wall instantly, both taken down. Soul and Zayla gonna be the unfortunate victims. JPL does not manage to block Vela Luna with the Guardian's barrier, and thus that's going to be a free trade for Team Philippines.
Oh, that is huge, huge, huge. Like, the mental warfare that Team Philippines is giving onto the Team Singapore is starting to seep in, and slowly but surely Team Singapore are going to make even more mistakes. And what they did not expect was that they thought Team Philippines is going to be focusing on Ademir, but instead they themselves are actually also targeting Zayla. So Zayla's positioning becomes a little bit more crucial in all these fights to come.
I can't help but feel that Zayla might be a little bit out of his element here. We already know that this is the first time we've seen him slay Xavier. Right now, he's going to be using Dawning Light. Vela Luna in a lot of trouble. No flicker available. Remanison gets a little bit of revenge on the enemy mid lane.
Nicely done coming from Team Singapore. They know for a fact that Zayla has been targeted multiple times and take advantage of the situation. They get a very, very nice kill. But is it enough to bounce back? But as of yet, the economy-wise is only about 1k shy apart despite losing in terms of skills. But Singapore, they still have a lot of map control, and Team Philippines, they have been dodging and dodging and dodging again. Imam finally reveals his position, but looks like Team Singapore, they're debating if they want to force this fight. Looks like there is no cavalry in the backline, so they are going to be reconsidering on attacking the top side.
One strength of Team Philippines is just the speed at which they are able to farm, but a flicker forward, watch not going to miss. Beautiful reaction timing by Gonzalez, escaping with the battle mirror image, and now Adamir not even able to take out the tier 1.
Oh, this is it, Imam. They want to go for the kill as well. Singapore, they trade their lives a little bit for the tier 1. They are going to get punished, and here like this, Imam finds the right target, and that's going to be Sailor immediately shut down. Just like that, as Team Singapore not expecting the rotations coming in. Imam very, very patient with his assassination, and because of that, Team Singapore just can't do anything about it as of yet.
Imam is fully aware of the fact that Adamir and Sayla are going to be easy pickings. The Xavier, most of all, if he manages to find them out of position. And Sayla so far has been getting caught over and over again. He doesn't quite have the utility you normally have on a hero like Kagura. Dawning Light not going to be enough as Del Rosario picks up another turtle.
Oh, Team Singapore, they need So to win his matchup against Soto. However, look at how disciplined Soto is. He doesn't really want to go head-to-head. And as long as things doesn't go out of hand, I'm able to trade 50-50, the Esmeralda is going to be able to scale, where Team Philippines is going to continue to punish potentially either Sayla or Adamir. But let's forget, Reminiscent from the side Team Singapore is still playing the defensive posture and play safe as much as possible. And it seems to be a very mirror matchup coming from the Philippines, where they want to play into its late territories.
Yeah, we know that they're going to be primarily focusing on allowing Gonzalez and Soto to just scale up, farm up their items, and become unstoppable in the late game. Imam now in a little bit of trouble, but Reminiscent not able to find the Natalia.
Oh, that was so close. So, however, he's going to get caught off. You can see Del Rosario popping the heavy spin as well. He's going to push Soul into the wall, but do they have enough damage to fight it? So, he's trying his best to go for a trade, but unfortunately, he is a little bit too far off to be picked off. Meanwhile, on the top side as well, we do see the fights coming in. Adamir going for the aggressive plays, gets a trade, trading Imam for him, his support, but at the same time, Team Singapore still loses out a 2-for-1 trade, but does give a little bit of economy to Adamir.
Yeah, and he is able to take out the top tier 1 tower, so that is going to mean less space for Gonzalez to get farm. Reminiscent as well, knowing that his team didn't get the best trade, is now going to move into the enemy jungle, steals the purple buff successfully. In terms of net worth though, Philippines still notably ahead, and now they're ganking Sayla again.
Oh, this is going to be hard as well, but looks like this heavy spin. They are going to catch on to Reminiscent, drops him down to his half HP, but this is a tank box here. They don't exactly want to go for it, but it seems like they will scare off Singapore a little bit to regroup, and seems like they are going to be grouping up as 5 to set up for a gank, potentially catching them off guard while rotating, but it seems like Villaluna is going to get caught off. Great catch coming from JPL. They take him down, and just like that, the Lord is going to be up for grabs. However, Philippines, they're holding on strong with the middle lane. Del Rosario is going to be dead. Abysm Strike is going to connect on the top, but they don't seem to have damage, but Reminiscent will steal the deal. Meanwhile, Team Philippines is going to be focusing on the back lines. As you can see, Soto trying his best to focus on the Adamir. He needs one last auto attack, but can't seem to kill him. Adamir survives and gets the kill on of it all, and Team Singapore is going to come on top with this trade with a 2v3 win fight, and my goodness, Singapore, they come on top, but they cannot benefit from the Lord at all.
Yeah, that was a chaotic skirmish between both these teams, and at first it does look like Team Philippines has control of the fight, as they are able to split up the members of Team Singapore to attempt to take them off one by one. Unfortunately, their heroes aren't quite scaled up enough yet, so they don't have enough consistent damage to actually take that, allowing Team Singapore to pick up a few kills in return.
This is very scary. Team Philippines, they need some sort of very strong frontliner to actually deal with JPL as well as Reminiscence. You can see the defense coming from Singapore to ensure that Sayla has his farm, as well as the Beatrix is just annoying to deal with, and it's back to the drawing board for Team Philippines, as they need to slowly farm out a little bit more so that Del Rosario and Soto can scale into the lane to actually match Team Singapore as of now.
Yep, but I don't think they're having too many issues with that. Yes, they did get slowed down a little bit because of that, but their farm is still on point. And now Del Rosario with the heavy spin going to be catching out JPL. Gonzalez slowly whittling him down, but not enough, as the Dawning Light Imam jumping onto Sayla picks him up, but will cost his own life. Adamir gonna flicker forward on top of Villaluna, gets the double kill, but gonna end up losing his life in return. Soto now on top of Remanescent won't be able to kill this box yet, but that's a 2-for-3 trade in favor of Philippines this time.
Oh, there was a little bit of mistakes coming from Team Singapore. They tried to go to kill onto Gonzalez, but Gonzalez was able to get a freebie because of the heavy spin lockdown. Things would have looked a little bit soft. However, Soul, what is he doing? He's all by himself. He's trying to make a play. However, he's going to be poked apart. That's going to be mega kill onto Gonzalez as he's going to get 4-0-2 on the marksman. And just like that, they are back in action and they're looking to challenge towards Lord. They've got retributions. They've got the marksman available. And Team Singapore, Adamir is a little bit too far off. They've got to wait out on this.
We already see that Soto is scaling up to the point where it's very difficult for even Remanescent to take him down. He's buying so much space for Del Rosario and Gonzalez. Imam in the backline. He's looking for Sayla once again. He's with Adamir back there. Heavy spin pops down. Real manipulation gonna trap them out. Imam, he finds Adamir. Gets the kill with Execute. He knows that the Beatrix is more dangerous. JPL uses the wild charge, but it's not going to be enough. Dawning Light almost picks off Gonzalez. Soto dropping real low as well. Team Philippines gonna take that as their cue to disengage.
Oh my goodness. Imam, the assassin he is, he's been scouting around, waiting for right targets, and he knows who he needs to kill. Adamir taking advantage of that wall defense to call over, trying to force Philippines to react. Unfortunately, Philippines was just using it at the stalemate for a bait as a distraction to allow Imam to sneak up behind and get the kill. And my, oh my, Adamir walked into his own trap that he tried to set up for against Team Philippines.
Team Singapore just don't have enough awareness. They need to know that this Natalia is on the map and could be anywhere. Adamir, he could have probably taken the fight if he was on Wesker, but unfortunately, because he was not expecting Imam to show up, he was actually using Renner at the time, and well, in close quarters, a sniper rifle isn't going to do the job.
Exactly. Team Philippines is going to be trying to force a fight once again as they try to bait out the Lord, and Team Singapore is going to be responding as well. Sayla as well as Adamir looking for the fight, but looks like Rosario is going to catch on Reminiscent. Roman Division tries to zone them out. JPL taking the full brunt of it as well. Likewise from Sayla, they're hesitating to fight, but Villa Luna starting to hurt like a truck. As Team Philippines, they won't lose out Imam in the process, but seems like Singapore can also exactly contest the Lord because of the potential snipe coming from Philippines. Soto is going to be called in to secure the map control onto the Lord, but Philippines, they still have a healthy chunk of HP. Looks like they will try and make an attempt onto the Lord. Del Rosario does have the heavy spin very soon, but it is still once again a very patient bait coming from Team Philippines.
JPL trying to go in from the back line. Soul coming from the side, but they're not able to find the engagement. All things considered, that was an okay trade for Team Singapore. Madison jumping in onto Villa Luna, but he is out of position. Dawning Light only hitting Gonzalez. He's now stuck underneath the Void Crystal. Heavy spin, pushing Reminiscent back. They do catch out Soto in the Mystic Field. Adamir flickers forward again. Nibiru's passion secures the kill. Soul going in, finds Gonzalez. They find Del Rosario as well. Imam, the only survivor, as Team Singapore walks over the Philippines.
Oh, that was huge coming in from Team Singapore, and just like that, it wiped the floor with them. But look at how tanky Reminiscent was, and because of that, they just completely obliterated them now. And now they're going for the base push as well, and just like that, they wiped the floor with Team Philippines. They closed up the game 13 minutes into the game, and guess what an upset coming in from the first game, and Team Singapore, they're ready to rumble.
This may be the most unexpected result for basically everyone watching right now, as Team Singapore, against all the odds, take the first game in a semi-finals match against Team Philippines, one step closer to potentially be joining the ranks of the grand finals.
Well done, well done. Guess what? Our predictions are starting to be very shaky. The stats don't lie, but guess what? Stats don't lie doesn't mean everything is going to be the same, because eventually people will get better, get stronger. Team Singapore seems to have improved a lot in their decision making despite the constant invades of the Natalia coming from behind. Imam played really well game number one. Unfortunately, it came down to one wrong move, and what? That was just so weird. But Adamir was able to just completely shut down Soto and the back lines, who's trying to isolate the fight. And this split fight didn't exactly favor Team Philippines at all, just because of the constant lack of a presence of Imam, who's trying to hide in the bush to go into the backlines. Means that every single time they pick a fight, it's going to be like a 3v1 fight for the side of Team Philippines, and as well as for Team Singapore, it's going to be a 4v1 fight just because of how isolated the fight was.
I do have to admit that this kind of playstyle is a little bit uncharacteristic of Team Philippines because we know them for the U-based strategy, the ultimate bonding experience. They like to fight together. I do like the idea of splitting up the fight with the Natalia, with the heavy spin to create more space for the back line. But I do also think that Team Philippines' draft wasn't quite as effective because all of their late game DPS, the Claude, the Eve, the Esmeralda, are very slow but consistent damage as compared to the burst coming out of Team Singapore. I think Team Philippines definitely underestimated how quickly their members ended up falling one after the other. And once Team Singapore identified that, hey, we can do this, they use that momentum, push in, end the game, don't allow Team Philippines to drag it out like they usually do.
You know, I really liked how Team Singapore understood their timings as well because their roamer as well as the jungle tank is just such a solid rock in front of the defense. If you think about it, they got their timings relatively quickly, right? If you take a look at Reminiscence's draft, got an early anti-Kiras as well as a plate armor and radiant armor as compared to Del Rosario's only got a Sky Guardian helmet as well as plate armor and radiant armor. Even though it's supposed to be mirroring each other, but a tankiness of the Baxia cannot be compared to Akai just because of the Tortoise Persons on the Reminiscence, which brings a little bit of factor. Likewise coming from Esmeralda as well compared to Grok. But the MVP for that match from the side of Singapore is going to be none other than Reminiscence on his Baxia, and he makes a lot of sense because with him being caught up rather early, he was able to think through all the meat shield, buying enough time to trade 50-50s with an Esmeralda who's not exactly as tanky as him.
Reminiscent finally going to get his time in the spotlight, and boy did he deserve it after that performance. The Baxia jungle, the perfect answer to Team Philippines. We can see from their gameplay here, in the early game, Team Philippines, they were the ones controlling the pace of the game, rotating around with Imam and making use of the heavy spin, even getting a two-man catch here on the turtle pit.
Yep, I like the idea coming from Team Philippines of playing this playstyle where they want to look for those pickoffs so that they can get this elite lead to build out a little bit of tankiness of items for the Akai as well as the Esmeralda to scale into those later stage game. But the moment they hit towards the mid-game territory, that is where Team Singapore has a little bit upper hand just because they hit their power spike a little bit earlier, maybe about 2 to 3 minutes earlier compared to what Team Philippines is bringing to the table. Akai, pretty much a standard one, right? Jungle gonna hit his defensive item as a maneuver, but Soto is gonna take a little bit more time. He needs Enchanted Talisman, he needs Dominance Eye, he needs his Oracle, needs a little bit more before he can start building the tanky shield oriented that we know Esmeralda for. And it's just really, really unfortunate that they needed a little bit more time before that actually happens.
I do like that Team Singapore upped the momentum once they realized that they were able to take fights against Team Philippines. They do have the better early mid-game composition. You could tell that by the fact that even when Team Philippines got some good catches, it took much longer than you would normally expect to actually finish them off. You can even see here, he pins JPL against the wall for ages, and it takes Gonzalez that long to actually finish off the job, putting him out of position. And because of that, Team Philippines are completely split up. Adamir as well, being an absolute monster, constantly flickering forward to get these kills despite being the marksman.
Yeah, we did see a little bit of a shaky plays coming from Team Singapore as well, but eventually Team Philippines was making so much disciplined plays to a point that logically, Team Singapore was losing a lot in all these trades. But once again, even though all the marksmen were constantly dying, look at the positioning of Team Singapore for the tank. JPL, we look at Reminiscence, they're always buying time to stall for this lot push, and they do not exactly want to give pressure. Likewise coming from Philippines as well. But even in all these skirmishes, everyone from side Team Philippines has the damage to chunk them out. But it eventually came down to this final fight. Look at how the long Reminiscence actually survived compared to Soto, who has a full HP, arguably supposed to be very, very tanky, immediately gets wiped out in less like 3 to 4 seconds, whereas Reminiscence, who's like had 40% of his health, was able to buy so much space and time to tank through all the skills of Philippines about what, 1 to 2 minutes, sorry, about 15 seconds tops.
Yeah, this is, again, I feel like a weakness of Team Philippines draft. It was just way too greedy. They needed too long to come online, and their heroes don't dish out damage quick enough to take out the members of Team Singapore. Whereas Team Singapore, they have exactly that. So in that last play, Del Rosario, he spent so much time trying to pin Remanescent against the wall and the rest of his team trying to follow up that Soto was left all by himself. And no matter how tanky an Esmeralda is, 1v4 is going to be difficult, especially when he hasn't been given enough time to build up his shield.
I agree. But all in all, well done coming from Team Singapore, because that was not an easy game to win considering how oppressed they were coming from Team Philippines. And I'm not gonna lie, even though Team Philippines lost this game, I don't think it would affect the morale too much considering the mistake that they made were so minor to a point that it's barely possible. Because if you think about it, logically, every single fight until that final moment was pretty much in favor of Team Philippines.
Absolutely, and we know that they as a team are known for their mental victories, not allowing being behind in goal to get to them. They know how to identify opportunities. In this case, their draft just didn't quite work out for the goal that they were trying to achieve. I don't think that's a problem for them. And we should be seeing them change up some things in the way that they draft going into the next game. But kudos to Team Singapore identifying this weakness and finally become the first team to defeat Team Philippines in the 31st SEA Games.
This is a big statement coming from Team Singapore. And on top of it all, they're one game away from guaranteeing a medal for Team Singapore. A pretty close call. As of now, the morales will be very high. Tensions are going to be high as well between both Team Philippines and Singapore because you hate to say it, right? This is the semifinals we're talking about, right? Singapore is one game away to making a grand finals, getting their first medal for Singapore, regardless of gold or silver. But for Team Philippines, they're risking being eliminated and forced to go down towards the third placement to fight for a medal known as the bronze medal.
Yeah, I think we really have to emphasize what exactly is happening here because in the 30th SEA Games, the previous SEA Games, Team Singapore, they weren't even in the top 4, whereas Team Philippines were the champion. We are seeing a complete reversal of the fates here, and if Team Singapore is somehow able to secure a 2-0 victory, we will be witnessing history being made.
Exactly. Speaking of history as well, seems like history may not be repeating themselves just because of how well things has happened, especially for the 30th SEA Games. Game day number 1, most of the teams kind of reminiscence as well, like Malaysia losing the Philippines 2-0 here and there. But now, I don't think, if and only if Team Philippines gets knocked out right here, right now, we won't be able to see the legendary full 5-game grand finals of Team Philippines versus Indonesia on the 30th SEA Games. That was one of the tightest and closest game in the history of MLBB SEA Games so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm sure a lot of fans would be disappointed if that is the case, but I'm sure that Team Singapore fans right now are rejoicing. This is an unexpected development, something that I don't think many people would have even dreamed of, but it is real. It has happened. The question is, how far will it go? Will Team Singapore prove they truly have what it takes? Or will Team Philippines take this as a wake-up call to realize it is time to not underestimate their opponents any further?
Exactly. Team Singapore has pretty much shown their hands with JPL as the usual enchanter style, but this time going for a little bit of switch, going a little bit aggressive, have made things work for them. But is it going to be enough? Because Team Philippines, is it going for them to go back towards the drawing board, play something that Villa Luna is comfortable with, or prioritizing and picking Villa Luna's hero right from the get-go as compared to being banned off completely by Team Singapore based on the ban phase itself in game number 1?
But if we're focusing primarily on Villa Luna here, Eve is a hero that they are comfortable with. It's not as if they've never played Eve before. This is one of their common pickups. So the fact that Team Singapore were able to overcome it seems to indicate that they figured out how they want to deal with things. And I do really like the Baxia pickup to counter the Akai, to counter the Esmeralda, even to counter the Eve as well. The power of these tanky junglers cannot be underestimated, and I do think it is working out for them a little bit more as compared to an assassin gameplay style.
I feel like based on that game performance as well, just just because of how well Team Singapore drafted, Team Philippines was forced to go for a role swap with both Villa Luna and Imam, because if you think about it, pretty much only one game where Villa Luna was playing the mage role, which is the Eve in yesterday's game, and most of the time Imam was playing on the mage role, where Villa Luna is playing on the roaming position. Okay, except for the Matilda game as well. So I feel like they can play both sides, but I feel like which suits them more. I feel like Villa Luna is more suited on the roaming style, on the enchanter style, which he is more known for. So playing comfort picks is going to be the way to go, but it's tough. It's tough to say what's right and what's wrong, honestly, because Team Philippines, they played it really well. And it wasn't really a big mistake. It was just one wrong fight. And that one wasn't even a very, very big mistake, because logically, catching onto Zabaxia, who's low health, pinning him off and going for the kill is the right play. But what they did not expect was just how tanky the Zabaxia was. That's all. That's all. It was just one mistake. But overall, every momentum that Team Philippines played, every play that they made was actually the right play. You saw how Imam was positioning himself, making sure that Adamir doesn't have a very, very good time, prioritizing on denying the marksman, prioritizing and denying farm from the Xavier, was pretty much all over the place coming from Team Philippines. They were making all this right plays, but what went wrong was something that was just unexpected, that's all.
I think it just came down to greed, honestly. Team Philippines, their draft, their playstyle, it was too greedy. They were expecting that no matter what happens, they will be able to drag this into the late game. It was Team Singapore that said, no, we are not going to let that happen. Most of the time, you saw whenever Team Philippines looked for a pickoff, they were mainly trying to give the kill over to Gonzalez, get the most as you can out of the Averdus, give kills to the Claude. But even at the end of the game, it took too long for him to come online. He didn't do enough damage as compared to Adamir on a much more meta hero. The Beatrix just completely able to take over the game in terms of damage, especially since Remanescent just doing such a good job of holding the front line.
Well, it's one game away for Team Singapore, and we're 5 seconds in, and the draft is going to be ready. I'm looking forward to see what Coach Young In from Singapore has installed against Team Philippines as of yet. But now, seeing how Team Philippines is going to be coming into the table, we are going to be seeing standard bans coming from Team Philippines with the Ling and Franco. Again, nothing out of ordinary, but SSG Singapore is also going to be going similarly as well.
What is interesting here is the fact that the teams are going to be reprising their positions in the draft. They have not swapped. Singapore still on the second pick. So perhaps they've made a decision here. This might be the more comfortable side for them if they want to draft against Team Philippines. We'll see if that's the case, because the bans from Team Philippines going to be the exact same as in Game 1.
Yep, this is crazy stuff coming from Team Philippines as Singapore. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, you guys are currently watching the first semi-finals of the series, and this is game number 2 with Singapore leading the charge, one game away from securing a guaranteed medal for the SEA Games in Vietnam. And this is tough. This is tough to watch just because of how things may happen. The fans are all very, very excited about this, and likewise for us, because we don't know what we're going to be expecting, because earlier today, and all of us, I believe most of us were expecting Team Philippines to go for an easy clean sweep. But guess what? Sometimes stats may lie. It's all about the vibes, it's all about the mental, it's all about the performance of the players keeping in shape to go in towards the fights.
And we can see that Team Philippines, they have already shifted their mental. They know that they need to change something going into game number 2. So now they're gonna instantly lock in the Beatrix away from Adamir. The man is just way too scary on this with the flickers on top of Wesker getting those easy kills. This does leave options open for Team Singapore if they still want to go for things like the Xavier, like the Grok, like the Eve even. They are all available.
Interesting enough, Adamir has experience playing on the XP lane, and I'm really surprised that representing for Team Singapore, he's going to be playing the marksman role, and so far he's been playing a lot of Beatrix, so I'm looking forward to see what else can be played to suit the forte. But looks like here is going to be the switch up coming from Team Singapore. They have banned off the Popo and Kuba in respects to Villa Luna's roaming one, but now this time they are going to be forced to pick it for themselves as a denial. So there's going to be 2 denials here coming from both Philippines and Singapore, one being Beatrix denied away against Adamir, and the other one for Singapore is going to be the Popo and Kuba denying away against Villa Luna.
But I think this is pretty comfortable for Singapore here. Popple and Koopa, just by default, is a hero that does pretty well in lane against Beatrix. But Team Philippines now going to be exchanging some pleasantries here by taking away another hero from Team Singapore's draft. They're locking in the Baxia jungle this time, and they're going to be sticking with the Eve in the mid lane.
Well, looks like they are going to be denying Team Singapore's draft again, forcing them to go for something else. However, Team Singapore, like you said as well, is going to be going for the Deroff again for, I believe, to be Soul playing it. Yeah, it was Soul playing it as well, and they can still keep their options open if they want to go for a jungle Deroff. However, Team Singapore, here comes the question. They are drafting this in contrast to hoping to meet Esmeralda in the matchup. And I'm not gonna lie, I feel like the Deroff was super underrated in the previous game because logically, how would an Esmeralda die within 3 seconds into a fight? It's partially because of how the Deroff's debuff brings to the table, and it was so underlooked in the previous fight, and we didn't exactly touch on it as well in game 1.
Yeah, I think that's part of the reason Team Singapore are comfortable picking it here, even though Team Philippines has not shown their EXP lane yet, because now that they know they have to deal with a Baxia, the armor reduction from this Deroff is going to help a lot, because as they themselves played the Baxia in game number 1, they know how difficult it is to break through this hero.
Yeah, I think the Deroff is just a good way to actually apply as a debuff if they go in for the focus fire. And on top of it all, they do need some way to actually chunk through the defense. I feel like Carry is an amazing hero to deal with Baxia, but he is going to be in a situation where the Eve as well as the Beatrix is going to be able to bully out on the Carry.
Yeah,
unless they go for a crit build Carry over the usual golden stuff Carry.
I'm pretty sure they're not going to be picking Carry because I'm quite confident that this is an Adamir, Popple, and Koopa. They're not going to be playing that in the roam. The only team that does that now is Team Philippines themselves. Now that we're in the second phase of bans, we can see that Team Singapore, they're banning out the Paquito because that's one of the few heroes that can actually lane against the Deroff. And Team Philippines banning out the Akai because they want to remove tanky junglers from the pool. They want to be the tank jungler on the map since they've already got the Baxia.
Wow, look at this. This is going to be a little bit of an inside scoop from the perspective of Team Singapore. We've got a tier list up there. Can barely catch a glimpse on what they prioritize, but it seems like they really did their homework. Wow, Coach Young In just showing them how to be a coach, I guess.
Well, you gotta be able to do that if you want to stand on this SEA Games stage here. Lots of research has to be done behind the scenes on not just your own team, but on every other team as well to identify habits, identify weaknesses and opportunities, because all of these players are ready to snap at each other like hungry predators. The final ban going to be coming out. Karina banned out by the Philippines as well.
I really wish the camera was really panning onto the clear so that we can actually copy the homework. But what did you see on the S tier? But oh wait, what?
Well, now this is interesting.
Wait a minute. We haven't seen Edith for a while.
We really have not just at the SEA Games, I feel, but Edith is just a hero that typically isn't picked up in the meta nowadays. But I think is quite suited for the style that JPL likes to play. Lots of CC built into one hero and is able to output a fair bit of damage themselves after using the ultimate. We'll find out whether or not it is going to be effective against Team Philippines.
You know, it's really interesting considering that Edith, ever since the pickup on the Edith, it has always been a situation where it does have a mixed love-hate relationship, right? Where it's good, but it's bad, it's just really bad. But Team Singapore, they're picking this up. I'm looking forward to see whether are they going to be flexing it as a tank or is it going to be a potential XP laner Edith. But in contrast as well, Philippines, their response is going to be the Diggy as well as Benedetta. Complete different adaptations of their usual playstyle, and hopefully this is going to be enough to clutch it.
This is quite risky for Team Philippines here, considering that these are heroes they have not picked up, but we can see the fans here in the crowd very excited. Even though Team Philippines are one game down, they are still confident in their support for their team. The time journey on this Diggy is going to effectively render the Edith useless, and that's going to make things a bit more difficult for Team Singapore.
Yep, seeing how this is going to be happening as well. Team Philippines going to be bringing in the Benedict, wants to get a little bit more mobility, and Team Singapore, they take a page off Team Myanmar, and this time they are going to be bringing in the Helker. This is going to be crazy. However, Team Philippines, they're still having their morale pretty high. It seems like they are believing in something. I'm sorry, I do not know what's going to be the trend for Team Philippines, but it seems like it's not over yet. They're bringing something special to the table, and I'm looking forward to see whether or not the Benedetta coming in is going to be the key winning factor from Team Philippines.
For those of you who are just joining us here right now, this is currently the second game of our first match of the day, our first semi-finals between Team Philippines and Team Singapore. Team Singapore currently 1 game up against their opponents, ready to move on into the grand finals. Will this Hellcat be the factor required to counteract the time journey coming out from Team Philippines, or will they prove that they are indeed the best team in the world?
Oh boy, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be Team Philippines versus Singapore, game number 2, with the plot twist of the Diggy to try and counteract all the CC-oriented playstyle that Singapore is bringing to the table. Likewise, with the Hellcat on board. Hopefully things are going to be a little bit better, but we do see a little bit of harassment at JPL, which I did not expect this. It's going to be playing on the Roamer role. I told you. See,
Wait
I told
a minute.
you.
This is a JPL Popol and Koopa and an Adamir gold lane Edith. He is planning to build Edith as a DPS instead of setting up kills with onwards here. This is an interesting style. I want to see if this works.
That's why you gotta trust Icy Baby, man. Icy Baby's done his homework. Adamir, ever since his introduction to MPL, he was a very amazing XP laner, and I really like how they're doing this. But question remains is that, is it the right call? I'm just gonna put a full stop there. Is it the right call?
At the very least, right now, we can see that both teams are putting a lot of focus onto their gold lane. They know that Gonzalez and Adamir are going to be their primary win conditions. So both Villa Luna and JPL are going to be giving their respective gold laners a bit of a hand to ensure that they will scale up better into the mid game.
Yep, and I'm looking forward to see how it happens as of Team Philippines. They're still playing it a little bit defensively. It's likewise coming from Singapore. I was expecting a little bit more aggression, but in terms of trade-offs, it's going to be very difficult, right? If you think about game 1, Team Singapore was a little bit more tanky, but now game number 2, they are a little bit more squishy. You can see that Adamir is trying to go for bait and trying to clear our minions. Gonzalez looking for the one pump. I feel like he can get the kill. JPL is in the vicinity, and I feel like Adamir is trying to bait this out for the team. And here comes a snipe coming in, and Gonzalez gonna be focusing on the minions instead.
But Del Rosario are gonna be able to find Soul in. The bush gets pulled back by the time reversal. Dark Knight Fall is gonna be popped right down. Real World Manipulation does not save Del Rosario, but will get the kill onto Madison in return. JPL now slightly out of position, but a dawning light will stop Team Philippines' attempt.
Well, this is huge. Both the junglers has been taken on 1-for-1, but surprise, the Diggy setup for the Real World Manipulation is actually going to keep anyone in place in Real Manipulation for the full duration of damage, and this is actually helping them out. Team Philippines now going to have the benefit of help deal a little bit more damage with the Electro Final Blow to clear off the minions. So this is going to be the Team Philippines special coming in with giving them now a 1k lead over Team Singapore.
We are already seeing that Team Philippines is actually accelerating the momentum of this game because they know that Team Singapore are actually capable of stopping them from playing safe in the mid game. They can't afford to take those risks anymore. They can't just say, no matter what, we will scale up, because we've already seen proof that that is not the case. We'll see whether or not this accelerated movement will be enough. As a flicker forward from Adamir, will he be able to catch out Gonzalez? The Popol and Koopa are going to be jumping in, gets him. He blocks the shot from Wesker, but it's not going to be enough. They find Adamir.
Oh, that is huge coming in from for Gonzalez as well. JPL needs to make a run for it as well. Real Manipulation can't seem to finish him off. Goes for the preemptive measure, but the Darkness Fall saves his life a little bit more as JPL narrowly escapes it all. So that was a close call, but still Gonzalez tried his best but won't be taken out.
That's just unfortunate there for Imam. He could not see where JPL was because of the Dark Knight Falls, and that allows the Popol and Koopa to walk out, but Adamir Going to be targeted yet again, taking a lot of damage from Tortoise. Presence able to run away under the tower. Almost gets sniped, but pops the Primal Wrath and gets a revenge kill onto Villa Luna. Philippines going to have to retreat.
Yeah, you can see Villa Luna giving a lot of information despite the death. And the beauty about this is, well, it is very, very much possible of cancelling regens and recall if Team Singapore decides to back off. So this is going to be a little bit of an annoyance later stage into the game. But Team Philippines, they need to help their lives because as of now, here comes another attempt with Reminiscent pulling at the Hellcurt. And this is exactly how you pick off towards Team Philippines composition, by giving them the blindness.
Yeah, that Dark Knight Falls, we already saw that it was very effective against Team Philippines when they were playing against Myanmar yesterday, and now Team Singapore are using it against them. Zayla dropping real low to the real manipulation, but he is able to walk out. JPL buying him lots of space.
This is very, very annoying to deal with. But Team Seoul now with the Hunter Strike available on the Dirov. Not exactly sure it is going to be enough. However, that is going to be giving a little bit of edge when it comes to 1v1 matchups. But as of yet, Turtle is going to be contested as well. Team Singapore is looking for harass as well. JPL going a little bit of zoning tactic. Team Philippines, they may need to get it as well. And that is going to be the Eden stealing a Turtle. And Del Rosario missing the steal. But Adamir will be forced to sacrifice his life. But the Turtle is in the hands of Team Singapore. However, they will trade 1-for-1. Gonzalez for Adamir.
That's going to be pretty worth it for Team Singapore, though. They trade out their gold lane for the enemy gold lane and are able to secure the turtle on top of it. And all things considered, Adamir was the one to get the last hit, not even the jungle. They now want to use this advantage in the bottom lane.
Yeah, that is a huge play coming from Adamir. However, Adamir as well is, I think he's going to be playing an XP lane, right? He's going to be going for full tank on Edith, and eventually into a later stage game, JPL is going to be scaling into the DPS department. I believe that's pretty much the right idea of what Singapore is going to be going onto it. Okay, yeah, let's take a look at the items here before real quick. Yes, he is going to be going for the defensive measure, while JPL is going to be going for the master. So it's going to be a little bit of a difference in terms of timing, but when they get to this later stage of the game, they will eventually scale very similarly to a standard draft.
Yeah, especially when you consider that Team Singapore, all of their heroes will be able to output a good amount of damage. Of course, Team Philippines, they have a solid late game as well, but they're already starting. JPL instantly dropping to the real world manipulation. Gonzalez gets the trade against Adamir in the bottom lane as well with the help of Villa Luna. So Team Philippines fighting back.
That is huge. That is a huge pick-off. Knowing that Team Singapore is going to be able to scale with Sayla, with the Xavier, but at the same time, JPL is also going to be the secret sauce, and Team Philippines is going to be able to punish this. However, there is going to be a pause calling in. Seems like there is going to be some sort of issues. However, as of current now, Team Philippines is able to get a little bit more economy to deal with this. And it seems like there is some sort of disparity in terms of game plan. But Team Singapore, they're trying to take advantage of the Darkest Fall. Whereas Team Philippines is looking to try and scale a little bit more to try and deal with the Hellcurt later on.
Yeah, they definitely are. The Dark Knight Falls right now is really making it difficult for Team Philippines to control the battlefield like they normally would. And even though they are actually still farming out quite well, again, this is the strength of Team Philippines. They will always have the net worth lead as long as they're not put too far behind. But Team Singapore, definitely showing us a thing or two about how to play against this very powerful lineup. Just up their momentum, go for the fights, catch them out, remove their source of information, and ensure that the flow of battle is in your hands instead.
Ooh, tensions are really, really high. You can see Adamir is feeling a little bit exhausted from the early games of today. But at the same time, the technical issue I believe to be called on from side Team Philippines, as I can see from the marshals taking a look here and there. But I feel like this is a good time for them to sit down and discuss how do they deal with the Hellcurt, right? Right now, the biggest threat is going to be the Hellcurt coming from Team Singapore, whereas from the side of Team Singapore, the biggest threat is going to be the potential Real Woman Division Digi combo to scale onto a Wombo Gom strategy. Because whoever gets caught by the return reversal coming in from the Digi is going to be completely shut down, potential with a Electro Final Blow on top of the Real World Manipulation.
Yeah, that is the team lineup that Team Philippines are trying to play around right now. But still, the Dark Knight Falls is actually really counterproductive to that, because the moment that Imam pops the Real World Manipulation and then he gets afflicted with the Dark Knight Falls, he literally cannot see. Usually, in these situations, you will be able to get over the problem with better team communication. You just have to tell your teammates, okay, they are standing here. But when it comes to the Eve, it's very difficult to tell him, drop your attacks on this grid.
Yeah, I definitely agree. This is a game where you probably see play a game of Battleship, if that makes sense. I'm not sure if you know it as well.
Yeah, I know.
And it's also tic-tac-toe as well. So possibly having good communication on which grid and how they point as well is going to be very, very important. However, the safer version will be just completely spamming all your points. Just hoping you hit one of the landmine multiple times.
I'm not...
It's very difficult. I know, I get it. It's very, very difficult. But of course, in a split second, of hitting those battleships, it's not an easy thing to do. So I like that there's going to be a little bit of a counter strats coming from both sides' perspective. But I'm really more curious on how can JPL survive the scaling, because how can Adamir actually benefit from this IDIF? How can he set up from the team? We see time and time again, he tried to get a couple setups for Gonzalez with the bottom lane where Beatrix was being caught out, but unfortunately could not connect the full combo, because technically, even if you go for the catch and turn it, you can still flicker in time before the Earth Shatter comes in.
I think what's important to note here is that Adamir went into this game knowing that it would be very difficult for him to get his combo off just because the Diggy is on the battlefield. So I think they're going to be changing up their gameplay style a little bit. If they can get a catch with the Edith, then that is good. But otherwise, his only goal is to stand there and soak up damage, after which he can pop the Primal Wrath. And we have to note, Edith does a lot of damage in Primal Wrath. I do believe that she does some pure damage as well. And that is very effective against the tankier heroes on the side of Team Philippines.
Yeah, but as you can see from side Team Philippines, they are going to try and resume the game. Seems like they are going to be back in action. I see the screen, but they most probably need to resume and test it out, I guess. So they are going to be resolving whether or not they can continue the game. But as of yet, what I do know is that Team Philippines is having in the lead. But does this break their momentum that they just gotten against Team Singapore?
I think what will be most important to pay attention to in that case is going to be Soto playing on the Benedetta. This is the first time we have seen him play on this hero, and even Benedetta itself is a very rare hero. We've only seen her getting played by one other team so far, and it hasn't quite really worked out. In this case though, I'm pretty sure with the plan for Team Philippines, they want to use this hero to delay the game. Benedetta is very good at split pushing. So if Team Philippines realizes, okay, we are not able to take fights efficiently at this stage, send out Soto, shove out a lane, buy time for their late game heroes to scale up.
It seems like the players are ready, and we're going to be going into the game once again, as we saw Team Singapore getting very, very focused, and it looks like they are going to try and force an issue. Team Philippines, they're back in action. Adamir going for the stand up as well. They're going for the catch. However, his damage taking a little bit too much, and he's going to be forced to disengage with his out. So Singapore will lose out a little bit of trade. However, the turret is up for grabs. Adamir going to be leading the charge as well, as Team Philippines still deciding if they want to go for it as well, considering that the Darkness Fall is still available.
Yeah, this is going to be a 4v4, and Philippines are do secure it. Time Journey already popped down to keep them alive. Soul dropping real low as Soto is in the backline on top of Adamir. They find Soul instantly, and the rest of Team Singapore has to back this off.
Oh, big plays coming from Philippines as well. Immediately focusing out on Turtle, but looks like Team Philippines is not over yet. They're looking for the pay, but the Koopa coming in to stop the Shield Unity is going to help them stop the aggression. However, it's not over yet. Team Philippines wants to take a mid control. Here comes the Real Motivation. Zella taking a little bit too much damage. He's going to be forced to back out. Using the Sonic comes in, and Gonzalez down towards half health. And Adamir is still deciding if he wants to go for it, but seems like he is going to focus on Soto instead. Doesn't seem to have the damage, but looks like he's going to be caught out of like the final blow. Here comes the flicker, and now you can see Soto will get an easy pickings alongside with Imam, giving the thumbs up. Freebies up for grabs as Team Philippines will lead that fight again.
Adamir, unfortunately, jumping in a little bit too early. He wanted to go for Soto, but the problem with Evif is that you need to tank a lot of damage before you can do a lot of damage, and he didn't have enough HP. But they get a trade in return. Soul with the Abysm Strike set up by Sayla picks up Ima.
That is big for both Sayla as well, because that is going to be a little bit of redemption. And I like how this role switch coming from Singapore, where they're going to send Adamir as the meat shield to try to deny away and stray away attention for the side of Team Philippines to allow Reminiscent and Sayla to come up online. And with that in play in mind, they will be able to scale really well. But looks like Adamir is going to be starting to fight again. Here comes the Darkness Fall. Here comes Time Journey. Actually going for the disengage. They almost chuck him out. However, getting a little bit aggressive means Adamir is going to be paid with his life. Electro Final Roll coming from Soto to re-engage, but Singapore gets the full disengage. The Reminiscent needs the purple buff. Can he get it? Yes, he will. But Is he going to get a little bit more? JPL, however, going to get caught out at the edge of the fight as well. Real Manucci comes in to slow him down. He's going to get caught out, pulls back as well, but they do not have the damage to finish him off. So close plays, but Philippines manages to scare Singapore off.
If JPL did not have sprint up there, he was confirmed dead. So it's lucky he's able to escape from that. But that was just a mistake by Singapore. They jumped in trying to kill Del Rosario with the Dark Knight Falls. But the Baxia, again, a little bit too tanky right now. Seoul gonna take a lot of damage from Soto. The rest of Team Philippines right on top of the turtle. They want to go for this.
Enderman tries to make the play, misses though as well. The Earth Shatter connects with Gonzalez. Likewise, coming with Dawning Light. Gonzalez needing to make a run for it as well. As Time Journey also going to be expanded. Likewise, coming with Darkness Fall. And it's going to be the full reset coming from Team Philippines. Singapore wants to fight again, but it seems like they are going to back off and reset this fight as they don't exactly have the tools to fight on against Team Philippines.
What's dangerous now for Team Singapore is that even though they are taking these fights pretty evenly against Team Philippines, it is Philippines right now which are farming so quickly. They already have a 4K net worth lead, even though it looks like they've been fighting about the same amount as Team Singapore. I don't know how they do it, but this is going to allow them to really scale up.
Pay attention to the minimap as well, because if you think about it, Singapore can't exactly outmatch the clear speed, and constantly, time and time again, Soto is just pressuring the bottom lane, making sure that Singapore can't group up as fight. And the thing about this composition for Team Singapore is they need to group up as fight in order to win fights. And Team Philippines taking a different approach is really smart.
Yeah, I really like this Benedetta in this situation. Usually, I'm not a big fan of this hero, but the Philippines have definitely drafted it for this exact reason. And if they're able to constantly separate Seoul from the rest of his team, that sets up for the rest of them to take better fights.
Exactly, but seems like a better fight is about to happen as well, because now Rosario is going to force the Toys for Sons to work with Sayla as well as JPL. But the question still remains, because right now, they don't exactly have enough damage to shut off Del Rosario. They need Soul in this fight, and it's so worrisome because right now they're calling in Soul in, but Team Philippines say, I don't care. Soto, split push, send him back, pull him away from the rest of the teams before we fight. But looks like it's going to be the issue as well, because Soto is going to get caught out. Here comes the combo, but a great eye-to-eye timing from Soto to escape the grass. However, the turret will be lost in the hands of Singapore as they lose the tier 2 down bottom to the minions.
Soto has been doing such a good job here of split pushing, even surviving that attempt. Now you can see that Philippines has the very obvious power advantage against Team Singapore and are still continuing to build up their network lead. Team Singapore, they're just being wrung dry right now because their members have to be split up across the map to deal with these minion waves.
Well, JPL first purchased the Helper coming in. It's going to be a way to counter negate the regens coming in from the Baxia, but I don't think it's going to be enough. He needs a little bit more. So, however, that kind of immortality means anytime soon Singapore may look to opt to choose to go for a fight. Gonzalez, however, getting harassed by Koopa a little bit, but slowly but surely we do see JPL have some sort of damage despite being the roamer marksman he is.
We can see right now that Team Singapore are actually very wary of the Philippines, and they're making an attempt here. They want to catch Adamir, pops the time reversal into Renner's Elation. Massive damage. He's still able to walk out. Dawning Light not doing nearly enough in return. They have control over the Lord Pit, and Soto is still split pushing.
I like how Team Philippines is very aware on what Team Singapore is trying to do. Lure them into a choke point and then allow Zayla to get a big Dawning Light. This is a strategy that is so commonly used by so many teams that Team Philippines has to understand that we don't need to force a 5v5 fight. As long as we have the split push potential, we will eventually get objectives. However, it is the same to be said from Team Singapore. Yes, we are trading 50-50 stalemates, but if we scale into the later stage of the game, there is a very high possibility that Singapore is going to be able to eventually find a way to chunk down Del Rosario Baxia.
I do agree with you there. The question is whether or not they will hit that point in the late game. Gonzalez already has 9k gold on himself. Soto is second top. Zayla gonna get caught out by the time reversal right on top of Del Rosario. He's in trouble. Will actually be able to get out. No, he will not. JPL are the unfortunately only survivor there, as both Hermanison and Zayla are instantly picked off even under Dark Knight Fall.
That was so unfortunate. Great catch coming from Team Philippines for that play. However, even with the Darkness Fall, they lose Reminiscence and and Sayla. But imagine the Darkness Ball not dropping in. They might have lose Soul as well. But as of yet, looks like they are going to force the issue. Soul does have the immortality as they go for the fight. Adamir trying his best to chip him all down. They're down to his low health. But Team Singapore, they can't seem to figure it out. JPL does have the damage, but they can't seem to clean out. Team Philippines a little bit hesitant to go in for the finish, but eventually will get the Lord for free as JPL not opting to go for the contest.
There's just not much he's going to be able to do by himself. This is a 1v5 situation. And even Soto fighting the backline, just delaying time. He's been doing an excellent job on this Benedetta. Singapore now are in a very bad situation. A 7k net worth lead for the Philippines. It is approaching the point where it's going to be very difficult to actually make a comeback.
Well, with the Lord pushing down from the bottom side as well, Team Singapore doing a fair fight as well. Soto gonna get caught out. They are trying their best to finish off. Lecto final will come. Soto is gonna keep him alive, but the Dawning Light, patience from Sayla, predicts his movement, anticipates him to be there, gets the job done. However, despite 4v5, Team Philippines still has the Lord on their side. Singapore has to make a way to make it a way as well. Real Mission comes in, he's gonna focus on Sayla, and Sayla gets caught off by the slows of Imam, and that is gonna be the mage down from the side of Team Singapore. Reminiscent is forced to go in for the split push and to mirror this, and right now they don't have anyone defending against this Lord coming in from Team Philippines. A big healthy chunk on the inhibitor. Enemy forced to go to ultimate as well, using his life, but he might actually die, but he is trying his best to delay the Lord. But Reminiscent will be able to trade an inhibitor as well. Nicely done coming from Team Singapore.
All things considered, that is a very good trade. Getting an entire lane of towers and an inhibitor, that is way more than Team Singapore should have been allowed to take. And Team Philippines, they were hoping to be able to get a little bit more with that. They'll just have to settle with what they got. Reminiscent, though, in trouble. Pop the Dark Knight Fall should allow him to get out.
Oh, Dawning Light doesn't seem to connect anyone. They need to be careful. Reminiscence goes for the side step, but guess what? This is going to be a trap. That Rosario really forced the time journey to actually get out of the situation. They want to fight under the tier 2, but JPL taking a little bit too much damage from Gonzalez as he snipes away, and eventually they will get the kill on Adamir, but the trades are coming in. Soto, however, getting the sneaky rat he is, as Team Philippines will take another inhibitor away from Team Singapore. Oh my, this is close. This is close.
Yeah, but this feels so annoying to play against here. Team Singapore trying their best to counter the team fights, but they're just losing out in split push. JPL getting dropped real low. Dawning Light not gonna do too much as the final inhibitor on the side of Team Singapore is going to fall to the Philippines.
Nicely done coming from Team Philippines. They get all the inhibitors and they are going to be taking objectives. And guess what? Right on time as well. 30 seconds before the next Lord. Team Philippines may consider freezing up the lane. Meanwhile, Singapore is going to try and make something happen with the split push at Soto. Consistently pressuring the bottom lane, but looks like Team Singapore, they want to pick a fight. Soto needs to be a little bit careful. He's thinking about it. He might be walking into the bush right here. Team Singapore, they might be able to go for a play. Looks like they will catch him. The silent comes in, but the Dawning Light from Sayla completely misses the shot, and Soto will survive that. Such a close call for Singapore, but Philippines will be able to escape this.
That was an perfect use of an eye for an eye, getting a 3-man stun on Singapore. Sayla missing that Dawning Light is going to cost them, because getting that kill onto Soto would have been huge to keep Singapore in this game.
Oh, that is so unlucky. Oh, you hate to see moments like this, but at the same time, it's not over yet. Singapore, they're starting to scale a little more. They have a lot of economy in that regard, but it looks like they are going to force the issue, because Adamir is going to get a freebie ontowards Del Rosario, who's trying his best to survive this, but this is going to be the bait. Real Reminiscence connects on 3, but here comes from the side as well. Reminiscence goes for the side. A big Dawning Light connects on 5, but they can't seem to finish them off. They poke them all away, but eventually Gonzalez is going to be able to pick them apart, as this healthy Beatrix is getting kills after kills. Double kill for Team Philippines, and Singapore, can they do something about this? Well, here comes another Dawning Light, almost taking Imam, but it's not going to be enough. Look at this. Imam, JPL is going for the concealed play. Okay, looks like he's going to be backing off.
He does not manage to find Imam there, who was hoping to be able to get the trade off, but that does end up being a 2-for-2 trade for both teams. All things considered, again, considering that Singapore are as far behind in net worth as they are, that is actually not bad at all. And if they can continue delaying this game long enough, they might be able to find an opportunity. But Team Philippines, their mental right now is going to be at 100%. They know that this is their point in the game. And when you know that in these situations, they very rarely make mistakes.
Exactly, but Team Singapore, they need to find an option to push down, because if you think about it, based on all the towers coming in from Team Philippines, they've got the tier 1 down mid, they've got a tier 1 down bottom. Singapore, they need to find a way to open up the map, and it's very difficult to do so because of all this map control that Philippines is prioritizing. But still, all in all, now we're heading towards late game territory. Look at the items coming in. JPL is one item before going for the max slaughter, so-called roamer marksman. And once he gets his final item, this is where we start to see JPL start to hit a little bit on par. But Adamir is going to force the fight. He gets a little bit nice of a fight as well, but Time Journey comes in. So going for the side, trying to pick a big AoE damage. He gets the job done, but they can't seem to have the finisher. But instead, Villa Luna as well as Imam will pick up the pieces of Team Singapore as they clean up their kills. And Sailor also going to be caught out, and just like that, they lose 3. And this might be GG. JPL finally showing himself, but I don't think he can do too much. Forced to go for the concealed plays, and it is going to be a 2v5 situation. Philippines, they are going to go ignore the Lord.
Yeah, they're just going to push straight in. No inhibitors left. They want to end this game in their favor.
Oh, no.
JPL instantly gives the mega kill over to Imam Adamir, the only one left alive, but no cooldowns. Unstoppable going over to Gonzalez, and the Philippines not going down without a fight evens up our semi-final series against Team Singapore.
GGWP, and you can see Team Philippines very, very happy with that comeback with game number 2 in the bag. Means we are going to be seeing a full game 3 coming from the semifinals. The dreams of Team Philippines holding up potentially the silver or gold medal is still alive. It's not over yet, ladies and gentlemen.
I think this is exactly what we expected. These semifinals are going to be tight. They're going to be close. They are going to be some of the most intense MLBB gameplay you have seen. And both these teams are fighting with their lives on the line. They want to stand on that podium. They want to bring home the gold. They are holding the wishes and hopes of the entire nation on their shoulders. They are not going down that easily.
Oh my goodness. Despite the struggle on towards the hell curve, seems like it is going to be back towards the drawing board for both Team Singapore, and it is going to be a full reset coming from both the teams. Anything can happen. Oof, that is extremely, extremely difficult coming from both teams, and it all comes down to execution, and feels like the death trap coming from Team Philippines is just a little bit too hard. However, what I really like about the adaptation coming in from both teams, swapping their roles, right? Team Philippines, they swap Villa Luna as well as Imam back into us, where Villa Luna playing on the roaming position and Imam playing the mage seems to have a major impact into us game number 2's performance of the Philippines. And contrast, Singapore making the decision to swap Adamir into his XP lane. That was kind of questionable, but at the same time, I wasn't expecting them to actually swap it.
Yeah, sometimes unexpected things are able to work, and I do like the creativity that Team Singapore had in trying something else out, and it did actually work out quite well for them in the early stages of the game. But props has to be given here to Team Philippines. They know what their gameplay style is. They know what kind of win conditions they lean towards. It is that late game. So giving Soto the Benedetta just to buy as much time as possible, force Team Singapore in a situation where they cannot take the team fights that they have drafted for, and you are basically denying them any chance of taking the initiations they want to get.
I really liked how it was a little bit of a small game of rats between both Philippines as well as Singapore, with Soto going for the rat plays, managing to get so much, forcing Soto to constantly go in and not being able to join the fight, has put a very, very strong dent on towards the offensive capabilities of Singapore, and it's just very, very hard to watch. Whereas I liked how Reminiscence was able to get a very nice counter right up the top side, but the damage has been done. Like, it was a little bit too late. It felt like Team Philippines was just completely outmaneuvering on all fronts when it comes to rotations, and that's the downside of an Edith, right? Edith is amazing when it comes to tankiness, in terms of dishing down damage, in terms of being extremely annoying in CC fights, but the downside is mobility is extremely, extremely lacking.
Yeah, it was just so easy for Team Philippines to just walk away to avoid getting caught by the Edith. And this is unfortunately one of the weaknesses of the hero and one of the weaknesses of Team Singapore's draft as a whole, because a lot of their crowd control was dependent on this one Edith. And when you have an Eve on the opposite team, you can't just rely on that. Imam had a free game there. MVP of this game going to be going over to Villa Luna. We didn't really get to see them do a lot in this game, but being that silent support in the back line, catching people out with the time reversal, keeping the team alive with time journey, that is what puts them here on the MVP screen.
I think it's really smart considering that Villa Luna was one of the major reasons why Team Philippines was able to dish out so much damage, right? The time journey gives you a huge amount of shield, neglects CCs as well, and every single time you can see like this Helker dives in, the time journey is there to make sure that everyone tries to survive. And even all that, it was a lot, and I mean a lot of close calls coming from Team Philippines as they might risk being eliminated. Even though the Darkness Fall was a threat, they somehow still believe in the Ube threat. In this case, having the Diggy, forcing teammates to come together means that regardless of the Darkness Fall or not, they are going to be able to have some sort of defensive capabilities to actually help each other during dark times.
Yeah, we already mentioned beforehand that Soto being able to split push the lanes is one of the reasons that Team Philippines were able to delay long enough. But the reason they were able to take many of these 4v4, 4v5 fights as well is because Villa Luna was always there supporting their team. The time journey shield made a big difference because a lot of times when Team Singapore got a great engagement, the members of Team Philippines were able to walk away with tiny slivers of HP simply because they were more survivable and immune to crowd control while under its effects.
Well, congratulations for Villa Luna as of yet for being the MVP for game number 2. And guess what? The night is dark and full of terrors, but with the Diggy, you can conquer all. That is just an amazing performance coming from him. However, it's not over yet because let's take a look at the highlights on how it all went down between both the match in game number 2. Game number 2 is a match between both Philippines and Singapore. As you can see, it was a little bit of a skirmish, and you can see Philippines was struggling to deal with the Darkness Fall time and time again. But eventually, both teams had very, very similar capabilities, which is scaling into the later stage of the game and also dealing with each other's annoyance. In this case, Philippine side was pretty much the Diggy pulling into the Real Woman Division, and Singapore gonna be the Darkness Fall.
I do think that Team Singapore lacked a little bit of target prioritization here though, because they really needed to jump onto Imam and Gonzalez, but a lot of the time they were focusing their efforts more on Del Rosario and Soto, both heroes that have their own ways of being able to escape from getting caught out in these engagements. And because of that, you can see how much farm the Eve and the Beatrix were able to get towards that late game simply because they don't have to worry about anything. They can just stand at the back and plunk at Singapore, constantly chunking out their HP.
Yes, indeed, and I'm looking forward to see how Game 3 is going to go because this is an amazing adaptation coming from Team Philippines. And in the games as well, you can see time and time again, every single time the Darkness Falls comes in, Villa Luna is there to prepare some sort of defense with the time journey, making sure teammates are ready for the Rumble. But this was one of the major big turning points for the side Team Philippines because they were able to call out both JPL, Taylor as well as Reminiscence in a very awkward position to actually slow down their momentum, and because of that, Team Philippines was able to get that early level 15, that early 1-up items against Singapore to actually win up the remaining fights to come.
I do also feel like Singapore started dropping a little bit mentally once they started losing because there was no reason that Adamir and Sol should have tried to engage to challenge the Lord here when they didn't have Zayla or Reminiscent available. Losing 2 people is bad enough. Losing another 2, that is just setting up for the Philippines to take even more objectives. And once they got confident, they were able to just charge down the base, just take kills wherever they could. Every time that Singapore tried to push out to shove the lanes, this is what happened.
I'm really surprised by the plays as well coming from Imam. His real world manipulation has been on point every single time. Look at this as well. His positioning is always in a spot where Team Singapore needs to commit so much to actually contest that, and it's very interesting on how he's able to capitalize on it so well to a point that they are going to be able to set up for kills. This one was pretty much an almost turning point for Singapore if they had gotten the kill onto Soto. very, very clutch escape coming from Solo though.
Yeah, you can see that towards the end of the game, once Singapore realized that there wasn't too much they could do anymore despite their best efforts. You could just tell that their style of play was already falling apart. The coordination was very much lacking as compared to earlier on in the game. And this is what allowed Team Philippines to regain the advantage towards the later stages of the game. Again, it is that mental victory. Team Philippines, they just have this kind of discipline, this quality that makes it so it doesn't matter if they're behind, they know what they need to do.
Yeah, I definitely agree. You can see the Eve is just so annoying to deal with the Xavier as well. It's just an amazing way of doing it. As soon as you see someone, you are going to be dropping the real motion and immediately take one out. And the slows coming in is just a little bit hard to get out of it. And logically, you would expect like flickers, a sprint coming from Singapore, but it was so difficult to do so. But JPL seems like he was struggling to get some sort of farms. But let's take a look at the items real quick coming from both sides. Team Singapore, you can see that eventually JPL was able to get his all items. So actually, he didn't even get his final items. He was really lacking in terms of damage output. And you can't exactly blame him, considering that he was trying to clear the minutes as quickly as he can, trying to go pick offs, but he just doesn't have the damage to chunk or force the fight, because every single time he wants to go for the fight, it has to go through a big railroad manipulation, which pretty much zones him as well as Sailor out of the distance to pick a fight.
Yeah, I totally agree here. Team Singapore, they had the damage. All of their heroes are able to do so much damage, but this is a tank meta. And yes, they had a tank, they had to eat it, but you saw how quickly Adamir died in most of these skirmishes. It's just not enough. And then their squishier heroes just drop one by one. Either way though, we're gonna be going into a game 3 to determine who moves on into the grand finals. We're taking a short break. We will see you guys in just a little bit. The battle to determine our very first grand finalists at the 31st SEA Games continues as neither Team Philippines nor Team Singapore are ready to give up their chances at the gold medal without a fight. We are going to be going into Game 3 of our first semi-final series, and we will be ones to bring all the action to you. My name is Staffa. Alongside with me is none other than Terrence Icy Baby 1-2, telling you that, of course, this tournament is organized by the Vietnam Recreational and Electronic Sports Association, VRESA, in cooperation with the publishers of MLBB in Vietnam, VNG Games, as well as the developers of the game we all know and love, Moonton.
Exactly. I am looking forward to see who is going to come on top, because we are finally at the stage to witness who is going to be our first grand finalist for the 31st SEA Games, and it is going to be either one of this team. Is it going to be Singapore? Is it going to be Philippines? Now is going to be the time to root for them, because they need all the support they can get, because one of these teams is going to advance and one of this is going to bow out, fighting for the bronze match. But nevertheless, whew, this is going to be a tough one. It's understandable why we had to take a pause, right? Because this is going to be the final game. The final game on the line. A lot of things has to be said right here. Team Singapore as well as Team Philippines is one step ahead to getting their confirmed medal, silver or gold. This is going to be their last chance to go for it for either of the teams. And I don't know who's going to be coming up into this, but Game 2's performance coming from Team Philippines has been refined and reformed. They look way much more solid, and they are still getting that momentum that they need from Game 1 as well as Game 2. Hopefully, it is going to be enough to push them in this final game to head into the grand finals.
Yep, Team Philippines' performance in Game 2 was much more characteristic of their own style, and they definitely found the same groove again now that they're no longer looking to underestimate Team Singapore. On the opposite side, Team Singapore, however, I can imagine that there's going to be a lot of pressure on their shoulders. They won a very handy game number 1, but now going into game 3, they just came off of a fairly devastating defeat.
Yep, this is going to be a tough one as well because there is going to be a lot on the line. You can see they are getting prepared. Team Singapore, are they going to be bringing in their pocket threat? Because now is the time to pull it out because this is all you need. Making it in towards the grand finals is going to be the way to go. And hopefully it is going to work out. They pulled off the Edith, didn't exactly work out. Team Philippines, they pulled off the Natalia. I didn't exactly work out as well. However, it all comes down to adaptation. The question remains, is Team Singapore going to try to bring in the Natalia for JPL? Or is it going to be back to basics for Team Singapore and try to respond to Team Philippines? As of yet, Team Philippines, they have Villa Luna with a very, very interesting draft in the final pick, which is going to be the Diggy to deal with the Hellcurt, as well as the rest of the teams. It seems like it's all about what they want to prioritize. We have to respect the Enchantress himself, which is going to be arguably one of the best supports in the world, Villa Luna, playing on multiple heroes, which we did see Team Philippines prioritize on the bans. But now, interesting enough, this time, Team Singapore is going to be taking first pick on the blue side, and they are going to be banning off the Matilda, the Masha, and Xavier. In contrast, taking it away means Team Philippines is going to be banning off the standard ones as well, which is going to be the Valentina, Ling, as well as 1-1.
Figures of focus that we have to pay attention to here are going to be the Baxia and the Beatrix. These two heroes have been on the winning side for both of the previous games, but Team Singapore going to be going in another direction. They want to continue banning out Villa Luna's picks, this time picking up the Eve for themselves to control the flow of the fights.
I'm not gonna lie, both games coming from Team Philippines from Eve has just made so much impact. One played by Villa Luna and one played by Imam. Imam, however, had a bigger surprising factor in game number 2. But this time, oh my goodness, Team Philippines taking the adaptation from Team Singapore in game number 1, where they prioritize on the Beatrix and Baxia. And guess what? It is going to be a contest for both these heroes based on how well both teams have played. So far, it is a 100% win rate based on the semifinals for the Baxia as well as the Beatrix.
Yeah, literally, in game 1, when Team Singapore won, they had these two heroes. In game 2, when Team Philippines won, they had these two heroes. So just statistically, now that Team Philippines have locked in both these heroes for themselves in game 3, they seem to be leaning towards a victory. As we can see here, the Philippine contingent, the fans, they're feeling quite happy with this. Team Singapore will be the ones to throw a wrench in their plans.
Oh, Team Singapore finally bringing in the Karina to match the Baxia. So this is going to be a little bit better. And I like the smiles coming from Team Singapore because this is something that they're very, very comfortable at. However, Team Philippines, they are going to be adapting to the situation by picking the Sicilian in contrast to deal with the Eve, using the Sanguine Colossus range to try and cancel off the real world manipulation.
In comparison to Team Singapore, which now has to play a much faster game to scale up towards the mid game, which is where the heroes will be strongest, Team Philippines will be very comfortable playing their usual style. Delay time with Del Rosario on this Baxia so that the Sicilian and Beatrix will just come online and dish out massive late game damage.
Yep, I'm looking forward to see how it goes down, but the Franco being banned from side Team Philippines means that there is going to be a little bit more of a danger zone in the sense where Team Philippines, they don't exactly want to be hard locked down. I feel like they are going to be going for a potential mobility hero, but at the same time, Ling is out of the equation, and I don't think either of these teams play a Fanny, and I don't think the Fanny will be played at all. But occasionally over the regions, we have seen a potential roaming Fanny, or maybe even an XP lane Fanny, even though it's not really, really popular, but it has been brought out to cheese their way through. So I'm not exactly sure why, but it seems like Team Philippines, they just don't like the Franco pickup.
Yeah, absolutely. Considering they just want to delay the early game to play for the late game, Franco is a hero that instantly provides a way to accelerate momentum by catching people out of position. This is why Philippines, they quite commonly ban out this hero. They just don't want to have to deal with it Team Singapore going to ban out the Angela for themselves. Don't want to give Team Philippines another strong Enchanter style support, especially considering they have not locked in Villa Luna's hero yet.
That is a good read coming from Singapore as well, because Angela can just can do so well against the composition, especially with the Boxer, right? Knowing how tanky the Boxer can be, the Hard Guts further strong arms the defense of the Boxer to able to chase and mow down heroes. And it's an amazing hero to actually deal with the Karina as well when they are in the Hard Guts. So great read on Team Singapore, and I want to see how the adaptation comes in. But Team Philippines, they reply with the carry, and it seems like they are going to be bringing a very tanky composition to deal with the Boxer. It seems like they might, and like I mean, they might be bringing the Enchanter style to further accelerate the defense of the Boxer. You can see the faces on the coach from Team Singapore a little bit baffled by this move, but they need to figure a way to chunk down the Boxer and expect the potential Estes pickup coming from Team Philippines.
Estes pickup, I can definitely see that happening here, but I do think that Team Philippines might lean away from it slightly, simply because you need to be grouped together for the blessing of the Moon Goddess, and that's exactly what the Eve on the side of Team Singapore wants them to do. The fact that you're burning out this carry leads me to believe that they might be leaning towards grabbing a Grok to just support the Baxia here, because that is a hero that would be weak to the carry.
Yep, the Grok is actually not too bad as well from the side of Team Philippines. We have seen Team Singapore try to do it. They may consider picking up for themselves with the Grok, but the question still remains, are they going to be facing an Enchanter style support from Philippines, or in this case, are they going to be facing off a mobility one? Because it all comes down to the final picks, right? Are they going to go for a 5v5 fight, or are they going to go for a split push fight? And as of yet, Team Singapore, they don't exactly have the split push potential, but picking up the Paquito from Team Philippines is going to keep their options open a little bit in terms of going for either the split push or a 5v5 fight. Singapore, however, they have to make the call right now.
This Paquito is really good coming out of Team Philippines. It is a hero that can actually fight the Deer off in the EXP lane and has a very easy way to stop the real-world manipulation with a knockout strike. So instantly, Team Philippines are going to be able to respond to any sort of team fights that Team Singapore want to play with. And if Team Singapore go for any more squishy backliners, then Soto will be able to just jump straight in and get 3 kills.
Yep, seems like they are going to be down towards the final moments here. They have to make the play. It is going to be the Clint coming in from Adamir, as well as the Grok as the tank coming in from Singapore. Looks like they are going to deny it away from Team Philippines, who may consider mirroring Team Singapore's composition from game number 1. But now, the final pick coming from Team Philippines here is going to be the Enchanter hero. That is going to be Villa Luna's up for grabs. Are they going to go for the Estes? Because as of yet, Estes isn't too bad against the composition coming from Team Singapore if they decide to go for the Ube strategy right here, right now. Are we going to see it? Or is he going to play something else? This is tough. Rafaela, maybe? Rafaela for Boxia is pretty good as well for mobility.
I do think that Raph would work
here. Let's go.
They do actually go for that, but I think this is a little bit risky, because while Raph can build up to be quite tanky later on in the game, in the early stages, he is going to be quite an easy target for Remanescent on this Karina, so the positioning from Villa Luna is going to have to be perfect.
Well, seems like they are going to be having into the games as well, because we are going to be heading into the final games, and the drafts has been set by both these teams. Is it going to be Singapore that advances? Is it going to be Philippines? We shall find out. But what I do know, as the drafts coming in from Team Philippines is going to be prioritizing on their usual Ube strategy concept, which is without the Estes this time, which is having the Rafaela instead. Team Singapore, however, going to be bringing the Eve on the contrast against Team Philippines, and I'm looking forward to see how they do this.
Yep, this is going to be do or die for both these teams. We now enter the Land of Dawn for the final time here in our first semi-final match of day 2. Whichever team ends up on top in this game will be your first grand finalist in the 31st SEA Games.
Oh boy, let's go, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be the decider match for either of these teams. I want to see how they played it, but this time Sayla going to be playing on the Eve in contrast of Imam playing the Cecilia. So it is going to be their usual comfort picks, and I like how Adamir is going to be opting to their marksman. So these are their perfect starting lineup coming from Singapore, getting their roles all identified. But looks like we are going to be seeing an early contest on towards the Little Wanderer, and Will Luna actually almost getting caught off. Forces a flicker, means Singapore is going to win out on the trade for the Little Wanderer.
I do like that Team Singapore are rotating more heavily in this early game. They know that this is the point of the game where they have to build as much advantage as possible, because once the late game comes around, Team Philippines will be able to just steamroll their composition.
Yep, Soto now on the Paquito, going to be going for the matchup against Zeroff once again. Team Singapore, they are going to be strong arming that composition. However, split push potential, I don't think that Team Philippines is going to go for the Benedetta again. But seeing that the Karina is a big threat from the side of Team Philippines, they need to figure a way to deal with it. And I know that Karina is just so hard to deal with, but in terms of tankiness as well as causing chaos in the backlines, it's just one of the S-tier list heroes. And you can see immediate aggression coming in. Villa Luna getting poked away. However, he's going to get caught out. And Sozoi's Poisson is going to come in. However, he's going to be able to escape it safely from the side of Team Singapore.
What we just saw from Team Philippines is exactly how they intend to deal with this Karina. They know that Remanescence is going to be aiming for Villa Luna most of the time, so always have Del Rosario nearby to protect the Rafaela. He's taking a lot of damage here for JPL, but that is fine. They are on top of the turtle, taking a lot of damage, but Del Rosario just tanks it all. He is going to end up being the first blood, but they trade up for Remanescence as well.
Oh my goodness, here comes the real world maneuver coming in, and Team Philippines is gonna back out just like that. They get the trade onto the turtle coming from Del Rosario. However, the pickoffs coming from on towards Reminiscence was pretty much wasn't expecting or calculated coming from Singapore, because Imam was able to catch him off guard. So that was a big catch while the junglers was focused onto the turtle objective.
Yeah, really well played by both teams there. But Del Rosario, I'm impressed at his discipline. He knows that he is probably going to die there, so he just stands in the turtle pit. He knows he has to secure it for his team, because that's the only way that he will make trading his life worth it. Now, they are upping the speed as well. They want to steal as many jungle camps away from Team Singapore, because they know Reminiscent is on the opposite side of the map.
Agreed and agreed. But as of yet, let's take a look at what's happening. Nothing much is happening. Both teams just playing in 50-50s, but Team Philippines, they do have a slight lead in terms of economy because of that turtle trade early on. Villa Luna gonna get focused down, and the Holy Baptism also gonna be set up in place. Unfortunately, it's gonna be used for nothing, as Team Singapore not overcommitting to that fight. They are going to be playing safe. Imam has off the sprint, and that is huge, because now Soul, he's going to get caught out with the fight, as now they get run over by Del Rosario, as he is going to be looking for more. Look at this, it's just so healthy. Wall charge comes in from JPL, not connecting with Luna, and he's going to die just like that. Del Rosario gets an easy double kill just by strong arming his levels as well as sustains.
Definitely a mistake by Team Singapore there. I don't think they knew what they were trying to achieve. Soul nearly getting the kill onto Imam, but gets his Abysm Strike stopped by Del Rosario, who just has massive damage. Zayla definitely stayed in the real world manipulation a little bit too long to see if they could just chunk out the members of Team Philippines, and ended up costing them when JPL jumped in to sacrifice himself.
Agreed. Another time with Soto as well. Philippines will be having a little bit upper hand, but Team Soto is going to go for the punch as well. Remnants actually gets caught out. That's going to be the retribution steal coming from Philippines as they secure the Soto. JPL, however, going to get caught out. Big wall charge comes in, but they just don't have the follow-up. Team Philippines, they have to sustain. They need to make a run for it. Soul is here, but here comes Gonzalez as well, as they slowly poke apart at the defense of Singapore. Double kill for Soul. He's gonna get the triple. That is huge for Team Singapore. But Gonzalez, he wants to pick up the piece. The real motivation from Sayla is gonna have him out. But can Soul go for the meter? He misses the skill right at the last thing, and Gonzalez sidesteps his way through. That was the last health, but Soul will finally finish him off, and that is gonna be quad kills coming from him. And not getting the Maniac, but still getting 4 kills in the back in his hands.
A massive play by Team Singapore, and that is going to heavily amplify Soul's farm here, getting a 4 kills in a single fight. Unfortunately, not quite close enough to guarantee the Maniac, but Adamir almost getting taken out from the side by Villa Luna as well. Being able to escape that is going to be huge. And while Philippines are still ahead in net worth, Singapore are definitely closing the gap.
Yeah, that was a too close to be called comfort, because Team Philippines, they had that in the bag, but fortunately for them, they were able to salvage the situation. However, the question remains. Right now, Adamir, he's slowly skating a little bit more. He's going to be able to do a lot of poke damage, but eventually, these are just all bursts, a mini burst of a damage coming from Clint. They need some sort of hard true strike damage to actually pierce through the armors of Baxia, and it's going to be very, very difficult to do so. And Adamir now looking to farm in tier 1. Looks like Team Singapore, they want to force the issue. Immediately, Team Philippines, they are going to back off. You can see the stuns coming in. There, Rosario overextending a little bit too much, but preemptively pops the Tortoise Bason and will be forced to back off.
This is the strength of the Baxia, though. Del Rosario being able to just roll in under 4 members of Team Singapore, and they really can't do anything to punish him. But here comes the conceal play. JPL goes in, forces the flicker out from Villa Luna, and the Guardian's barrier is on the wrong side of the fight, allowing them to escape, while Soto up to his usual split pushing strategy.
Yep, great patience coming from Singapore to bait out major spells. However, like I said as well, Soto is going for a split push pressure, and we've seen this before. Team Philippines, they're just baiting out, but Team Singapore, however, they are going to have the numbers advantage. The side comes in from Gonzalez, not going to be successful, but the turtle will be secured from Singapore. They needed 5 men for this, but they can't seem to pick a fight, as Team Philippines are still getting objectives across the map. Adamir from side Singapore is forced to split off, but looks like Team Singapore, they're not going to continue the assault, as they will try and save up some farm for Adamir first.
That was a free turtle, though, thanks to JPL. A massive 3-man wild charge onto the backline bought them enough time, and now he's continuing to open up the map. Team Singapore now are heavily focusing on Adamir's lane. They know that he is their win condition. They need to get him as fed as possible.
Oh no, Soto.
But this might be a little bit too much attention, because Soto, he's just gonna get another tower for free. Soul, I hope he's not too late.
Oh, we've seen this happen before, and it's just so difficult there to actually match it up. And I like how Philippines is fighting this, but looks like the purple is gonna be contested as well. Real manipulation to help Team Singapore out of this sticky situation is gonna be a-okay. Real Rosario is gonna be kited off, but the damage coming from Team Philippines is a little bit too much, and Team Singapore has to go in for the reset. Adamir getting a little bit greedy with his farm, but fortunately for him, the Team Philippines is not going to go for the commitment, as Imam doesn't have the mana to actually contest it as well. Soto, however, down to his half HP. You can see Singapore are trying to make an attempt. Adamir laying low, but seems like the recall coming from Soto is going to come in. Oh, he finally misses the timing. Soto was looking for the defense. However, they will settle with the tier 1 up top instead. Meanwhile, Philippines is going to trade bottom if they can.
They know that Adamir is up top now, so they're going to deal with this here. Reminiscent, the only one in position. Soul misses the flicker abysm strike. Going to get taken out. JPL almost dropped as well. Adamir coming in from the side. This is dangerous. He wants to get Imam, but Del Rosario is right there. Won't try to dive too deep for it. They get the bottom tier 1, and now they're going on to Reminiscent instead. Del Rosario coming in from the mid lane, gets the holy baptism, sets up the snipe for the Gonzalez.
Oh, that was big. A big snipe, double snipe coming from Gonzalez, just completely takes him out on the equation. Because of that, now no retribution up for grabs. People is in prime position to go in for the Lord's fight. Team Singapore, how will they do this? Looks like they are a little bit afraid. Soto will be the first one to zone off Team Singapore, as he's got the double KO punch. JPL comes in, but here he goes. Soto making a little bit of hard havoc. The Lord is going to be dropping towards 20%. Real Wolf Division has been dropped to fight the fight, but Philippines, they're still holding on, and there's no commitment yet, but the retribution will be enough to get the Lord from the side of Team Philippines, and just like that, they will back off.
Yeah, really good discipline again from Team Philippines. They're able to get the Lord for free. They don't over-invest because they've already used many of their cooldowns just to keep Team Singapore off of the objective. They're still ahead in terms of net worth. All things considered, Singapore not that far behind. If they're able to get a good fight again, they are still very much even with their opponent.
Yep. And as of yet, Team Philippines, they are going to continue to do so, going for the pressure at the box here. There, Rosario opening up the map. Reminiscence is going to try and open up a couple of fights potentially with that Karina. But as of yet, has to be able to find a pickup. But oh, Adamir from the get-go, getting a snipe from Gonzalez. He needs to be a little bit careful now. Villa Luna going to use himself as a bait, but Team Singapore is not taking it yet. There, Rosario looking for the flank. He does see Adamir. He's deciding if he wants to go for it, but he is going to deny the Cyclone Eye to try and sync up for the Lord. But Adamir is right here as Team Philippines looking to decide for this as well. The snipe misses from Gonzalez, but he needs to be careful coming from Adamir, because if he dies right here, right now, it might be over for Team Singapore.
Yep, Adamir will be able to survive this and take out the Lord, but Team Singapore in a bad spot. Wild charge being forced by JPL to escape from Del Rosario. We are now hitting a pretty difficult spot, as Soto is even able to push down the bottom tier 2. Singapore left only one external tower and are falling further and further behind in terms of farm.
Beautiful defense for now coming from Singapore. As long as they do not die and give unnecessary kills, they will eventually scale back. However, as of yet, Team Philippines still trying to chip away at the defense of Team Singapore, as JPL only has a Blade of Despair on his drop. He needs to be a little bit more tankier when he gets his next gearbolt item. So this could be a very, very difficult situation, but it all comes down to catch potential. Villaluna does have a scout about this. Gonzalez looking for the snipe, doesn't get it. Adamir will block the shot, but he's a little bit too low as a marksman. Do they want to risk this? Because Team Philippines, they want to go for it as well. Here, Rosario thinking about it, however, will back off.
That's just a really good intimidation factor from Del Rosario going in for the back line. Team Singapore, they definitely had a sinking feeling in their gut that they were going to get cut off. But Del Rosario making the wild. Oh, hold on though. They catch out Villaluna with the wild charge. Ramasa jumps in, gets the kill. Finally, a trade for Singapore.
Oh, this is finally a good pickoff from Singapore as well, because they needed this breeding room to come back online. But like I said as well, it's only a roaming, but still, is it going to be enough? Because as of yet, they still need a couple more items. In this case, Adamir needs to hit his level 15 or maybe even get his Endless Battle on top of it, the potential Thunder Belt to actually further enhance the True Strike. But all in all, considered, it's just so much things they have to consider before taking the next fight. But while they're doing it as well, the Lord is going to be spawned off. Team Singapore is going to try and potentially bait this out, I guess.
Team Singapore has better control over this part of the map as of right now, but Team Philippines are definitely in a position where they can challenge this without too much issue. And the entire time, you can see Soto is still continuing his split push. Ramanison now doing some good damage to the Lord. Hunter Strike already bought by Gonzalez. Lord dropping real low. Will they be able to steal it away? JPL gets the wild charge, secures it for Ramanison. Real one manipulation already dropped down. Soto coming in from the side. Adamir gonna be able to pick up the Baxia. They find one. They got the Lord. They are happy with that. Philippines and Singapore will both disengage.
Oh, that was huge coming from Team Singapore as well, with JPL intentionally blocking Del Rosario's Shield Unity, forcing in a very, very awkward position, denying Team Philippines the backup, and because of that, they were safely able to get the Lord and get a freebie on top of it all. So this is the redemption that Team Singapore has been eyeing for a long, long time. However, Team Philippines, what is going to be the game plan? Because as we have, Imam is very close to his level 15. Likewise, coming from Gonzalez, they need to hit those big, big damage. And I feel like Adamir is one of the biggest threats coming from Team Singapore.
He definitely is, but I don't think this is going to be much of a threat for Team Philippines right now. This is only the first Lord of the game. Even a single person will be enough to take it out, and it does seem like they're sending Imam to deal with it, while Soto will stop Soul from being able to get the split push. But Singapore will be able to get this top tier 2 in exchange.
Oh, this is going to be rough. Seems like Team Singapore, they are going to be chipping over the outer turrets instead. They will get a tier 1 down mid, and they are looking to open up the map a little more. Team Philippines need to defend this year. The barrier comes in, isolates the fight. But Team Singapore, do they want to force the issue? Sanguine Clock connects on JPL, but it's not going to be good enough. But Soto, he's going to get caught up. He's down a bit low, but the damage is going to be too much. So needs to make a run for it. Real Blade isolates the fight, but the wall charge is going to be able to shut down Del Rosario. Villaluna also going to be caught off. That just means Singapore is going to come out. And Adamir gets the dribble. He gets the quad. Can he get the 4? But no, the shutdown comes in. It's not going to be enough. Imam is going to be able to resurrect again from immortality. Almost gets the quad. Unfortunate for Team Singapore, but still a beautiful defense coming from Philippines.
That is going to be massive for Team Singapore. They end up trading 3-4-3. Soto, unfortunately, not quite able to clear things up. He actually has enough damage to finish off JPL and Ramanison there, but Adamir, you can see that he's already doing a lot of damage, and being able to catch out Del Rosario that early on in the fight makes it so that Team Philippines does not have a front line, allowing Team Singapore to go in for the back, allowing Adamir to play as aggressively as he would if he was on the Beatrix. Team Philippines, they cannot afford to allow this Baxia to get caught out so early.
Yeah, this is huge coming from Team Singapore. If you think about it, right, they were losing so much in terms of economy, but because of that play, and even though they were trading 50-50s, right, overall, they are going to be winning in the better trades just because of the economy swing and comeback coming in from Team Philippines. So we are going to be seeing how this is going to be happening, but it seems like they are going to be having a pause as of yet to try to figure out the final moments, and it's understandable, right? Considering that now, in this final stage of game, they need to figure out what they need to do, because it all comes down to one small mistake, and either one of these teams are going to be pushed down and losing their chance of getting themselves a gold or silver medal.
Yeah, this is the penultimate moment for this series, this semi-finals. In the next few minutes, we will be determining our very first grand finalist. And both teams right now are in a really even state. Either side has the potential to take it home, to go up and be guaranteed at least second place.
You can see the supports are coming in from Team Philippines to actually support the team, and it could be going either ways. And as of yet, they're trying to discuss a little bit, I guess, on how to deal with Adamir. You can see Adamir's perspective. He knows how strong he is from the side Team Singapore. You saw how the moment he came back into his action, he was able to just dish out so very much damage against them. And because of that, it is going to be very, very difficult to actually overcome. But it all comes down to whether or not can they push towards the last moments. In these final moments, I guess they are going to be discussing what is going to kick up, focus on Adamir or focus on the Karina. Which is it going to be? Meanwhile, on Team Singapore's discussion should be focusing on trying to punish Del Rosario's over-aggression on the Baxia and chip him off while picking off the sides. But little did they know, Imam is actually starting to hit really, really hard on that Sicilian.
Yeah, they have to watch out for Imam. They have to watch out for Gonzalez. Even Soto is starting to dish out quite a bit of damage. So although Team Singapore have been able to get really beneficial trades so far, they still have to be quite wary in their initiation. As you highlighted earlier, a single mistake at this stage of the game could cost them their chances at the gold medal. And it does look like we will be returning now to the land of Dawn.
Well, it seems like the next lot is going to be up as well. 15 minutes in the game. They are equalizing in terms of economy. Singapore is back in action. However, Reminiscence opening out the map. Villaluna does scout him up. What is it going to be? How's it going to be? It seems like it's going to be a tough call. Ooh, the Lord is going to be beaten out from Singapore once again. However, on the minimap itself, you still see Soto going for the split push potential. So it's not really a good call by JPL with the concealed play.
He gets the wall charge. He hits Del Rosario. Real manipulation already dropped down. JPL dropping real low. Gonzalez doing a lot of damage. And now Singapore are on the back foot. Del Rosario just chasing them down. And they're dropping real low in terms of HP. Philippines wants to follow up. Soto coming in from the back line. Holy Baptism finding Reminiscence. Knockout strike on top of Soul. But he is still able to walk away.
Oh my goodness, close call coming from Team Singapore, but Philippines, they were able to overcome the surprise element of JPL, immediately bursting him down. Gonzalez doing a fantastic job at that. And just like that, Team Philippines, they bounce back, they get the Lord, and it feels really, really good now to be in the driving seat right now of this momentum swing.
That was a really good initiation by JPL, finding multiple members of Team Philippines in the bush, but I think in that split moment, he couldn't decide who to go for, ending up using the wild charge on Del Rosario. And even though catching out the Baxia has worked out for Team Singapore in the previous fights, he is still very tanky. They have to be in a perfect position to actually pick him off first.
Yep, seems like they are playing it safe from side Team Philippines. They are going to be freezing the lane to wait up on the Lord before going for the push. Team Singapore is going to be losing out about a little bit shy of 3k economy, but as of yet, even though it's a very minuscule task in terms of economy, but they need it just because they need to hit those level 15s. And as of yet, Sayla is only level 14 alongside with JPL, whereas Team Philippines, they're all going to be maxed items very, very soon. However, looks like the Minotaur is going to be in as well. Del Rosario looking for the base. Thank you, doesn't catch anyone from side Team Singapore. And looks like they're still waiting for those opportunities. Gonzalez looking for the side, sitting in the bush. And Team Singapore is going to be forced to defend against the assault on the Lord on the top side. But looks like we are going to be calling in for a pause as we get on thinking of what they need to do coming from Team Singapore.
This is going to be pretty dire for Team Singapore right now. There is a Luminous Lord pushing up the top lane. They have successfully defended the other inhibitors, but you can bet that Team Philippines is going to be making use of this Luminous Lord to try and get at least 1 or 2 structures. Maybe if Team Singapore makes a mistake, they could even use this to end it right now.
This is really tough. I'm not gonna lie. This is very, very tough. This might be the turning point for either Singapore or Philippines, because as of yet, the Lord coming in and Team Philippines is feeling so very much confident in the situation. And I feel like from the side of Team Singapore, there's just a lot on the line. Seoul, however, needs to figure out a way to cut towards backline and potentially snipe off Del Rosario, or maybe even...
They can only afford to pick off the Baxia if he puts himself out of position. They need to target Gonzalez, they need to target Imam, but that is quite difficult because usually the person that's going to be making those initiations is JPL on the Grok, but he needs to be standing in the backline to protect his own Eve Sayla from the box here, because you can be sure that Del Rosario wants to stop the real world manipulation as fast as possible.
Yeah, there's just a lot on the line as well. As you can see, discussions are made as well. They're trying to solve the technical issue. I believe Soul's, I think there's something wrong with Soul's connection, I guess, and it makes a lot of sense. But this is not a good time for him to have this kind of issues, right? It is going to break down the morale and focus, and hopefully it is not going to affect them too much as well. You can see there is a lot on the line.
You can imagine that pausing the game like this is going to make a lot of impact towards a team's momentum. And I think right now, just based on the way they're looking, Team Singapore is definitely feeling a little bit of that stress. They're under pressure. They know that there's a chance they could get eliminated with this push, and they have to decide how they want to deal with this. Right now, it is important that they keep their mentality strong, because you can be sure that Team Philippines are going to be feeling quite comfortable right now in terms of the mental game.
Oh my goodness, this is going to be a very, very tough one. But at the same time, I'm looking forward to see how it all goes down, because right now we are going to be jumping straight into the game to find out how it's going to go down in this final Lord push, potentially from the side Team Philippines, because it is happening right here, right now. You guys are watching the SEA Games, and this is going to be the final game for the first semifinals. And who's going to be the Lord is going to be coming in, and seems like Team Philippines, they are going to respect and concede this Lord away. All right.
Team Philippines are known for playing more safe and disciplined late games. They already got one inhibitor with that Luminous Lord, and they know that pushing any further and losing a fight would actually allow Team Singapore to instantly push in and end the game themselves, so they don't want to take that risk.
Well, we do see immortality purchases coming from Singapore. All they gotta do is just stall it out. Meanwhile, Philippines as well, they do have a couple of immortalities, but as of yet, Reminiscence is gonna get kind of caught out as well. JPO needs to make a run for it as well, as they continue to get chipped off, but they're just a little bit too tanky. So Team Philippines unable to chip away at those immortalities, but they will chip away at the middle turret for now.
That's gotta be so frustrating. That's the power of the Beatrix, using Renner, just chunking out the tower even without a minion wave. Literally nothing that Team Singapore can do. They are down to their final inhibitor. Things are looking quite dire for them now. Still a 6k net worth difference, which at this stage of the game is actually not that much, but they don't really have the tools to be able to fight straight into Philippines. They need a pick-off.
Yep, that is going to be the immortality up on Soul. That means he is going to be able to come over line a little bit more very, very soon. But looks like it seems like there is going to be a skirmish as well. Villa Luna forced to use the Holy Baptism to get him out of sticky situations, but Singapore, they are still sticking around, but the minions are going to be pushing onto the base. Is this the right call? Team Singapore, they have to defend against this, and as of yet, Team Philippines, they've got full control of the Lord. They're split off as of now, but Team Philippines now is going to be the best to force the issue, but looks like they are playing it safe. They don't want to commit into it yet, as they want to try and force Team Singapore to make a mistake first.
This Lord is going to be very important. It is the final evolution. Del Rosario jumping in. He sees Soul, but the man has immortality, so Philippines don't want to invest. We know that this is their style. They play around these objectives. They will reset this Lord as many times as necessary to be able to secure this game-ending objective.
Yeah, this is so smart coming from Team Philippines here. They're waiting for Adamir to actually mess up into this rotation, but the minions are pushing from all sides, and the Philippines, they're waiting on the minions on the top side to push into a Singapore and then potentially trying to catch them off guard. But Team Singapore, they've got to make a move very, very fast, because they are playing in the hands of Team Philippines, and it looks like that the move is going to be going back to defense, and that is going to be conceding Lord territory into a Team Philippines.
Team Philippines knows that all the waves are going to be pushing in. They will be able to see that Soul has been sent up to the top lane to deal with that wave as well. So knowing that Team Singapore is going to be outnumbered here, they might look for the engagement, but they're just zoning them out. They're playing safe. Del Rosario dropping the Lord down real low.
Half HP coming in as well. They need to force the fight, but there's a big minion up top. But Team Singapore, they're going to rush in as well. They are going for the push. They can't kill off Gonzalez. Real Bridge comes in, isolates the fight. However, Team Philippines, they're just backing off, but there's a big minion wave up top. Team Singapore, they need to back off. Somebody's got to defend against this, but the fight is going to be on retreat as well, as Adamir almost getting caught off. Soda going for the finish round. Sidestep with the flick anger coming from Adamir. They pick up the Paquito, and they are going to look for more. Can they get the finish? Soda will slowly get chipped away, and Adamir clutches it for Team Singapore, and they are going to get the kill. However, the Crystal almost losing it from the side of Team Singapore, but it is going to be a 5v4 situation.
That was really close. If Seoul was just a little bit later in recalling back to the base, Singapore would have lost their chances at the gold medal to Minions. And now Villa Luna going to be targeted again. He will be able to get away with the speed up from Holy healing. The Team Philippines, they still have to be careful. They are now down one man. They can't afford to take a fight.
Oh, this is so hard to watch. But Team Philippines, they've got all the time in the world. But Team Singapore, they are going to try and potentially force a play with the Lord now being present in as well. Team Philippines is still checking out the HP bar of the Lord, but slowly but surely the Lord is chunking in. So looking for the fight, but looks like they need to back off. But here comes the Revolution. They isolate the fight. They're Rosario going for a little bit more damage. JPL needs to back out from this fight, but they can't seem to find any sort of the pickup. Adamir is nowhere to be found. Meanwhile, Gonzalez is secretly pushing the mains from the side. So that is going to be a skirmish fully disengaged from Team Singapore, not being able to do anything about the situation.
I think we are all sitting on the edge of our seats right now because we really have no idea which way this game is going to go. Both teams are playing so disciplined, so safe. They know what is at stake right now, and just resetting the Lord constantly. They are responding to split pushes very well. So even though Soto and Gonzalez have been coming in to try and get a cheeky backdoor, Singapore have been ready to respond to it.
Exactly. Sayla now just got his Divine Glaive. This is going to be a major factor on the overall damage how we're going in from Team Singapore. But is it going to be enough to deal with against Team Philippines? As of yet, you can see Team Singapore, they're still waiting and pushing out the lanes as much as they can so that they can get their Crystal's HP up and healthy before, or if Team Philippines decides to do something really spicy. So they're holding on the lanes pretty well, but it is going to be a stalemate for a while before they make a play. Team Singapore, they're making sure every last bit of health is going to count. And as of yet, the Crystals is going to be full health on the bottom left of the minimap itself. The Crystals is going to be on 100% health. Team Philippines, however, is going to try and bait this out. Singapore, however, also going to be waiting out immortalities potentially on Adamir as well.
This has truly turned into a mental battle. This is how Philippines usually is able to win their games. They're just able to outlast their opponents and make less mistakes. But so far, Singapore has been proving that they have what it takes as well. They've been doing a very good job of dealing with what Philippines is trying to do, matching their split push, matching their presence on the map, and keeping an eye on the Lord to make sure that it is not taken away for free. They want to get a pick off, but the positioning of every player on this map is perfect.
Oh, looks like there's going to be a play coming in. Gonzalez from the behind as well. So it's going to try to make a play as well. He finds Gonzalez, but he's going to get focused out. He dies through the first one as well. More time to get chipped away, but Imam is going to finish him off. Now, Team Philippines just slowly picking off towards members of Team Singapore. They can't seem to finish off Gonzalez. JPL tried to make the play. He's still alive. He's got the immortality, and Singapore is slowly retreating away. And likewise coming from Philippines, and everything is on its way. Well, but Gonzalez from the side. Ooh, that was a little bit too close. Unfortunately, Reminiscent does not have the vision for that. They lose Soul in the process, and this is another play coming from Team Philippines, and this is going to be the best time for them to try and contest the Lord.
Even though they are down one man, so it's still quite risky for Team Philippines to go for this. Soul tried to make the engagement, and it was a good attempt for Singapore to try and catch Philippines off guard, but that's a very difficult thing to do. Even at this point, Team Philippines respect the amount of damage that is coming out, and the fact that Singapore were able to disengage from that, only losing a single player, is going to be huge, because if they had lost even one more person, the Philippines would have been able to take this Lord and end the game.
Well, that is going to be another pause coming in as well, but we do catch a glimpse of the Heart's Claw being purchased towards Gonzalez, but once again, this has been a very annoying stalemate, and you can see how JPL is consistently going for those Garden Barriers to try and prevent the Lord from heading in towards Team Philippines' side of the map, and this is just so much patience coming in as well, and you can see there's just so much on the line now. But as of now, Team Singapore, they know that Soul has died once. They don't have the immortality. They need to try and force Team Philippines to make a mistake and somehow make a comeback, because time and time again, it is going to be a split push fight between both Soul as well as the Paquito coming in from Team Philippines to actually go for this fight.
Yeah, they are going to be the ones mainly looking for that initial engage. Otherwise, it is going to be JPL with that wild charge. But again, both teams are positioning very well to avoid these sorts of situations. And while Singapore is the one that is looking for engagements, Team Philippines are perfectly happy with this sequence of events. They're just waiting for an opportunity they can exploit. This is their style of play. It has worked for them so far. Will Team Singapore be the ones to finally put a stop to their plans?
Oh, this is just so mentally taxing as well in this final fight because there's just so many pauses while trying to fix this issue. But you must understand, the moment whoever wins this fight is going to be having the biggest sigh of relief despite the mental tension that is happening between both Team Singapore as well as Team Philippines.
It's honestly going to be really heartbreaking for whichever of these teams ends up drop down to the bronze place matching because they are truly playing their hearts out here on this stage. This is maximum effort. This is 200% effort to make sure that they can go up into the grand finals to represent their country, to go for gold. They don't want to give up on that opportunity when it's right in front of them, but you can already see the fatigue settling in.
Oh my goodness, this is very, very tiring, and I can see as well, it's very stressful. It is only the first semifinals, but as of now, like I said as well, whoever loses this series has a bronze match to fight by the end of the day. But whoever advances is going to take a very, very sigh of relief and say, I'm going to go home, take a quick shower, and focus on tomorrow's grand finals.
Yeah, that's going to be very important. As we've already highlighted many times, being able to take a step back and refocus mentally is a huge determining factor in allowing a team to play at 100%. And considering that the grand finals are tomorrow, where one of these teams will be fighting for a chance and bringing home the gold medal, they need all the rest they can get.
Yeah, it's just so heartbreaking. So you can see Soul's face as well. He is starting to show a very huge signs of fatigue, and who could blame him considering how close the match was? And JPL, it seems like he is having some sort of issues with his phone. I guess that is going to be a technical pause as well. Adamir also going to be focusing on from side Team Singapore as they try to resolve the issue as quickly as they can.
This is going to be pretty rough for them. Hopefully that we can get this issue resolved as soon as possible because, again, these are the final moments of the game. Both teams are just waiting for that one play, that one initiation, that one mistake from their opponents at this stage. Whoever wins a fight, the respawn timers are going to be so long that they can just break straight through. Obviously, Team Philippines are in a more advantageous position because the crystal for Team Singapore is completely exposed. But I don't think they'll have any issue to break into Team Philippines base as well. It just comes down to who wins the next big team fight.
Agreed. Reminiscence as well, trying to keep his focus as a back, and Soul as well going to be focusing on what is going to be the game coming in. And there's just a lot on line for Team Singapore, and this is so stressful to watch. I'm not gonna lie, we're as casters, we're just on the edge as well, hoping that this game is gonna proceed, but it's just so very difficult to continue considering the stage of how the game is actually happening. But I don't know, it feels like it's what is gonna be the right play from Team Singapore? It's like they need to focus on Gonzalez, but Beatrix is just so far behind. But if every single time they make a play, it's gonna be extremely hard to actually go in for the kill.
I guess we'll find out what the plan will be because we are now going to be returning to the game once again. Which of these teams are going to be coming out on top? Team Philippines now going to be making the attempt. JPL able to walk away with no problem. Reminiscent coming in. He wants Villa Luna, but their positioning again is on point. But they know that Soul has to deal with the wave up top. They could use this opportunity to start on the Lord.
Well, again, JPL looking for the long resets on towards the Lord. Team Philippines will, however, try to make attempts. Seems like they are making rotations up top to potentially get an easy kill onto a Soul, but I don't think Team Singapore knows this because as of now, Team Philippines are showing signs on towards the Lord, but beautiful reset coming from JPL with the wall block, and that is going to be Team Philippines not able to clear it off. Meanwhile, Team Philippines is making plays, so he needs to make a run for it. He clears the minions, but from behind, he's going to get surrounded, so he needs to make a run for it as well. He knows he is going to be having a little bit of fun, and just like that, they take him out. Team Philippines will catch him off guard. However, this is going to be a 3 3-man push coming in. They need to find a way to reassemble the rest of the teams, as the rest of Team Singapore is going to try and make a pick-off, and unfortunately to say, it's not going to have a great walls here coming in to isolate the fight. A wall charge coming from JPL to isolate them all, but they don't seem to have the damage to do so. They need Soul in this fight to come.
A good disengage from Singapore. They're only going to lose Soul there, but that might be enough because Team Philippines can now completely zone them off the Lord. Again, we are very late into the game. This is the final evolution of the Lord. This is more than enough for Team Philippines to end the game if they're able to secure it. JPL gonna... Actually, he does get the reset, but Philippines swaps their target, goes for the Grok instead. That's one more down. Remanis, the next target. Soto jumping in on top of Sailor, pushing him back. But Team Singapore, they're not gonna give out without a fight. Sailor dropping real low, getting taken out. Remanis going to be able to survive. Adamir flickers forward, pops the immortality on Gonzalez, but he is out of position. He gets another immortality, gets his own immortality pop. They will get the killing spree onto Adamir as now Remanis jumps in. He wants to pick off Villa Luna, but gonna guide to the back impact, and Philippines gonna pick off the final member. Sailor drops in a double kill. Soul gonna finally respawn, but he is in a 1v5 situation. Will he be able to defend against this minion wave? Philippines gonna be jumping straight into Crystal is exposed. They are going to end the game. Ladies and gentlemen, Team Philippines are going to be your first grand finalists in the 31st SEA Games.
Oh, what a game. What a very, very long one. But eventually, Team Philippines making the plays, goes in for the flank, and gets the job done. Well done coming into Team Philippines, and it is going to be a sigh of relief for the Philippines fans, because that is going to be Team Philippines making it into the grand finals and guaranteeing a medal regardless of gold or silver. Well done coming from Team Philippines, and you can see the fans are just cheering them on. My, oh my, what a long first semifinals. However, as we say congratulations to Team Philippines, it's sad to say that Team Singapore will be advancing down below for the bronze match, which is going to be happening by the end of today. It's not over yet for Team Singapore to get a medal, but still, congratulations, it is in order. As you can see that Team Singapore, they played the best of they can to try to get the first two spots.
Team Singapore definitely deserves all the praise in the world right now. The first and only team so far to take a game from Team Philippines. It's unfortunate, but we will be seeing them once again at the end of the day, where they will go up against the loser of our next semifinals match in the bronze match placing. Either way though, as you guys can see, the first team to qualify to the grand finals, Team Philippines, will be fighting once again to retain their champion title in the 31st SEA Games.
Yep, congratulations to Team Philippines securing a guaranteed medal as of yet for the 31st SEA Games. But are they going to be taking it all the way? You guys got to stick around to find out for tomorrow. But this is your first grand finals. As you can see, they are going to be standing up on stage as the rest of the fans are going to be cheering them on, supporting them, waiting for what is to be happening tomorrow.
Ooh, that's going to be exciting to pay attention to, but Team Philippines are now going to be able to take a much-deserved rest. They will be able to go home, take a break, take a shower, take a nap, because the grand finals will be beckoning tomorrow. That's going to be the end of our first series of the day, the first semi-finals of the SEA Games. I'm excited to find out who will be joining Team Philippines in the grand finals tomorrow.
Agreed, but oh my, that was a very, very long first semi-final. But nevertheless, congratulations to Team Philippines for that victory. However, considering that this is going to be a very, very legendary match, I have seen so many plays coming forward with these teams. I must say, I am very, very happy that I was able to witness all these matches, man.
I'm really impressed at the performance from all of these players. Unfortunately, again, the nature of competition, when there is a loser, when there's a winner, there has to be a loser. Unfortunately, in this time, Team Philippines, they were able to secure the victory, so their opponents aren't going to be able to move on to fight for that gold medal. But who will be able to continue their fight for the gold medal is going to be our next match. You can see there we're going to be seeing Team Indonesia go up against Team Malaysia in our second series of the day, the second semifinals right after this.
Yep, I am looking forward to see who is going to be the next one to actually face off Team Philippines. But despite all the performance coming in from both these teams, I'm pretty sure Team Malaysia and Team Indonesia was watching that match, and they will try and adapt to the play styles of what Team Philippines is going to be play. But before that, they are maybe going to be bringing a little bit of their flavor in for this upcoming match against each other. And I don't know, one step closer towards a repeat in history for the previous grand finals is in orders, where Philippines is going to be the one. Is it going to be Indonesia, or is it going to be a breaking, of course, or for Malaysia? But before that, the previous match here, let's take a look at the MVP of game number 3 between the match for Team Philippines as well as Singapore. It is going to be none other than Imam on his Sicilian with a 6-1 and 10 KDA.
Once you hit that late game, and the Sicilian just has so much space to be able to pelt people with the bat impact from the back lines, you can be sure that Imam is going to be outputting massive amounts of DPS, ending the game with a 6-1 and 10 match KDA. In a match that lasted over 20 minutes, the man only ended up dying once and still participated in 89% of his team's kills.
Yep, let's take a look at the items coming in real quick for how the match all went down. As you can see, they built as much as they can, but eventually Team Philippines was the one to overcome the obstacle. Gonzalez as well, swapping up his shoes to go for the rose gold meteor to tank up all this initial burst being drawn in from Reminiscence, as well as Sela's Eve, which is a proving point on how strong the Eve brings to the table. So it makes a lot of sense why he's formed to go for a little bit more defensive damage item, which is going to be the rose gold meteor. Imam as well going to be having full slaughter, going for assistance here, nothing out or ordinary for him. Villa Luna as well as Soto going to be going for the standard builds as well.
At the stage of the game that we ended up going 27 minutes in, obviously all of these players are going to be maxed out in terms of items, so it all comes down to how they decide to take the fights, how creative they can be to finally get an advantage. And unfortunately, it was Team Philippines in this case to be able to find that opportunity. But what an intense game this was, just over and over again, back and forth. Whenever Team Philippines won a fight, Team Singapore just won one right back. The trades were always very even, and it was so close up until the final minutes of the game. You still weren't sure who was going to come out victorious.
Exactly. Team Singapore, they tried their best. Adamir was pretty much in the position where they could have won the fight, but Soto was the one that kind of found a way to shut them down. And the split push coming from Team Philippines is just so much on point. And it's just really unfortunate that Singapore is going to be forced to play in those kind of situations where they have to defend onto the Philippines every single time. Whereas Team Philippines, even though they were struggling to get pickoffs, but you know how tanky they can get. And with the Rafaela coming in from Villa Luna, they were able to just completely get in and fight out or fight very easily. And this is something that Team Singapore realizes as well, to counter negate the slows coming in from Sela, who's consistently providing so much zone control for Team Singapore.
But you can see that Adamir was doing such a good job as well on this Clint, just dealing out consistent damage in the backline. Team Singapore tried to be the ones to make something happen with Seoul going in for the engagement. And even though they ended up losing out on him, they did a really good job of disengaging from these fights against Team Philippines. They definitely survived a lot of skirmishes they had no business surviving, and that is what allowed them to stay in the game for much longer than you would think. But it was this final decision by Team Philippines, making use of the fact that Seoul is always going to respond to the split push, to catch him out by himself.
Yeah, it was such a close call as well, considering that they almost lost the entire top lane because the minions were actually pushing into the crystal, and he had no choice but to make sure that he doesn't mess up his lane. So with that picture in mind, Team Philippines was able to capitalize that and take advantage of the situation to punish it. And ever since that, it was pretty much Team Philippines trying to snowball their way. Adamir also flickering forward to get kills. Unfortunately to say, the immortalities on Team Philippines has been doing so much wonders. It all came down to a battle between the immortalities, and Team Philippines were able to retain it way much better compared to Team Singapore.
And that is what allowed them to just push in, get the team wipe, go for the crystal, and end the game in their favor, becoming your first grand finalist here in the 31st SEA Games. What an intense series we have starting off here in day number 2, the semifinals. I'm excited to see what else is going to be up ahead. But again, congratulations are in order for Team Philippines. Fans of Team Philippines, you guys will be moving on to the grand finals for a chance to retain your title as champions of the SEA Games.
Yep, and I'm looking forward to see how it all comes. But of course, thank you guys all for supporting the Mobile Legends Bang Bang community, and of course, also witnessing moments of your countries supporting and trying to fight for their medals. But once again, this is going to be the 31st SEA Games Vietnam finals. Semi-finals coming in, and I'm looking forward to see you guys again for the next match, which is going to be Indonesia versus Malaysia. But as of now, we're going to be taking a very, very short break. My name is ICBaby12, and he is Tava. We'll see you guys right after this break.
It's actually my first time visiting Hanoi, Vietnam, and in the past 24 hours that I've been here, there are so many things that I like already. But the best thing that I like about this place, Hanoi, Vietnam, is the weather. I think this is the perfect weather for me. You can go outside and wear a jacket and do not feel hot, and you can go outside and not wear a jacket and do not feel cool. It's the perfect weather.
Yes, I tried it. I really like it, and also it's very delicious and try some.
Hi, I'm Daniel James Del Rosario, also known as Wise, the jungler of Cebol MLBB. I respect all the teams and I think they're all strong, but in order to be a champion or to be a gold medalist, you need to defeat them also. I don't have a team that I want to face, but rather I want to face them all so I can test my strength.
Hello everyone, I'm Dexter Lucy Alaba and my ID is Dexter and I'm some Blacks International.
I'm Kai Dominic Soto from MLBB Cebol team.
My name is Salim and from MLBB Cebol team, also known as Haji.
I'm Ayon Uzi from MLBB Cebol team. I'm a trainer of 6th month of Blacklist.
The team we want to face is the Indonesia because their team is full of strong and talented players. So in order to become a champion, we have to beat them.
No, because I never thought that I will become MLBB pro because I played just for fun.
I'm confident enough that my team will get into the finals because my team has prepared well for this 31st SEA Games in Hanoi, Vietnam.
I'm Kai Dominic Soto, ex-trainer of MLBB Cebol team.
I'm Saling, also known as Haji from MLBB Cebol team.
I'm Ayon from MLBB Cebol team.
I am Christopher Ricapagaza, coach of MLBB Cebol team, and I'm also known as Bonchan.
My name is Lee Howard Gonzalez. I'm the goaltender of the MLBB Cebol team.
I'm Anil Jandani, the assistant coach of MLBB Cebol team, also known as Master the Basics.
I want to thank all the MLBB fans, especially our MLBB community, and I just also want to ask them not to only support us, but to support all the Filipino esports athletes that will represent our country.
No, I haven't really visited any country yet, but the weather here in Hanoi is really good. Laban! Laban!
Hi, hello. My name is Daryl. my Indian name is Yang Lin. I'm the reserve/coach of Team Singapore.
Hello, my name is Ramus. My IGN is Reminiscent, and I'm the jungler for Team Singapore.
Hi, my name is Stefan Chongruchi. I go by the Indian name of Soul, and I play the HP lane for Team Singapore.
So for me, I think it's a bit special here in Singapore because our team here in Singapore, even though there is many games that have the esports, basically we could pursue esports, but not at a very high level. So therefore, for me myself, I've been jumping from game to game in the last 10 years, and afterwards when I realized that Mobile Legends was like a stable game in Singapore because it is the most popular game in Singapore. So I decided to try my luck here by joining an academy team just last year, even without any experience, and slowly worked my way up to join the top team in Singapore, and therefore ending up here today.
I would never think that I would become a professional esports player in general. So what happened was I was enlisted to national service, and I used to play a lot of PC games. They include mobile FPS, and I've always shined in mobile games. And when we enlisted in national service, we only had our phones during our rest time, and then me and my bunkmates, we kind of just downloaded it because it's still mobile, and we just we spent a lot of time playing it together. That's where I did a lot better than my peers, and then I went on to make new friends in game itself. We formed a team, participated in community tournaments back then when the team was really small, and never looked back since then.
I think as my friend Daryl mentioned, Mobile Legends is becoming one of the most popular games in Singapore. As for my hopes and wishes for Mobile Legends in Singapore, I hope to become one. I hope to achieve a medal or a good result during these current SEA Games, so as to make it so that the future generations, the current and future generations, will continue to receive support from Team Singapore.
My name is Bezel, and in-game name is Bella, and I'm the mage.
My name is Adam. I'm also known as Adam here, and my role is the goal lane.
My name is Akihiro. My game name is JPL, and I'm the roamer for Singapore.
Personally, I would like to versus the Philippines or the Indonesia team because I'm friends with like a few of them, so like it'll be very interesting to versus them.
I'm still a student, so I just have to manage my time well to study and both play the game at the same time.
This is a very well-rounded off meta, and most likely will be picking Cho because we play anywhere.
For this 31st SEA Games, our team is really gunning for a medal finish. We haven't had a break since the previous tournament, and we have been really training hard for this. For future plans and aspirations, I think we really hope that the athletes that would represent Team Singapore, especially in sports, to not only Mobile Legends, to really go for it and achieve better results.
Right, to the countless of fans supporting us, do continue to support us as we hope to do Singapore proud, to get a medal finish, and we also hope to, of course, inspire some of you guys, to be going through the same as us in the future. So I tried like food in Singapore. There is like Pincha, Pho, and Bani. I would like to try like the authentic one that in Vietnam, Hanoi, like specifically. I'm also like impressed by how like brave they are, like crossing the road. There's like so many motorcycles and cars, but like they are able to just like cross daringly, which is something that I won't be able to do.
One Team Singapore!
Nama saya Idrin bin Abdul Jamal. IDN saya Momo. Saya bermain sebagai goaltender untuk tim Malaysia. Perasaan saya bila sampai ke Hanoi ni rasa sangat excited dan cuaca kat sini lain lah daripada Malaysia. Tim Indonesia sebab tim diorang ada banyak all-star daripada negara diorang.
Hi, my name is Suko. My role is jungler. Nama saya ialah Suko and role saya ialah jungler. Sebab saya memang dari dulu suka main game lah.
Nama saya Zikri bin Syamsuddin, bermain sebagai millennial. Nama Indian name saya adalah Mon dan saya role sebagai millennial. Menurut saya sangat bangga dengan saya sebab dapat bermain di SEA Games dan dapat represent represent Malaysia. So, diorang sangat happy, sangat bangga dengan saya. So, ini adalah sebagai salah satu cara lah untuk saya buktikan dekat family saya yang e-sport ni boleh berjaya. Nak cakap dekat fans kat luar sana, thank you sebab selalu support tim Malaysia dan insyaAllah kita akan bawa pingat untuk Malaysia lah. Hai, nama saya Wan Osman bin Wan Imran. IDN saya Formes and role saya is pilih. Daripada apa yang saya nampak, maybe kita orang boleh secure antara gold ataupun silver lah.
Perbezaan maybe dalam segi trafik, sebab kalau tengok kat sini ramai yang bawa motosikal, tapi diorang punya trafik tu kurang jam lah. Kalau Malaysia jam, banyak kali jam lah. Itulah.
Nama saya Muhammad Farhan bin Wakiman. Ajian saya Moy. Role saya adalah aroma dalam tim Malaysia. Saya nak mengucapkan terima kasih kepada semua fans yang menyokong kita orang, tak kisah sama ada kita orang menang ataupun kita orang kalah.
Hai, nama saya Muhammad Amir Razik. Ajian saya Haji. Role saya jungler. Saya rasa tim saya boleh pergi sejauh top 3. Tempat yang saya nak pergi di Hanoi ialah Dong Son Market.
Nama saya Muhammad Zulishan bin Muhammad Nur. IGN saya Zon. Saya bermain sebagai Roma untuk tim Malaysia. Tim yang saya nak lawan adalah tim Indonesia sebab diorang bawa turun semua pemain-pemain yang all-star dalam diorang punya country. So saya rasa ini adalah tim yang seronok lah untuk lawan. Pekerjaan saya untuk sekarang ni memang full-time gamer, tapi nak kata susah tu memang susah, tapi kita orang dah biasa lah untuk training skill semua. So nak teruskan dia punya passion tu memang kena keep motivate diri sendiri lah untuk terus main game ni.
Kita orang aim untuk dapatkan goal, and then kita orang cuba untuk dapatkan gelaran champion lah dekat pentas M4. Hashtag belum special. Kita orang aim untuk dapatkan goal, and then kita orang cuba untuk dapatkan gelaran champion dekat pentas M4. Jadi Mobile Legends adalah game yang paling besar dekat negara saya, and then saya harap e-sport dekat Malaysia dapat berkembang lebih jauh dan lebih maju. Hashtag Hashtag Malaysia boleh.
Hello, gua R7, nama lengkapnya Rivaldi Fatah, asal dari Bandung. Gue bermain di SEA Games ini mewakilkan Indonesia. Awalnya sih nggak nyangka sih bisa jadi pro player gitu, kayak jalan dengan sendirinya gitu. Pasti kayak tiap anak-anak punya impiannya masing-masing lah. Dulu gue pengen jadi dokter juga, cuman namanya belum rezeki, ya rezekinya ada di e-sport sih. Yang gue harapin di Mobile Legends sih untuk Indonesia ya pastinya biar bisa lebih gede lagi Mobile Legends-nya, terus makin banyak kompetitif tahun ke tahun kayak gitu-gitu makin ditambah. Ya itu aja sih harapannya. Ya untuk para fans, kita minta doanya agar kita bisa memberikan hasil yang maksimal di Hanoi SEA Games 31 ini. Semoga kita bisa membawa emas ke Indonesia.
Halo, nama gue Albert Nasir Iskandar. Nama gue Albert. Gue bermain di timnas Indonesia sebagai jungler. Yang pasti nggak bakal nyerah sih, bisa jadi kayak player Mobile Legends yang sebesar ini sekarang. Ya karena juga awalnya kan main cuma salah-salahan lah, tapi ya bersyukur banget bisa sampai segede sekarang. Menurut gue tim Indonesia sendiri, gue yakin sih bisa nyampe grand final lah. Apalagi tujuan kita semua sama, kita mau dapetin emas balik ke Indonesia, ya gue yakin kita bisa dapetin emas sih. Ya buat kalian semua para fans, ya kalian semua dukung kita terus, apapun hasilnya kita bakal lakuin yang terbaik kok buat Indonesia juga.
Nama gue Isan, nickname gue Luminer, umur gue 21 tahun, gue dari timnas MLBB Indonesia. Karena gue dari pas zaman gue sekolah, gue udah kayak latihan Mobile Legends, kayak gue udah mimpi gue jadi pro player. Dan ya gue percaya sama kerja keras gue. Untuk para fans, makasih yang udah dukung gue atau tim gue dan juga timnas Indonesia ini yang sedang berjuang. Dukung terus, makasih banyak kalian semua yang udah dukung. Semoga kita dapat hasil yang terbaik. Nih, bantu doanya ya.
Hello guys, my name is Calvin Winata. My nickname is CW. I'm from Indonesia and I'm playing God lane for my team. For me and my team, we play 2 tank. Yeah, it's already we usually play 2 tank and it's not a problem for us. I hope Mobile Legends at Indonesia or maybe at the world can be more have tournament and have a good. I think Mobile Legends can become more grower, become more popular, and have a good. Of course, me and my family is very proud and happy, of course, and we will have a good celebration, I think. Yes.
Halo semua, nama gue Calvin, nickname gue Vin. Gue bermain sebagai roamer di timnas MLBB Indonesia. Pendapat gue tentang Mobile Legends di Indonesia itu udah cukup berkembang, dan gue harap perkembangan itu bakal terus menerus, jadi menjadikan Mobile Legends semakin besar lagi. Tujuan gue dan juga tim gue untuk di SEA Games kali ini adalah untuk membuktikan bahwa Indonesia itu adalah negara yang cukup kuat di Mobile Legends, dan target utama kita adalah membawa pulang medali emas. Kepada para fans,
A grueling first semi-final series of the day has allowed Team Philippines to move on to be the first team qualifying for the grand finals here in the 31st SEA Games. The question now is who will be joining them, Team Indonesia or Team Malaysia. My name is Safa. Alongside with me is, of course, Terrence, aka Icy Baby 1-2, back here to bring you all of this MLBB action. And of course, this tournament is organized by the Vietnam Recreational and Electronic Sports Association, VRESA, in cooperation with the Mobile Legends Bang Bang publisher in Vietnam, VNG Games, as well as the developer of MLBB themselves, Moonton.
Well, this upcoming match, this is gonna be a very spicy one because we've seen the first semi-finals. The next one is going to be finding out who is going to be our second grand finalist. And as of yet, coming in representing from Indonesia, as they are going to be walking up the stage, and I'm looking forward to see how they are going to be performing in this upcoming match. We did see a very convincing victory during their group stages in Group Number B.
Similar to the way that Team Philippines were able to get a clean sweep in Group A, Team Indonesia is the only other team that has been able to do so, winning out against both their opponents in Group B, currently holding a clean sweep victory in the SEA Games. Will they be able to continue to do so and qualify for the grand finals to once again face off against Philippines?
However, their opponents, no strangers to the professional scene as well. We have representing Team Malaysia coming in as they are going to be looking to secure their spot in towards the grand finalists. This is going to be the match that all of us have been waiting for throughout the whole day. Malaysia versus Indonesia. Who is it going to be to make it into the grand finals? And we have the super powerhouse of Team Malaysia right up on stage, and they narrowly made it in towards the gruesome battle in Group A, tying in the second seat coming in towards the semifinals.
Yep, Team Malaysia was able to secure clean 2-0 victories against both Team Myanmar and Team Laos, and that is how they have secured their spot as the second seed of Group A, now going up against the first seed of Group B, Team Indonesia. Starting things off, Team Indonesia here is going to be consisting of the same old faces. It is R7, CW, Albert, Sands, and Vin.
Yep, the Indonesian All-Stars looks really fierce throughout the entirety of Group B. As of now, Albert is going to be on the roster as well. His link needs to be respected by every single team. In this case, his link was meant, it was as if the link was actually built for Albert, considering the amount of plays that he has been playing throughout yesterday's games. However, from the lineups of Team Malaysia, they are going to be starting off with Momo, Shiku, Moon, Zorn as well as for Maze.
This is, of course, a very flashy team lineup from Team Malaysia. They like to be aggressive. They tend to be quite flexible in their draft, but they're also known for making mistakes and overextending just to get kills. Similarly to the way that Team Indonesia plays, I think both these teams are quite aggressive in the early game. So we're going to be seeing a very intense match here. Let's see what we think is going to be the winner of this game.
Well, let's take a look at our predictions. It seems like both of us are going to be signing on Team Malaysia. And, do we want to explain it? Do we really want to explain why we're signing on Team Malaysia?
I think if people are observant enough and had listened enough to some of the things we have said, they might know why we are supporting Team Malaysia. I understand some of you may think, hey, it seems like there's a little bit of bias there.
No.
Even if we support Team Malaysia,
No.
it's not going to make much of a difference to the results. But we will be here bringing you all of this game in a neutral fashion. We will be supporting all of these players on stage, because they all are holding the hopes and dreams of their respective nations on their shoulders.
Really? You're not going to ask my opinion on why I picked Malaysia?
Do I have to?
Yeah, I'm just gonna. I'm just gonna be straight out honest. Bro. We are officially Malaysian England casters. Obviously, we are gonna be biased in our heart. All right, and it's the commentary-wise, we are gonna be keeping it as neutral as possible. And at the same time, statistically, I want to give you guys a little bit more insights. Right? In my brain, it's telling me Indonesia is gonna win. My heart is hoping for Team Malaysia. And I'm not gonna lie, based on the stats so far, Indonesia is undefeated in their respective group. And they came in swinging so hard, and a lot of teams were already expecting Team Indonesia to make it all the way to the grand final. So far, based on our featured casters prediction over before the SEA Games actually started, there were a lot of names being thrown in. And we had Indonesia. I think Indonesia also going to be included in the top 2 when it comes towards this top 3 predictions. And a lot of the casters from all the regions itself also specifically mentioned Indonesia in the brag. Of course, we know this one. They're really, really the Indonesian All-Stars for a reason. The best of the best are here. But sadly enough, my heart is hoping for Malaysia. So it is going to be very, very difficult to watch this. But we will guarantee you as a very, very unbiased commentary for you guys. And we will be expecting a legendary match, because it is going to be a very, very strong battle between both these teams. I guarantee you, both teams are going to pour their hearts and soul for this upcoming semifinals.
Yeah, I think that's what we can expect, considering what happened in our first semifinal series today. For those of you who may have missed it, we just saw Team Philippines take a 2-1 victory against Team Singapore, officially becoming the first grand finalist. For those of you who do still remember the 30th SEA Games, the grand finals for the MLBB team event were Team Philippines against Team Indonesia. So I think a lot of people are expecting a repeat of history and expecting Team Indonesia to come out on top in this one. But I always love a good underdog story.
I definitely do as well, because based on the track record of the previous SEA Games on the 34th as well, it was first place Philippines, second place Indonesia, and then third place, which is bronze match, of course, is going to be Malaysia. But of course, now if we continue to see this as well, it might be a full repeat in history. So I don't know, this is going to be a do-or-die moment for both Indonesia as well as Team Malaysia for this upcoming semifinals, as we did see them mentally prepare themselves to actually hit on stage. I'm looking forward to see what kind of drafts. But now, speaking of drafts, it seems like based on the predictions themselves, Link is something that is very, very, I would say popular in terms of the meta by every single other teams. But in specific, coming towards Indonesia, they're just an absolute monster on that. However, from Team Malaysia's perspective, we have seen teams in Group A showing respect towards Zorn's hero pool, which is the Cho as well as the Franco. Seems to be a little bit of a factor that not many teams actually realize how good and capable he was. So I don't know if Team Indonesia is going to try and let it off or just go for something standard. But as of now, what I do know is it is going to be a best of 3 series. It's all about adaptation as well as execution.
Yep, that is absolutely going to be the case here. Obviously, as you mentioned, a lot of teams have been giving respect to Zorn on the side of Team Malaysia simply because of how much space he is able to create in the early game. But I feel like the same can be said for Team Indonesia as well. Both these teams are very aggressive early game style teams. If the earlier semifinals was between slow, passive late game teams. This one is going to be up against aggressive, early, flashy teams. Both Team Indonesia and Malaysia want to get as many kills as they can. They want to snowball their momentum. So I think we're going to be up for some very entertaining gameplay here.
Yep, here's going to be a little bit fun fact as well, because it seems like R7 on the XP lane pretty much has a very, very good track record when it comes to his winning his 1v1 matchup lane. So hopefully from the side of Team Malaysia, 4Maze is going to be able to match up to expectation. We have seen signs where Team Malaysia, they are going to be relying on 4Maze to come on top, whereas from Team Indonesia, they either rely for R7's making R7's split push EXP lane, or occasionally using CW-wise playstyle to actually find space to farm gold as well as transition in mid game. And they like to have this marksman composition where when they find those farms, they try to force the fight the moment they hit their first or second item power spike, and then try and capitalize on the snowball.
I can definitely see where you are coming from here. And yes, both these teams have some really solid side lanes, really solid cores that they like to play around. R7 versus 4Maze is personally a matchup that I am very interested in watching out for, because as you highlighted, I think both these players are actually kind of similar. They like to win their lane. They are usually going to be dependent on to start ganking around quite early, streaking sprays across the map. I think the same can be said for the gold lane as well. CFW versus Momo. These are two players that will typically be left alone in their lane to secure as much farm as possible. And once they come online, you will start to see them joining fights.
Yep, I'm looking forward to see how it all goes down. But as of now, this is going to be the match to be eyeing for as well. And this is really tough coming in towards this match, just because of how things may get out of hand. But in terms of playstyle, I feel like Team Malaysia, they have been opting for the tank jungler meta, whereas for Indonesia, they still have a little bit of emphasis on towards the assassins. Lynx is something that Albert is really good at, and I feel like it all comes down to preference as well as comfort. Is it going to be enough to actually fight against the tank junglers that Team Malaysia has been brought out? Very similar playstyles to how Team Philippines has done it before.
I don't really know for sure, and that's exactly why we want to watch this game. I personally am very excited. I'm hoping all of you at home are excited as well. There are many fans watching for both these teams, and similarly to the previous semifinals, the stakes are going to be at an all-time high. Whoever comes out victorious in this best-of-3 series will be joining Team Philippines in the grand finals. And the loser is going to be joining Team Singapore in the bronze place match right after this.
Yep. And seeing how this is going to be going down as well, we are going to be jumping straight into the game very shortly, coming from Team Indonesia as well as Malaysia. And I believe that they are going to be jumping into the game very soon. And I'm looking forward to see what kind of adaptations is going to be coming in for this fights to come.
Oh boy, I am excited. I am on the edge of my seat right now. I want to see what's going to happen, and that's exactly what we're going to be watching, because the draft has officially begun. Team Indonesia drafting on the blue side, Team Malaysia drafting on the red side. The first few bans have already come out, and massive respect going over to Zorn's hero, as many of his comfort picks being banned out straight away.
Yep, I'm looking forward to see how it all goes down as of yet. But now, seeing the drafts coming in, looks like Team Indonesia, they will respect Zorn's hero pool by banning off the Cho, the Hilda, as well as Franco. These are three very annoying roamers in that vicinity. So Team Malaysia, they could be in for some surprise. However, there are a lot of meta bans being sneaked off. In this case, the 1-1 is going to be potentially let off in that regard. Valentina and Ling going to be standard bans coming from Team Malaysia. Now, the question is, do they want to let the 1-1 slide? It seems like it might get through, as Xavier is going to be the priority instead. So now, here comes the question. Will Team Indonesia replicate the performances of the previous semifinals, where they either choose the 1-1 or the Eve? Which is it going to be?
I don't think Team Indonesia prioritized the Eve as much as Team Philippines. And since 1-1 is very rare for this hero to get let through the draft, Team Indonesia are going to be snapping it up right away. This is going to be quite a difficult hero for Team Malaysia to deal with if they're not able to end the game before we hit those late stages. Then CW is going to have an absolute field day with the crossbow of Tang.
Yep, I definitely agree. But now it looks like it is going to be the 1-1 being prioritized the side of Indonesia. Team Malaysia, however, has to figure a way on how they want to deal with this 1-1. There's just a free lockdown from get-go. I would say Franco is a great way to actually hard lockdown on moving Franco, but as of now, we've seen a lot of teams trying to adapt by using either the Kufra or the Fovea. So, are they going to go for it? I don't think so. Seems like Team Malaysia, they're going to try and go for the Masha plays instead, as well as the Sicilian to deny away the range. So, they're hoping the Team Indonesia is going to go for the Eve coming in from themselves. But I feel like this Masha play coming from Malaysia is a little bit questionable. And what I mean by questionable is in the sense where it can be played either in the roaming position or even the XP lane. So I'm a little bit curious, where are they going to be putting this Masha play for Malaysia?
This is most likely going to be a 4-maze Masha. He's very comfortable on this hero and is able to really extend his influence on the EXP lane. We already highlighted how important it is for 4-maze to win out his lane against R7, to just roam around and create space for his team. Moon on the Sicilian makes a lot of sense as well. Team Malaysia likes to draft Moon's hero very early on, and this means that Team Indonesia instantly lock in the Baxia and the Esmeralda.
Yep, Esmeralda are going to be comfort picks coming from Indonesia, and likewise coming to Baxia. We did see the strength of what Baxia has brought to the table earlier today. Pretty much 100% win rates in the semifinals, the first semifinals with a Baxia pick rate. So it's no surprises why it's just so good. It's just so useful as a tanky composition. However, Team Malaysia, they can opt to match this by going for either the Karina or the Archive, or maybe Chiku to play on the jungle role, but it's still in the gray area. They might be leaving in an option a little bit more, as they might prioritize on the carry. Yes, they will for Momo to deal with both of this very tanky composition. It's great against them, but it is going to have a pretty okay composition against the 1-1. But I'm a little bit more curious. Are they going to play the carry, a crit build carry, or the traditional golden staff carry?
It's a bit hard to say. I do think Momo leans more towards the typical golden staff kind of playstyle, but we know that Team Malaysia is the type that can be flexible depending on the situation. I do like them going for the carry to counteract the Esmeralda and the Baxia, but as you highlighted, it's going to be very difficult for Momo to actually lane against CW on this 1-1, simply because 1-1 has a much easier time. I'm actually surprised Team Malaysia didn't lock in Zorn's hero at this point, because I'm pretty sure Indonesia is going to start banning out more options, such as the Kufra, which would be a good counter to 1-1.
I really feel like they are still trying to save up our heroes a little bit more, where they can actually flex a little bit in terms of the composition, right? If you think about it, Chico has a very big variety of hero pool when it comes to assassin and junglers as well. But for Zorn's case, it's a little bit unique. He has a big variety of hero pool of tanks, but there's one plot twist. He is very capable of playing Fanny. And based on this composition right now, Indonesia, they are going to be basing off textbook plays, which is going to be banning off the Archive, saying that, hey, Chico, you're not going to be going for the usual combo picks. I'm pretty sure the next bans are going to be the Karina ban coming from Indonesia. But it's more on whether or not Malaysia is going to be able to respond to this, or is this just intentional to just keep them thinking and focus on Chiku's bans, and then out of nowhere Chiku plays something else.
I guess we'll find out. Angela going to be the final hero ban from Team Malaysia. Understandable. If you see the Baxia on the enemy team, you usually don't want to let this through. In addition to that, they have the 1-1, so Hard Guard would just make it that much easier to use the crossbow of Tang. The final ban from Indonesia, as you mentioned, I think the Karina is most likely going to be the choice. Either that, or they may ban out the Kufra, but no, it is the Karina. So if Team Malaysia wants to keep Chiku's jungler secret until the very end, I think Kufra right now would not be a bad choice.
Yeah, Kufra is actually not a bad choice for Zorn as well, considering how he was able to close out his game yesterday against Laos with their performance. His Kufra was something that definitely caught people off guard. But for me, I feel like they have to keep things open as well. If they go for a potential Lunox for Chiku, which is something that he likes to lean on when it comes to jungle, it's also very possible. Going for assassins right now, it's just going to be completely out of the equation, because there's not a lot of assassins can do much against the Baxia. Esmeralda, if you go for a higher booster, it's okay, but like you called it as well, they are going to go for the Kufra, relying on Zorn jumping on towards the 1-1. So there's not going to be a Fanny play coming from Team Malaysia, but from the side of Team Indonesia, what are they looking for as well? They are looking for, I think, a roamer as well as a mage. So two of these mages here, I think Sicilian is sorry, not Cecilia. Yves isn't actually too okay. Yves is gone, so they've got to go for something else. So that is gonna be Will being played from side Indonesia. My bad.
Vale, okay, that is not a bad choice at all, and that just makes Momo's life even more difficult because the Windstorm does so much damage. This is going to be the first time we get to see Ruby as well at the SEA Games. I'm actually kind of surprised Indonesia would go for this when there's already a Kufra on the other side. I'm gonna make a guess here. Is this a possible Chiku jungle Lunox?
It might actually happen, but I'm a little bit more curious on how Indonesia takes their take on the gameplay itself, right? Like, we know that the Franco is just really, really good when it comes to isolated fight in terms of pool. Ruby works very, very similarly. Glue, kind of similar. Borat also kind of similar as well, but it feels like when it comes to quick cast as well as instant pool as well, Ruby is actually able to match up with Franco. So I like that this is going to be the choice coming from Indonesia, which we did see Team Malaysia play it as well with the Franco build. Instead of the Franco, they get the Ruby. But Team Malaysia looks like their final picks is going to be the Balmon, and this is going to be the Balmon jungle coming in from Chiku, and okay, I like it.
Alright, this is a much safer pick for Team Malaysia. I actually did think that the Lunox jungle was possible here, and some of you might be thinking, what am I talking about, Lunox jungle? You guys don't know Chiku, that is a pocket pick. But nope, they're sticking with the Balmon, a good option here, especially dealing with the tankier members of Team Indonesia. We're now preparing to enter the second match of the day, second semi-finals. Team Indonesia versus Team Malaysia. Who will be able to take the first step towards qualifying as our second grand finalist here at the 31st CK.
Yep, I'm looking forward to see how it all goes down. But as of yet, Team Indonesia, they're going to be opening up with the Tang Ruby. We have Vin going to be opening up the man alongside with Sans. Moon, however, nothing much is crazy. But I feel like Zorn has the tendency coming in to actually go in for the invades, whereas Team Indonesia, they have actually swapped up their starting lane from jungle, where the boxer is actually opting to go for the orange buff over the purple buff. And likewise coming from Chiku as well, it's kind of surprising usually that I was expecting them to go for a purple buff start, but they are both of them are actually mirroring each other, going for orange start instead.
It does look like both teams were considering the possibility that the enemy team might go for the invade. After all, these are both very aggressive teams, so they did decide to start on the orange buff as a safer way to avoid their first buff from being taken. However, interestingly enough, both sides have elected not to do so this time, so it's going to be a little bit more of a passive early game jungle than you normally would expect.
Yeah, I definitely agree. It's more on towards the scaling into its later stage of the game, right? I feel like overall in general, Team Indonesia has a stronger late game potential because of the 1-1, but at the same time, the win condition for Team Malaysia is to accelerate the carries farm a little bit more to actually try and punish the Baxia later on, which we eventually requires at least 2 to 3 items, like you said as well, potential golden staff coming in to actually scale towards the fight. Whereas from the side of Team Indonesia, all they gotta do is play as safe as possible, stall it out. Eventually, the 1-1 will just completely carry the game.
Yeah, I think it's going to be quite difficult for Team Malaysia to fight into Team Indonesia once that late game comes around, because 1-1 is going to heavily outscale the carry played by Momo, and even if Momo is able to get a solid amount of items, he is always vulnerable to being one-shot by Sans on this Veil, that Windstorm, dishing out a massive amount of damage. So Momo's positioning in this game has to be perfect.
Yeah, and currently Team Indonesia possessing members from 3 of the strongest Indonesian teams such as RRQ Hoshi, Onyx Esports, as well as Evil Legends. The Indonesian All-Stars are right here. It's no surprises they're looking to go in for the all-in GG gold medal push, but it is going to be very difficult. They are one of the top contenders, but before they do so, they need to overcome the odds. And based on the odds right now that I'm seeing based on the drafts, I'm really, really liking the 1-1 pickup, and I'm really, really liking that they have this tanky composition that can make so much space and buy enough time. CW is known for his very, very, I would say, calculated farm or choices when it comes to getting farms and getting denied as well. So as long as CW doesn't get super, I would say, punished too hard from Team Malaysia, he is going to be able to scale his way through. And if you think about it, Team Malaysia's composition doesn't exactly have a very, very strong way to deal with the 1-1, except for the Kufra.
Yeah, so it's going to be quite difficult for them. They have to make something happen in the early to mid game. They can't afford to just play passively and allow the late game scaling to come into effect for Team Indonesia. I personally, though, don't think that's going to be much of a concern because this is Team Malaysia we are talking about. They are going to make something happen. I don't think they can sit there and let nothing happen because that's just not in their blood.
Yeah, I feel like Team Malaysia, they are going to be relying on an advantage where Chiku will have a little bit upper hand when it comes to punishing early objectives. The first 2 turtles is going to be the way to go, right? You have the little counter predator early on as well. Second with Retribution, you can dictate the tempo to time and steal the turtle away. So Team Indonesia is going to be prepared. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be second semi-finals. We will be resuming the match, and this is going to be the match that you guys got to watch.
What is interesting here is that Team Indonesia has elected to go with the Vin Sands combo instead of the Keyboy Luminaire combo. I'm wondering which of these lineups is actually the main lineup for Team Indonesia, but considering all these players are all-stars, I don't really think they need a main lineup. They can swap whoever they need around depending on the situation.
Agreed. Momo, however, gonna be farming a little bit greedy on this gold crab. Seems like he is gonna be able to get it as contrast to CW that's not going to be able to contest it as well. It seems like CW actually going for the exploit weakness marksman emblem instead of the I would say the mobility electro flash in that regard.
Yeah, but Weakness Finder is definitely a much more common pick for 1-1 regardless, so this is understandable coming out of CW. Right now, I'm interested in what Team Malaysia is going to try to do. As we mentioned, they need to start things off with momentum, and it does look like a fight is happening down here, but both sides are pretty tanky to start off the game, so no casualties just yet.
Yep, Chico taking a little bit of HP off in that remarks as well. He is going to be a bomber. He's going to have a lot of very, very quick objectives, but now the question remains, Team Indonesia, how can Sands benefit on the kill? Because who do they pick off? From the side of Malaysia, catching off 4 mates is nearly close to impossible because of the thick HP bar, unless he makes a mistake. Chico, however, is going to be the easier target to go for, but look at this, they are going to be zoning off Team Malaysia for this turtle pick, and 4 mates going to be coming in. And it seems like Team Malaysia, they will concede the first turtle just because they lost the map control rather early on.
I think that's a smart choice from Team Malaysia. Better to not force it here. Otherwise, they are just giving away advantage to Team Indonesia. They're already a little bit behind in terms of map control. Better not to give out more. Zorn here going to be waiting in the bush. He does see the rotation, so he's able to warn Momo to back it up.
Yeah, I don't think Team Indonesia knows he's still sitting there as well. Team Malaysia doesn't exactly have a good time to actually start off this fight rather early. They are going to be playing it a little bit safe before the next couple of fights. I believe Moon needs a couple more items as well. Sicilian, not exactly that strong rather early on, unless the Cloud Destiny starts to pop off. And so that's going to be the way to go for now. But I feel like Indonesia, after taking the first turtle, they're in a much more comfortable position to force fights, rather compared to Team Malaysia is looking to capitalize on mistakes just because of the economy lead coming from Indonesia.
Indonesia, once they hit level 4, are definitely much more capable of fighting as compared to Malaysia, simply because Albert on this Vaxia will be quite sturdy and will buy enough time for Vince and Sands to make havoc onto Malaysia's backline. Meanwhile, only Chiku can really take a good fight at level 4, so it's better for them to hold on a little bit for Moon and Momo, but they're looking for CW.
Yeah, seems like that is going to be the case as well. CW cannot escape this. Do they have the damage finish bomb? Yes, they will. Down to his last health, but it seems like he won't be able to prop the crossbow attack, and he is going to survive. Zorn down to his last health, needs to make a run for it. Meanwhile, the rest of Team Indonesia is going to come in, and they will get first blood on Momo, despite the nice attempt coming from Team Malaysia to get a kill. Oh my goodness, you hate to see it, but that is going to be a big fat win for Team Indonesia.
That's just really unfortunate for Team Malaysia there. They almost got CW, but ended up losing Momo themselves. And because they know Chiku is at bottom side, Albert able to invade and steal away Malaysia's orange buff.
Oh, that's very, very nicely done from Team Indonesia as well. And wow, the CW was able to survive that because of the inspired plays. He opted not to get staggered by the bouncy ball, he was standing still, and he was just challenging his way through, somehow manages to get the proc, and because of that, Zorn is going to be able to be shut down. But as of yet, looks like the aggressive play coming from Vin is going to force a fight. Looks like a big I'm offender catches 3 members coming from Team Malaysia, and they are going to get chipped away, and just like that, Sands gets another kill, and Zorn's get picked off, and Indonesia immediately gets a huge lead in terms of economy, and immediately snowballs for the second turtle.
This is exactly the kind of start that Team Indonesia is looking for here. Chiku able to get his purple buff away away from the invade, but you can already see that Team Indonesia is completely expanding their map influence into Malaysia's own jungle. And while, yes, Momo and Moon will scale up quite well into the late game, we have to know that CW and Sands will do exactly the same. They can't let this continue happening.
Yep, and that's pretty much it for the fight for now. But as of yet, Team Malaysia, they are going to be in a very, very big deficit. Barely even 5 minutes in the game, Team Indonesia already getting a very, very quick tier 1 down bottom. Meanwhile, this is going to be a stalemate coming from both these teams as looks like there is going to be a pause here as everyone is going to be standing still as of yet, I guess.
So far, if we look at the net worth difference, Indonesia is already 3k in the lead, only 5 minutes into the game. This is a very big gap at this stage, and it's going to be quite difficult for Team Malaysia to come back from this, considering that Indonesia already has pretty notable control over the map, making it that much more difficult for the late game heroes on Team Malaysia to find space to farm.
Yeah, I definitely agree, considering that the one opportunity that Malaysia tried to make an attempt on towards CW was really, really good, but they just needed one more auto tag to actually get the kill. If they got on the kill, it would have been an okay start for Team Malaysia, but ever since CW was able to get away with it and also come up on top against Momo, Team Malaysia, they have to play this very, very safely throughout the next few fights, and it's just very, very difficult to do so just because of how oppressive the compositions that Team Indonesia have. Like, you have this mobility boxer that just goes in for the invades, and we talked about how strong the Franco has kind of stood in the meta. I'm Offended pulls in, immediately sets up for a big fight from Team Indonesia, just kind of puts them in a spot where they can force a fight however they want. Whereas from Team Malaysia, they are now in a situation where they are forced to react instead.
Yeah, right now Team Malaysia is in no position to be able to take fights at all, and Team Indonesia are doing a very good job of taking advantage of that window of opportunity. As long as they can continue controlling the map in this situation and expanding their influence and farm, it's going to be a situation where there's not really much opportunity for Team Malaysia to come back, simply because in the late game, 1-1 is too strong.
Yeah, I definitely agree, but it all comes down to whether or not Momo is able to scale, right? If Momo somehow finds a way to get his goal that he just lost a little bit and somehow find a little bit more control, he is going to be able to try and chip and punish on towards the tanks coming in from Team Indonesia. Baxia is an amazing easy target for carry, but I feel like the Ruby is going to be a little bit difficult just because of how disruptive the Ruby can be in team fights. And honestly, I feel like based on how Indonesia was getting early tier 1 down bottom, there is a little bit more map control. It's very risky for Momo to get some farm down bottom, but if he plays his card safe, the lanes are continuously going to be shoved in the way where he is going to have a lot of safety and requires a lot of commitment from Indonesia to actually dive in unless the mid tower is going to be taken out.
But I do still think they have the resources to be able to dive onto Momo if he's just even slightly out of position. And since Team Malaysia now, they're going to be depending very heavily on Moon and Momo to get that late game scaling. They have to expend a fair amount of resources themselves just to protect these two heroes, and the more that they group up, the more that Team Indonesia can farm the rest of the map.
Yeah, I definitely agree where you're coming from as well when it comes to... I was expecting Luminaire to be playing in this game, but Vin playing on the role as well has had a very, very good start on this field. Means with his early kills, it is going to get those early power spikes on level 7, level 8 very, very quickly for the next upcoming fight. So as of yet, they are already in this vicinity, and I believe Sans did have, I would say, a first item Clock of Destiny instead of a usual upgraded boost shoes, and also a mystery shop. This is going to put him in a situation where he's going to hit very, very hard rather early, whereas Team Malaysia need to start to build a lot of magic defense very, very soon.
You can see here that both Sans and Win are waiting in the bush. They know that Zorn is waiting there, forces out the flicker from the Kufra. That is an important tool for this hero, and Zorn will not have access to it for the next 2 minutes.
Well, that is actually a big bait as well coming from him, considering that is major ultimates coming from Team Indonesia. But somehow Team Indonesia, they're not actually going for the first commitment as well. Sans doesn't have the ultimate, and looks like this is going to be option for Team Malaysia to make a fight. Chico tries to go in for a challenge. Win won't pay for the price. However, the crossbow attacks coming from CW Interview will join in rather early, and this is what I'm talking about as well. He will always try and take advantage of the situation and to join the fight as early as possible, and because of this, he was able to get a very, very early lead, just like that once again.
CW has already proven in many previous games that his mechanics are... Oh, no. That is not good. Formaze and Zorn instantly taken out. The combo from Indonesia proving to be way too strong. And Team Malaysia gonna drop another 2 members.
Oh my goodness. That was a big, big fat catch coming from Sans just like that. And over the items itself as well. Looks like they are going to be giving the 3rd total in the back. Meanwhile, on the top side as well, Momo is going to get completely bullied out from R7. He does have the power spike to fight his way through. Chico is going to be joining the fight, but look at this. R7, he doesn't really care. He wants to actually finish off Momo. Unfortunately to say, Momo is in a very threatening position. Meanwhile, the rest of Team Indonesia is going to be invading onto his Malaysia's buff territory.
You can see that because of this aggression from Indonesia, the way that they've been able to invade the jungle, Albert is already 2 levels ahead of Chiku. That's why the Ballman isn't doing much. They flicker backwards, catch out Moon, setting up the kill for Sans yet again. This Ruby Veil combo is a problem for Team Malaysia.
That's really, really scary considering that CY just walked past 4Maze, completely ignoring the turret, and immediately shifts his focus onto his Moon. And I believe that Moon wasn't expecting that at all. And because of this priority decision coming from Indonesia, they were able to get a very, very easy pickings. Moon now, however, gets a Lightning Trunken, but is not going to do anything in this next couple of fights, considering how far ahead Team Indonesia is 8 minutes into the game. But it seems like we are going towards a pause for now.
I believe that we've heard that there is going to be yet another technical pause. Seems like there are some issues happening over there. So we do apologize to all of you watching at home. We as well understand that this does kind of mess with the momentum of the game a little bit. But considering that what is at stake right now for all of these teams, it is very important to make sure that any technical issues are resolved so that all of these players can play at maximum potential.
Oh, this is so very difficult to actually pick a fight as well, considering that this is all actually happening across the map. But overall, Team Malaysia, they really are struggling to find takeoffs just because of how oppressive the 1-1 can be. C7 right now is in a situation where they're so far ahead. He can do whatever they want, and there's nothing Team Malaysia can do as of yet unless Zorn gets a very sick catch, which is nearly close to impossible because of the constant disruption of the Ruby itself.
This is why teams ban out the 1-1. This is why the hero has been the most consistently banned out hero since the beginning of the SEA Games. The crossbow of Tang is too effective of a fighting tool. And if you give it to a player as mechanically skilled as CW here, it's just so free for Team Indonesia. It puts so much of a disadvantage in the pockets of Team Malaysia that they have to deal with. And yes, the Kufra is a good counter to the 1-1, but we've already seen in the early game that Team Indonesia is simply out-rotating them, and now that effectiveness has completely fallen off.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like this is in a situation where Team Malaysia, they have to get the miracle run, right? We were expecting that Chiku on the Balmond is going to get like early fights. And I hope that they do have a strategy to make a comeback, because as of now, we are going to be jumping straight into the game where Team Indonesia is going to be looking to try and chip away at everything. But based on the formations right now, Team Malaysia, they are going to be looking to help Momo get his farm. And that's going to be the early go-to staff coming from Momo.
It's pretty early, yes, but now you see Formaze, he's completely out of position. CW already has the crossbow of Tang, gonna be able to use it. Formaze down to his final HP bar, 1v4, nothing he can do. But I think this is fine, honestly. Formaze, he bought time. Malaysia got a tower in the top lane.
Yeah, that's gonna be a little bit of space creation for him. He's going to be voluntarily serving alive, but here comes the pickoff coming in. No, San's not gonna be able to connect that, so Team Malaysia will narrowly survive for now. San, however, going to be forced to recall back to actually get his health back up, but the Lord is going to be available for grab. Team Malaysia going to be completely ignoring it, likewise coming from Indonesia, but R7 will trade the tier 1 up top.
This is going to be pretty rough for Malaysia right now, but very easy sailings for Team Indonesia. They are currently 6,000 net worth ahead, 9.5 minutes into the game. I do think that a lot of that is going to be on CW as well, which is a situation you never want to be in against a 1-1.
Oh, Momo.
That's now R7 jumping on top of Momo. He's probably going to get caught out here. Lethal counter. Not enough to finish him off. R7 going to be able to walk away.
No way. R7 with the quick sidestep just like that. Not gonna be able to do anything about the situation. Oh, you hate to see it, but Team Malaysia are not gonna be able to do anything about that as well. He tried to sidestep his way through, but he went down to the last tick of health. It's just very, very unfortunate, and they needed that sort of kills to actually get some sort of recovery comeback in terms of economy.
As of right now in this game, it does feel like that Team Malaysia is getting quite notably outclassed by the all-star Indonesian team. Obviously, we've seen teams be able to pull off comebacks at this stage, but it's going to take quite the miracle run from Team Malaysia, as right now, all Team Indonesia needs to do is not make mistakes.
Exactly. The Lord is going to be grabbed from inside Team Indonesia. It is going to be forced down middle. Chico, however, is going to be slowing down the Lord a little bit here to try and sync up the lanes, but the rest of the Team Indonesia is going to be knocking in towards the inhibitors very, very soon. Team Indonesia seems like they are gonna try and close up the game very, very quickly, because Team Malaysia, they just lost all their outer stars, and there doesn't seem to be a play anytime soon.
Team Malaysia right now are 9,000 gold behind Indonesia, 11 minutes into the game. This is the kind of goal discrepancy that you do not expect to be able to come back from. They need a miracle run. They need Indonesia to make some sort of massive mistake. And I'm pretty sure that from what we've seen of Team Indonesia, that is not going to happen.
Dude, CW is 9.3k net worth as of now. He's got the Athena shield, he's got the Silent Phantom, and I don't think Team Malaysia can do anything to actually kill him, considering how mobile CW is, and he's already level 13. Moon is pretty much the main damage dealer to actually shove his way through, but it's nearly impossible to actually finish him off now as of this stage. You can see why Team Malaysia is just so afraid to force the fight, just because of how quickly CW is. Look at this. Barely even 12 minutes of the game, CW is already level 14, almost level 15.
Team Indonesia now has complete control over the map. They can farm both jungles with impunity. Team Malaysia completely forced to just stay in their base. There is nothing they can do. And Team Indonesia, all they gotta do is wait for the Lord to come back up, and then they can use it to push in. I don't even think Team Malaysia are close enough in terms of farms to actually defend against it.
Yep, and as of yet, seems like that is going to be the play to go. But I don't know. How long is this going to be dragged out? Because Team Indonesia, you can see smiles on Albert's face as well, as he is going to be looking to go in for a couple of crazy plays potentially. But this boxer is 1-0-4, level 15. They're just so far ahead in terms of economy, and there's just nothing Team Malaysia can do right now. And they're just sitting in the base, just waiting for the right moment, playing it a little bit safe. But I believe this next Lord, the moment the play comes in, Team Indonesia is going to be able to crack as a defense for Team Malaysia. And I don't think they can actually do too much about it.
Yeah, I don't really think so. This is quite difficult to watch, to be honest. It is a very slow asphyxiation by Team Indonesia. The Luminous Lord has now spawned in the land of Dawn. Obviously, Team Malaysia not going to be able to do anything to contest this. And that means that we're going to be seeing this push down a lane very, very soon for what may be Malaysia's final defense.
Yep, exactly. And that is going to be, you know, a little bit of pressure coming in as well. Formation is a little bit under level. Zorn looks like he's going to try and make a play against R7. That is going to be the sprint coming from him as he zips out of the situation. He's going to be A-OK. And seems like Sprint on Esmeralda puts him in a situation where he's very, very difficult to kill. So no Purify, Sprint is ready to go.
Right now, we see Immortality being purchased by Vin as well, so he's going to be able to just execute even more aggressive plays. Luminous Lord pushing down mid lane. CW dropping real low as well. Sam's going to be wasting his abilities, but Crossbow of Tang has been executed, taking out Moon. Formaze now in the backline along with Zorn to get CW. Finally, a shutdown on the 1-1.
Oh, wow.
Luminous Lord taking out the mid inhibitor as R7 jumps in with the falling Star Moon, finding Chiku. Now, it is a 3v4 situation. Formaze, though, very tanky, can buy a lot of time. The Luminous Lord is now down. Formaze down to his final HP bar. They are clearing up the minion wave, but I'm offended. Catches out Formaze. He's gonna drop over to the side of Team Indonesia. Albert finds him. Zorn, Momo, the only one surviving. Momo trying to do his best, but he is the next target. He is going to get targeted. Flicker going to allow him to get out of that, but the final inhibitor will drop for the side of Team Malaysia.
Well, it seems like Team Indonesia, they're playing a little bit safe. They managed to get all the inhibitors, but they need to go for the reset. Not exactly sure why, but they do have the capabilities to close out the game. But playing it safe is going to be the way to go, just because of how, if they die a single time, it's going to give a huge swing in terms of economy into a Team Malaysia. So not taking those kind of risks is going to be the disciplined plays, even though technically they can. However, Divine Clay purchase up on Moon means that he is going to start to clap very hard. But Team Indonesia, they are going to wait this out, and they are going to stop Team Malaysia because of this play. Not giving any sort of kills is the right play. If any one of them from side Team Indonesia dies, it is going to give a little bit of a glimmer of hope for Team Malaysia to come back into this game.
Except it's not going to make too much of a difference here, considering that the net worth difference now is 13,000 in favor of Team Indonesia. Yes, Team Malaysia were able to successfully defend their base in the previous push, but they lost all of their structures. And now with the next Lord coming up in 35 seconds, I am thinking that this game is not going to be lasting for too much longer.
Yeah, I don't know how this is happening as well, but we are heading those late game territories as well, as Team Malaysia needs to hit their final level 15s as 20 seconds left on the clock. Team Indonesia, they have the right play. Do they force the fight against Team Malaysia, or do they defend against the Lord? It's all about stalemates for now, as Team Malaysia can only sit and wait for the right moment to strike.
Right now, Malaysia, they've been stuck in their base for a very long time. They're just trying to hold the minion waves there for as long as possible, for reasons that I personally am not very certain about. Yes, they're just pooling up their resources here so that they can farm it all at once.
Yeah, I like this decision as well, where they actually freeze the lane and sync it up so that everyone has an even share of farm, so that they can actually scale together. It's a very, I would say, teamwork-based concept to play this style, but hopefully it's going to be enough, because as of yet, Momo is finally level 15. Somehow, they managed to actually scale into this game, and Momo is also going to be full slaughter right now. So one wrong move from Team Indonesia means that Team Malaysia is going to be able to make a comeback, because they've got the damage, they've got what they're capable of as well. As Team Indonesia, they have the power potion advantage, but I feel like it is going to be a pretty close one, because as of now, Momo is going to be able to hit very hard because of this place. The disciplineness of Team Malaysia to survive it all is going to be the way to go, but hopefully it is going to be enough. It's not too late yet.
The Luminous Lord now going to be pushing in mid lane. This is the final defense here. Formay's already tanking it up. They're ready. They flicker backward. I'm offended. Finds Momo. Mega kill going over the sands. Luminous Lord on top of the crystal. Jigu dropping real low as well. He's going to be the next one taken out. Immortality pop. Formay on his last HP bar. Sands doing a lot of damage. And Indonesia just break right through the front door, taking game 1 against Team Malaysia.
Oh, that was a very clean game coming from Team Indonesia, winning on all fronts, especially when it came to the bottom lane. It all started from that lane where CW was able to convincingly take all the farm and come on top with that initial lead and snowball their way through. 1-1 is still a very difficult thing to do. They had the right idea coming from Team Malaysia. Unfortunately, just in terms of execution, was so difficult to pull off in the early stage of the game.
I do have to admit as well, I think Indonesia definitely had a much better draft going into that game. They had much more options, they had safer heroes, and the results of this game are going to reflect that. Perhaps the easiest semi-final match we have seen so far. And now Team Indonesia are 1 game away from recreating the grand finals of the 30th SEA Games.
Yep, it is going to be very possible, but as of yet, they are 1 game ahead, as Team Malaysia unable to do so. It is going to be back to its drawing board. They have to go for the full reset on thinking what they should have prioritized in terms of bans and picks, because Team Indonesia forced a 3-man starting ban onto a Zorn's hero. So this is going to actually mess up their competition. So they have done their homework coming in from Team Indonesia.
Yeah, they absolutely have. Zorn, unfortunately, not able to create a lot of space on the map with the Kufra, simply because Bin was able to match his movements so much more effectively with the Ruby. And the fact that Sams was playing on a hero that came online much quicker than Moon meant that Team Indonesia's early game presence was that much more intimidating.
Yeah, I like how Team Indonesia was able to capitalize on a very good snowball lead, right? Even though there was, I would say, it was very 50-50 from the start of the fight, but ever since that one play coming from Team Malaysia where they could not kill CW in time, allowing him to get a kill and allowing the rest of the members from Team Malaysia to actually lose out so much control. That was pretty much it for Team Malaysia. You look how quickly, if you give them an inch, they immediately take a mile, and that's what exactly Team Indonesia did in those kind of situations. Once you give them the lead, it's nearly impossible to come back in those situations. But all in all, I feel like Team Malaysia, they tried their best. You can see why Zorn is a force to be reckoned with, right? To a point that Team Indonesia respects his heroes, bans all of it as well. Because once he gets the setup, it is going to be very, very terrifying. I would say it was a pretty close call that CBW was able to get that clutch first blood survival down bottom. But aside from that, it's still something to be feared of.
Yeah, it was very unlucky for Team Malaysia that they ended up giving CW the crossbow of Tang. Otherwise, that game would have gone very differently. But sometimes it's just those small little things, and the MVP of this game gonna go to the man himself, CW, on this 1-1 and 85% match kill participation despite being the gold laner.
Yeah, a well-deserved one as well, considering how quickly he was able to farm up in this game. He was like 11 minutes, almost nearly level 15 into his game. He was max slaughtered as well, to a point that there was absolutely nothing Team Malaysia could have done except for the Sicilian, and even then he would have already gotten his Athena shield. Well done coming from Team Indonesia. They are one step forward as of yet, and one game away to be crowned the next grand finalist here at the Vietnam SEA Games.
The question now is that going into game number 2, what is it that Team Malaysia can do to go up against this powerhouse that is the all-star Indonesian team? Personally, I think a lot of people are going to say don't give the 1-1 over, but I feel like the problem goes a little bit deeper than that. Either way, we'll have a look at the item builds from that game first.
Yep. Based on the itemizations as well, it seems like R7 was pretty much all full slaughtered as well, having the ice queens while there were no condition to actually pick the fight. We did see a little bit of glimmer coming from Momo to actually sort up a little bit more fight, getting Demonator, getting golden stuff, getting endless battle as well. We did see a little bit of hope for him, considering that he was able to get some sort of item, but I like how Indonesia was prioritizing and taking him out. The moment carry dies, there's no form of damage, and that's why Vince Ruby is just so crucial in this situation. And you can see this clutch moment right there where Team Malaysia was not able to do anything on one situation, and Zans was able to completely capitalize on Team Malaysia's downtime of not having enough skills to fight. And yeah, Vin once again a beautiful Eye of Fender to catch them off guard. And at this occasion, it was just punches after punches after punches where there was no way to actually retaliate.
Yeah, Vale as a hero is absolutely terrifying once he gets 1 or 2 items. The amount of damage that comes out of the windstorm is so difficult to deal with. And once Indonesia was able to get consistent and small catches against Team Malaysia, it came down to a point where it was basically impossible for them to take any fight against him, simply because their heroes are not farmed enough. They don't have good enough setup to counteract what Team Indonesia has in store. And it was just a slow but steady domination by the Indonesian team.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And seeing how things were actually happening as well, 4Maze tried his best to actually make this space, right? Like Team Malaysia, they have this variation where they rely either 4Maze or Momo as a backup plan if things don't really go in their favor. Unfortunately, because of this play, everyone was kind of aware on what they can do as well. I think this was pretty much their last salvation coming from Team Malaysia, and even then, they couldn't even dodge. They couldn't even get a kill on R7, and like I said as well, they needed some sort of kills in order to take advantage of the comeback mechanics, but unfortunately, every single time they make a try onto this, they just couldn't get any sort of kills. And it just shows you how far ahead Team Indonesia were in terms of levels, in terms of items, in terms of goals. And every single time they make a play, Team Indonesia is always there to stop them in its tracks.
Absolutely. This was just a near perfect performance from the Indonesian team. And I would want to give Team Malaysia a benefit of a doubt here, but this was just a one-sided massacre. Nothing they could have done throughout the entire game once they lost out on those early game fights. Something needs to happen in game number 2 if Team Malaysia wants to keep their hopes of moving on into the grand finals alive.
Yeah, this feels like a complete outdraft, forcing the Masha pick coming from Team Malaysia, but it seems like it just didn't exactly work out. They needed some sort of space for the Masha as well. We know that the Masha has been nerfed to a point that is no longer as oppressive if once more in the previous patch, but that's the thing. now in the XP lane requires a little bit more time to come online. At least a Sky Garden helmet and maybe a Mortal Dancers, which takes a little bit too much time to go oppressive. But even then, not gonna lie, Team Indonesia, they are an all-stars teams for a reason. They are so scary to a point that they just completely won every single lane in a matter of minutes.
At this point now, it is incredibly important for Team Malaysia to win out the draft. They have to. They 100% must get ideal lane matchups because you cannot give that early game dominance over the Team Indonesia or they'll just run away with it. Something needs to change. The draft needs to be paid more attention to. And I am admittedly a little bit worried about Zorn's hero pool. So far, having his Cho and Franco banned out consistently seems to be limiting his ability to set up for the rest of his team.
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised coming from Team Malaysia as well when they actually chose to ban the Xavier over the 1-1. Giving the free 1-1 pickup from the side of Indonesia means that there is going to be a lot of difficulties trying to counter as well. And ever since the 1-1 pickup as well, you can see everyone from side Team Malaysia, they were trying to pick off drafts that can suit the playstyle and deal with the 1-1 as they go. Understanding that forcing the carry is okay. It's a great way to deal with Esmeralda, it's a great way to deal with Baxia, but like I said as well, there is still no solution to the 1-1. Kufra was pretty much it, but they still lost the early fights.
Yeah, that's just unfortunate. You need a tool to deal with that or you just ban it out. Either way, we're going to be going on a short break. Make sure you guys catch us when we come back to see the conclusion of this semi-finals. We will see you guys in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Nama saya Idrin bin Abdul Jamal, IDN saya Momo. Saya bermain sebagai goal laner untuk tim Malaysia. Perasaan saya bila sampai ke Hangzhou ni rasa sangat excited dan cuaca kat sini lainlah daripada Malaysia. Tim Indonesia sebab tim diorang ada banyak all-star daripada negara diorang.
Hi, my name is Suku. My role is jungler. Nama saya ialah Suku and role saya ialah jungler. Sebab saya memang dari dulu suka main game lah.
Nama saya Zikri bin Syamsuddin, bermain sebagai millennial. Nama in-game name saya adalah Mon dan saya role sebagai millennial. Jadi saya sangat bangga dengan saya sebab dapat bermain di SEA Games dan dapat represent Malaysia. So, diorang sangat happy, sangat bangga dengan saya. So, ini adalah sebagai salah satu cara lah untuk saya buktikan dekat family saya yang e-sport ni boleh berjaya. Nak kata dekat fans kat luar sana, thank you sebab selalu support tim Malaysia dan insyaAllah kita akan bawa pingat untuk Malaysia lah.
Hai, nama saya Wan Osman bin Wan Imran, IGN saya Komes and role saya ESP lane. Daripada apa yang saya nampak, maybe kita orang boleh secure antara gold ataupun silver lah. Perbezaan maybe dalam segi trafik sebab kalau tengok kat sini ramai yang membawa motosikal tapi diorang punya trafik tu kurang jam lah. Kalau Malaysia jam, banyak kali jam lah. Itulah.
Nama saya Muhammad Farhan bin Wakiman. IGN saya Moy. Role saya adalah aroma dalam tim Malaysia. Saya nak mengucapkan terima kasih kepada semua fans yang menyokong kita orang, tak kisah sama ada kita orang menang ataupun kita orang kalah.
Hai, nama saya Muhammad Amin Razik. IGN saya Haji.
Role saya jungler. Saya rasa tim saya boleh pergi sejauh top 3. Tempat yang saya nak pergi di Hanoi ialah Dong Sung Market.
Nama saya Muhammad Zulishan bin Muhammad Nur, IJN saya Zon. Saya bermain sebagai roamer untuk tim Malaysia. Tim yang saya nak lawan adalah tim Indonesia sebab diorang bawa turun semua pemain-pemain yang all-star dalam diorang punya country. So saya rasa ini adalah tim yang seronok lah untuk lawan. Pekerjaan saya untuk sekarang ni memang full time gamer, tapi nak kata susah tu memang susah, tapi kita orang dah biasa lah untuk training screen semua. So nak teruskan dia punya passion tu memang kena keep motivate diri sendiri lah untuk terus main game ni.
Kita orang aim untuk dapatkan goal and then kita orang cuba untuk dapatkan gelaran champion lah dekat tentang M4. Hashtag
Belum. Ini special.
Kita orang aim untuk dapatkan goal and then kita orang cuba untuk dapatkan gelaran champion dekat pentas M4. Bagi Mobile Legends adalah game yang paling best lah dekat negara saya and then saya harap e-sport dekat Malaysia dapat berkembang lebih jauh and lebih maju. Hashtag Hashtag Malaysia boleh. Hello, gua R7, nama lengkapnya Rivaldi Fata, asal dari Bandung. Gue bermain di SEA Games ini mewakilkan Indonesia. Awalnya sih nggak nyangka sih bisa jadi pro player gitu, kayak jalan dengan sendirinya gitu. Pasti kayak tiap anak-anak punya impiannya masing-masing lah. Dulu gue pengen jadi dokter juga, cuman namanya belum rezeki, ya rezekinya ada di e-sport sih. Yang gue harapin di Mobile Legends sih untuk Indonesia ya pastinya biar bisa lebih gede lagi Mobile Legends-nya, terus makin banyak kompetitif tahun ke tahun kayak gitu-gitu makin ditambah. Ya itu aja sih harapan. Ya untuk para fans kita minta doanya agar kita bisa memberikan hasil yang maksimal di Hanoi SEA Games 31 ini. Semoga kita bisa membawa emas ke Indonesia.
Halo, nama gue Albert Iskandar, nama gue Albert. Gue bermain di timnas Indonesia sebagai jungler. Yang pasti gak bakal ngira sih bisa jadi kayak player Mobile Legends yang sebesar ini sekarang. Ya karena juga awalnya kan main cuma salah-salahan lah, tapi ya bersyukur banget bisa sampai segede sekarang. Menurut gue tim Indonesia sendiri, gue yakin sih bisa nyampe grand final lah. Apalagi tujuan kita semua sama, kita mau dapetin emas balik ke Indonesia, ya gue yakin kita bisa dapetin emas sih. Ya buat kalian semua para fans, ya kalian semua dukung kita terus, apapun hasilnya kita bakal lakuin yang terbaik kok buat Indonesia juga.
Nama gue Isan, nickname gue Luminer, umur gue 21 tahun, gue dari timnas MLBB Indonesia. Karena gue dari pas zaman gue sekolah, gue udah kayak latihan Mobile Legends, kayak gue udah mimpi gue jadi pro player. Dan ya gue percaya sama kerja keras gue. Untuk para fans, makasih yang udah dukung gue atau tim gue dan juga timnas Indonesia ini yang sedang berjuang. Dukung terus, makasih banyak kalian semua yang udah dukung. Semoga kita dapat hasil yang terbaik. Nih, bantu doanya ya.
Hello guys, my name is Calvin Winata. My nickname is CW. I'm from Indonesia and I'm playing God lane for my team. For me and my team, we play 2 tank. Yeah, it's already we usually play 2 tank and it's not a problem for us. I hope Mobile Legends at Indonesia or maybe at the world can be more have tournament and have a good. I think Mobile Legends can become more grower, become more popular and have a good. Of course, me and my family is very proud and happy, of course, and we will have a good celebration, I think. Yes.
Halo semua, nama gue Calvin, nickname gue Vin. gue bermain sebagai roamer di timnas MLBB Indonesia. Pendapat gue tentang Mobile Legends di Indonesia itu udah cukup berkembang, dan gue harap perkembangan itu bakal terus menerus jadi menjadikan Mobile Legends semakin besar lagi. Tujuan gue dan juga tim gue untuk SEA Games kali ini adalah untuk membuktikan bahwa Indonesia itu adalah negara yang cukup kuat di Mobile Legends, dan target utama kita adalah membawa pulang medali emas. Kepada para fans, terima kasih banyak yang udah dukung kita sampai sekarang. Tetap dukung kita supaya kita dapat menghasilkan hasil yang terbaik buat Indonesia, buat diri kita sendiri dan buat kalian.
Halo semua, nama saya Niki Fernando Pontodowo. Hal yang gue rasain waktu itu di Hanoi, tempatnya sangat nyaman, bagus, bersih, dan juga bisa kayak suasananya nyaman banget lah. Kalau makanan di Hanoi, kalau dari gue belum makan. Cuman kalau menurut gue makanan di Hanoi enak dan bakalan bisa jadi selera gue juga sih. Buat tim yang buat gue lawan, paling dari Filipina juga sih, Filipina. Buat kalian semua yang ada di Indonesia, selalu dukung kita. Karena kita akan berjuang untuk Indonesia, buat bangsa kita, buat mengharumkan nama Indonesia. Dan gue akan ngelakuin yang terbaik, kasih yang terbaik biar kita bisa dapat emas.
Halo, nama aku Gilang, nickname Sans. Ini nggak ada kepikiran kayak gitu, soalnya dulu tuh main rank biasa doang, main terus rank. Kalau kepikiran jadi pro player, enggak. Kita main rank doang soalnya, cuma dulu. Kenapa tiba-tiba main Mobile Legends? Dulunya main game lain sebenarnya, terus kan teman-teman yang lain mainnya Mobile Legends, ya udah ikut main Mobile Legends juga, dan sampai sekarang main Mobile Legends. Rasanya ya paling pertama ya senang banget lah, ini kan pertama kali aku juga kepilih jadi masuk SEA Games, ya nggak ada lain-lain sih, pasti senang banget. Buat Indonesia, dukung kita terus semuanya biar kita makin semangat, dan semoga kita nanti mendapatkan medali emas.
We want to do our best and get the best outcome that we can get. Of course, gold medal is what we want to do. After this tournament, we all have our own competition to go on. But right now, we just compete together as a team to do the best result for our country. We actually want to try a lot of food, but I'm afraid that there's a lot of restriction going on in SEA Games. Yeah, and
One voice. Timnas MLBB Indonesia, yang terbaik!
yeah.
Hey, welcome back to the 31st SEA Games Vietnam 2021. My name is ICBaby12. Join with me as it's going to be Stafa as we take you through the rest of the commentaries for the second semi-finals. It seems like there has been a little bit small break here to resolve some issues, and hopefully everything will be resumed. But as of now, continuing in towards the semi-finals, this is going to be game number 2 between both Indonesia as well as Malaysia, with Indonesia having a very, very convincing game. I would say unretaliated to a certain degree, but nevertheless, they still have to finish the remaining match if they want to be advancing in towards the grand finals to face off Team Philippines. But as of now, once again, shout out to our amazing organizers as well. The 31st SEA Games is organized by Vietnam Recreational and Electronic Sports Association, Marissa, in cooperation with VNG Games and Moonson.
Yep, of course, we have to thank all of these organizations for bringing us all of this intense MLBB action. But we are right back into it right here at the stage in Vietnam. Currently, Indonesia Terence has mentioned, is 1 game up against Team Malaysia, and we are 1 game away from potentially recreating the grand finals from the previous SEA Games if Team Indonesia qualifies for the grand finals and meets up against their longtime rivals, Team Philippines. It is going to be up to Team Malaysia to see if they can make the adaptations to their strategy that is necessary to prevent themselves from getting taken down a notch.
Yeah, that is going to be a very worrisome as well, especially when Team Malaysia had a very devastated loss in game number 1, with 1 mistake made so far, allowing Team Indonesia to completely snowball out of control and taking game 1. However, when it comes to drafts as well, it seems like they need hard adaptations as well. But seeing how Team Indonesia is going to be playing as well, they do have a good sense when it comes to drafting against Team Malaysia, knowing that their coach has experience in the region itself.
Yep, absolutely. But now that clock is over. We see drafting coming back up. It is going to be Team Malaysia drafting on the blue side now. Team Indonesia drafting on the red side. The first few bans have already come out. Malaysia continuing to ban out the Ling as well as the Xavier. And this time, Indonesia will remove the 1-1 from the pool.
Oh, however, there is going to be a little bit of a different approach when it comes to Indonesia's drafts. I was expecting targeted bans on towards Zorn's hero pool, but considering it is going to be first pick, it is going to be the safe approach to ban off meta bans instead. So Team Malaysia has a little bit more freedom to actually draft more of Zorn's heroes. But as of now, having the Franco being banned off, the Cho is going to be up for consideration from the side of Team Malaysia. Indonesia hasn't exactly banned it off yet. Will they actually let it slide or not?
These bans from Team Malaysia are very interesting considering they're on the blue side. You'd expect them to let the Xavier or the Franco through to pick it up first. But since Team Indonesia have decided to ban out the Grok, that means that the Cho is open for Team Malaysia if they want to lock it in for Zorn. The question is though, are there other heroes that they might want to more heavily prioritize?
Yeah, I feel like the Baxia is a really good first pick material as well, considering that how well the Baxia has been in terms of win rate out of both semifinals between all the 4 countries so far. So I feel like Baxia is definitely a good pickup coming from them if they decide to go for it. But it all comes down to whether or not they want to play around the Baxia and just deadlock Chiku's hero pool, or do they kinda just keep it open for the team?
There is also the Beatrix, which is open in the pool.
Oh,
and
good shout. Good
looks
shout.
like they will lock that in for Momo. So far, this hero has been very successful at the SEA Games. Understandable that they would want to go for that first, but the Baxia, as you pointed out, is now open for Team Indonesia.
Yeah, Beatrix is going to be a good shout as well. A good prediction. They are going to take it away, seeing how good of a performance. Now, with 1-1 out of the equation, the Beatrix is going to be able to do a little bit more in terms of AoE damage. And we talked about early aggression, right? 1-1 usually requires a little bit more items before joining the fight. But seeing how Team Indonesia was able to play it, it doesn't necessarily mean so. It's more about gathering that momentum to scale, and Beatrix is a good way to shut things down. However, Team Indonesia, they are going to prioritize on the Akai as well as the leader. This may be a potential roaming Akai, but still, looks like they are going to go for a potential jungle as well if they decide to go for it. And Team Malaysia, do they think that this is a Akai jungle, or is it just a denial pick in respect towards Chiku's Akai?
I do think this is more likely going to be an Akai jungle, but Indonesia are definitely in a situation where they can flex it out. Showing these 2 heroes this early on is also an indirect ban to the Cho being played by Zorn, because getting the Way of the Dragon on the Lilia basically doesn't mean anything if Black Shoes is still up, and Heavy Spin messes with his setup ability very heavily. So instead, Team Malaysia will lock in safer options, the Sicilian and the Baxia for themselves.
Yeah, it looks like Malaysia will be able to get a little bit more composition for themselves that pretty much deadlock their jungler, but they are still keeping Zorn's hero pool a little bit up for grabs. Indonesia, however, is gonna, have a little bit of a different approach about this. What is gonna be the pick here? Eve is actually up for grabs, but considering how well they played the previous game with the Veil, they may opt to go for the Veil or the Ruby again from the get-go. So if this is about to happen, Team Malaysia can opt to just straight up ban off very similar bans coming in from game number 1.
it is unlikely that they will go for the Ruby. I did think this was going to be the case. They lock in the Popple and Koopa here, which makes a lot of sense. They know who the enemy gold laner is going to be, Popple and Koopa, being one of the heroes that can match up against the Beatrix. They don't want to reveal anything like the Ruby right now because they do still want to keep this Akai as a bit of a question for Team Malaysia.
I don't think it's just Akai as well. I feel like Popple and Koopa is also in a gray area, considering that even though normally we would expect a marksman composition, but seeing how I would say Team Philippines as well as Team Singapore, the way they played it as well, they do tentatively want to keep it open to be played as a roaming position. So Team Malaysia, they've got to roll the dice right now. They've got to make a decision. Is this a roaming Popple and Koopa or is this a marksman? So based on the bans for now, Team Malaysia, what they do feel like it is going to be a potential roaming Akai and a marksman Popple and Koopa. So they are banning off Karina instead of banning off maybe the potential Ruby or Veil coming to the table. Oh, sorry, they don't even need the Veil. They've got the Lydia.
Rather than thinking that this is going to be a roam Akai, I think what Team Malaysia are trying to do right now is to force the jungle Akai. They don't want to give the Karina over to Team Indonesia. They want them to play the Akai in the jungle, because that is actually not a bad matchup for the Baxia. Indonesia, interesting choice here. Going to be banning out the Diggy to prevent the time journey from cancelling out the heavy spin.
Yeah, I like how they're covering all their loose ends as well coming from Team Indonesia. If they want to go for a CC-oriented composition to set up with the traps as well as the Akai heavy spin, pretty much one time journey completely denies all this push. Team Malaysia, however, choosing to ban the Fanny, okay, not expecting this at all, but seems like you said as well, they are gonna try and force the Akai into the jungle matchup against the Baxia.
Yeah, we have already seen Albert play on the Fanny one time before, and his mechanical skill leaves a lot to be feared. There's a reason why Team Malaysia would ban this out, but now that all of the heroes have been banned out from both sides, Team Indonesia will have first pick here in this second phase. They are still looking for potential roam and an EXP lane. Right now, things like the Dirov and the Esmeralda are still open if they want to go for that.
Yep, I'm looking forward to see how it all goes down, but seems like Team Indonesia, they will pick the Kufra for themselves, denying the pick on towards Zoran's hero pool, forcing him to play a potential Cho, a potential Ruby in that regard as well. But there's just so many possibilities that he could play. But I'm a little bit more curious on what 4 Maze on the side lane is going to be playing here from the side of Team Malaysia. Are they going to force him to play a potential Benedetta if he wants to, or maybe even a Paquito, which isn't exactly too bad, I guess?
I do still like the Dirov for 4 Maze, considering that Kufra and Akai have been locked in for Indonesia. The armor shred would help a lot, but it is still risky. Instead, they're gonna be locking in the Cho anyway, but also the Hilda. This is going to be a 4 Maze EXP Cho.
Yeah, I like this decision a little bit more coming from Team Malaysia. Play heroes that are very, very comfortable with playstyle, and I was expecting them to actually pick the Esmeralda, but you did mention a very, very good point, which is the potential Dero. They kept up the final pick for that potential flex pick, and Team Indonesia, they can actually punish it as well. So not taking the risk, Team Malaysia, they go for something that they're comfortable with. Hilda, Cho, very, very flexible heroes. Both can be played either roams or even XP lane. And I like how they're just keeping it interesting. And Team Indonesia, they have to figure out which is which and who is going to be playing who.
Safe EXP lane nouns would be Paquito. Okay. They're going to be putting the Akai in the EXP lane. And we're going to be seeing Albert playing on the Lancelot jungle. The first time in the SEA Games we have seen this assassin hero played.
Okay, I'm really not expecting this. Well, I was expecting maybe a Kufra XP lane, but seems like you are right. They are gonna force an XP Akai coming from Indonesia, and I'm looking forward to see how this is gonna work out. But when it comes to matchup as well, who is a better matchup against Akai? A Cho or a Hilda?
I think that
I've never seen it before. I'm not gonna lie. I've never tried it in a pub game where I've had to have a matchup like this.
I think just in terms of lane matchup, Hilda probably does a little bit better, but they're still going to be playing that Hilda as a roam. So, going to have a little bit of a harder time, but that's going to be a lane where neither hero is going to be able to get easy dominance. So we'll see if it's going to be enough as we now enter the land of dawn once again. One game separates Team Indonesia from qualifying to the grand finals.
Yep, you can see Zorn immediately going for invades as well, immediately getting surrounded by members of Team Indonesia. He's got the sustain to do it, but he's going to be as annoying as possible. He is going to try and chip away at towards Albert's HP, which he can, and it seems like he will be able to do so and escape scot-free. Team Indonesia not going to be not going to be reacting to this. Not respecting, I mean reacting to this apparently.
Yeah, and he does manage to force Albert to use the Retribution,
oh, no,
so he is fine. Momo taking a lot of damage. This is the strength of the Popol and Koopa matchup against Beatrix. This is a very good lane for CW, and Momo going to need to play very carefully.
Well, R7 going to be making more on denying the jungle away from Team Malaysia from their perspective, and Zorn, however, is still going to be trying to mirror and annoy Albert as much as he can. Vin is going to try to zone him out, but there's only so much he can do. Zorn is going to focus on Albert once again. Team Indonesia cannot go a little bit out of control, so it is going to be a little bit more space for Team Malaysia to play across the maps.
But this is definitely a much more comfortable start for Zorn. He is the type of player that wants to be able to do things like this, make an impact on the map. Even if he's not stopping Albert from taking the camps, he is slowing him down. And Chiku is already one level up on the landslide in position for the turtle.
Yeah, looks like Zorn is going to be trying to cause havoc throughout the rotations of Team Indonesia. So much information has been gathered, but First Blood has been on its way. Team Indonesia get a kill on towards Momo up top alongside with Albert as well as CW. So this is another good start for the goal laner of Team Indonesia, CW.
Team Malaysia recognizes that Momo has been taken out. They're gonna try and trade it for the turtle. Tiku does have Repri, will be able to get Way of the Dragon onto Vin, kicks him away, but Heavy Spin gonna be stopping Tiku from following up on the rest of his team. Now Zorn gonna continue harassing Albert.
Yeah, very, very good ideas on that regards when it comes to trading of both initiators. But however, top side, Momo gonna be losing out on the trades once again. Not looking good for Team Malaysia despite going 50-50s, but just like that, Team Indonesia, they will break the tier 1 up top. Barely 3 minutes into the game, they got a tier 1 up top just for CW.
That is going to be really bad for Team Malaysia right there. A full tower, full gold plating on the Popol and Koopa on top of 2 kills on his lane opponent is going to put Indonesia massively in the lead in terms of net worth. They already have a 1k advantage, and you can bet that Momo is going to have a really rough time now. I'm kind of surprised they haven't provided him with any more help.
Yeah, it's extremely difficult as well, considering how Zorn is just annoying Team Indonesia all the way through. But look at this, Zorn once again going to be going for the invade. Team Indonesia, they need to respect this. But Vin, he's going to go for a call out, and Tyrus Ray comes in. Hey, they immediately look to punish this as well. Zorn make a run for it, and he escapes it scot-free. And that is going to be Indonesia committing to one space, and that is a little bit of space created by Zorn.
That was really close, though. It was only thanks to Hilda's passive that Zorn was able to get out of that. Formaze and Chiku not actually aware that R7 is right here in this bush, gonna eventually run into him. But right now, the main issue is going to be CW. Already, you can see Vin is focused on protecting this Popol and Koopa.
Yep, Zorn now going to be opening up the map so they know exactly where he is. Here's the sound of the Tyrant's Revenge. Immediately sidesteps his way through, but he is going to look to try and farm his way and towards a fight. But Team Indonesia completely ignoring him all. But while that's actually happening, so the Langar strategy, Chiku going for the invade. He's going to get pinned off by the Heavy Spin, and just like that, no support whatsoever, and he is going to be bowed out. The rest of Team Malaysia is going to try and join in, but here comes the catch from Vin, and that is going to be killing spree secured by CW. And this is a big major win coming in from Indonesia again.
Team Malaysia right now is just completely lacking coordination. I'm not really seeing team movements across the map, and Team Indonesia are completely capitalizing on this situation. This is going to be a free turtle going to them once again. Team Malaysia, they've been able to maintain a pretty small net worth gap, but they cannot afford to allow more things like this to continue.
Agreed. But how this is going to be happening as well, Zorn could be opening up the map a little bit more. Meanwhile, Indonesia, they are going to be setting a fight. Chico is going to go in for Crash as well. Does they want to take a fight? Looks like they do not want to. Zorn is trying to harass the Sansa as well. Here comes the back, he pulls it away, flickers out of the situation, but the Cyclone Girl will keep Sansa in place. Formace finally joins the fight, but it takes almost nearly forever to take him out. But finally, they take out this very annoying Lilia. However, here comes the catch coming from Terra's Reach as well. Nice flicker, 4 for 4 mates, catches the backline. They're fighting in towards the turtle bit, but the Heavy Spin will keep them in check. Team Malaysia able to sustain this brute frost as Moon is slowly chipping chipping away and comes up on top. Finally, Albert joins the fight, but the damage has been done. They are trading 50-50s across the map, and somehow Malaysia was able to fight 50-50s.
That was a massive trade for Team Malaysia right there, being able to trade 2 for 2, taking out multiple members of Team Indonesia. The biggest impact of that is going to be on Moon, as he's going to be able to get a lot of stacks just from that single interaction. And this is Leon is going to start scaling up.
Yep, Chico now, however, is going to get caught up. He does have a choice for Son. He needs to make a run for it. However, Albert will not be able to trade him off despite the engagement. Son now going to try and chip away. He does have the information for Team Malaysia. Looking for the place. Team Indonesia is going to be grouping up a little bit more. But before that, let's take a look at items real quick. War Axe purchase up on Albert means he is going to hurt a little bit harder. But as compared to Chico, who's actually going for an early blade armor first, in contrast before going for the Sky Guard and helmet.
We can definitely see the main problem now is going to be CW, though. He is so much richer than everyone else. Chico actually ahead of Albert as well. So Team Malaysia are not completely out of this. They are still in a pretty alright position. They just gotta make sure to catch out this Popo and Koopa.
Yep. I definitely agree. Zon opening up the map. They do see the turtle plays coming in. They are calling in Chico to go and finish for a fight. And Team Indonesia doesn't exactly want to force the issue. Albert hasn't exactly had a pretty decent time. He needs to get some sort of kills, but look at how tanky Team Malaysia is, as they are going to be able to go for the invades finally. Chico looking for the right moment to strike. He's waiting out for the rest of the team to come in. Momo is going to come in as well from inside Team Malaysia as they force the fight. Indonesia realizing they do not have damage. They are going to back off. However, they do find Zon kind of stranded, but can they focus him down? No, unfortunately not going to happen. But from the side, Albert getting caught off by 4 Mays. They go in for the catch and Momo completely obliterates him, and that is going to be Team Indonesia losing out a little bit of trade. However, they are not too happy with losing Albert's life. They will take Momo's life once again as they go in for a split push fight. Sans, however, trying to buy a little bit more time, and the turtle, well, it's going to be in the hands of Team Malaysia, so there is going to be a very, very wild skirmish. Then from behind, with missing the mark, he's a little bit in enemy territories, but Malaysia do then hack the XP to fight this, but it is going to be just the right amount of sauce to get the kill with the turtle bomb. But oh my goodness, 4 Mays, the second free of the dragon, missing the angle. He is going to pay with his life as Team Malaysia is going for a very, very chaotic brawl and is somehow managing to come up on top of this raids.
Chaotic is the only word we can use to describe that right there. Malaysia should not be winning out these skirmishes, and they are not. Albert going in, getting another free kill onto Moon. They're at the very least trading somewhat evenly, but right now, I do think they're still being a little bit too greedy. Indonesia, though, needs to be a little bit careful. They are making some mistakes here, and they're underestimating the amount of damage that Team Malaysia is actually able to output. So right now, I do think that both teams are in a situation where they actually have to be quite wary of one another.
Yeah, but the Langa strategy coming from Team Malaysia is going to work out because 4 Mays now going to be making an attempt. He gets the Jig Kunto, however, forcing R7 for the heavy spin. 4 Mays trying to sidestep his way through. Unfortunately, not going to be able to do so, as that is going to be a very, very nice pickoff coming from Team Indonesia. 5-0 and 1 on R7. Zon, however, is going to be pulled back as they slowly bully him out. CW starting to show signs of a lot of damage. Survives with 1 HP as Team Indonesia is biting back.
Yeah, but it's still going to be quite an uphill battle here. Team Indonesia are in a very comfortable position. They still have a 1k net worth lead. The Lord coming up in another 10 seconds. They will be able to get another tower down bottom side. Looks like we're going to be going into yet another technical pause here, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep. Seems like they are going to be trying to set things out as well, because that was a very, very close fight. And considering that how the Langa strategy coming from Team Malaysia definitely caught Indonesia off guard, right? And the beauty about it as well, when they hit and force a fight, you do not expect it as well. You saw how 4 Mays was able to fight in turtle fight as well. Because of that chaotic fight that is actually happening, Team Indonesia weren't really prepared to take a fight at all. And when they were caught off guard, they were forced into a fight where it could have been a 50-50 coin toss. And honestly, I'm not gonna lie, I don't think Team Malaysia would have won, but they somehow managed to clutch it. So it's all thanks towards this Cho, who's always consistently trading off 50-50s. You understand from the mentalities on both players, right? From the side of Indonesia, they're relying on this Akai to potentially go in for the backlines and Hurricane Dance and isolate one of the pickoffs. Likewise, coming in from Team Malaysia as well, but they are going to take advantage using the Cho to isolate those kind of fights.
Right now, from what I can see of the way that these two teams are playing, Indonesia is playing more of a coordinated team fight style, and they're doing that very effectively. Whereas it does feel like Team Malaysia is focusing a little bit more on individual gameplay, just making sure that their own positions in the fight are all right. Both methods are obviously effective, but the Team Malaysia style takes a little bit more individual awareness and might be a little bit more tricky to pull off effectively. That is why I think they are able to take these fights, because it is a little bit more difficult for Team Indonesia to get a read on their plans. But they gotta make sure that Moon and Momo aren't getting caught out of position like they are.
Exactly, and Albert, despite having a pretty okay start, him not aware that Formix is going to be targeting him is going to be something that puts him in the dam in terms of economy. You can see Team Indonesia, they're playing a little bit more defensive now compared to game number 1. I think this adaptation coming from Team Malaysia is what is throwing them off guard. And Sans now going to be forced to have early and Black Shoe as well. Going for Tyrant's Rage, they do catch on one, and that's going to be Moon caught off, and that's going to be Indonesia finding an opportunity to actually take a fight on towards the Lord. However, Chico's still going to be in the vicinity, doesn't have the shoe back there as well. R7 still has the heavy spin, and they will completely isolate the fight. Formace Hunt seem to find them off guard, but R7 single-handed isolated the fight. They are going to try and risk and take the Lord, and that is going to be Albert securing for Team Indonesia.
Albert will be able to take that, but we see down here Momo actually getting a full lane of towers as well. That's going to be some farm for the Beatrix. Formace now in a lot of trouble. Gets the way of the dragon onto Albert, but that was just a desperate move to keep himself alive a little longer. Will get taken out. Jiku now in a lot of trouble, getting chased down by CW, but the Torn Rose from Albert going to miss entirely, allowing the rest of Team Malaysia to walk away.
Now with the Lord going to be in the hands of Team Indonesia, they are going to have a little bit more momentum to push the lane. Team Malaysia forced to play a little bit more defensive. However, it is going to be a little bit of a trade coming in from Momo, but to what extent is it going to be called enough? Because based on the items right now, Team Indonesia, they do have a little bit more capabilities to work with, because Arsene was able to get an early 5-0-2. He was able to get the Dreadnought armor rather early to deal with all this physical damage that Momo is going to be bringing to the table. However, looks like that is going to be a fight coming in. Team Malaysia is going to be forcing the Lord fight as well. Team Indonesia waiting for the right moment to pin him to the wall, but no! They underestimate the power of Moon, and that is going to be Sans respecting and backed off R7, using the heavy speed to secure the formations and safety of his fellow compadres.
A good Lord defense from Malaysia as they're able to zone out the rest of Team Indonesia, but we can already see a similar effect to what happened in game number 1. Now that Team Indonesia have more map control, they're gonna start taking away jungle camps from Team Malaysia. But Zorn walking into the bush, not realizing just how many of them there were, getting taken out very quickly on. Vin buying a lot of time in the backline. A nice Jikundo, but Forme is not gonna be able to do much. Heavy spin pins Chiku against the wall. You will be able to survive for now, almost taking out R7, but the rest of Team Indonesia will follow up. 3 kills for nothing.
Nicely done coming from Team Indonesia with the heavy spin to isolate the fight. Team Malaysia tried to go in for a force fight, unfortunately could not get the trade-off in terms of the better end. Momo does have a little bit more economy to actually win this fight. However, they need to figure a way to deal with Sans, and look at this Moon. He's gonna get bursted down, and Sans goes in for the Shadow Bomb, and that's gonna be a very, very nice pickup coming from Sans.
We are seeing an unfortunate repeat of game number 1 now. Malaysia put up a pretty good fight so far, but now Indonesia is really growing their net worth lead, a 6K difference in their favor. They again have control over the map, and Team Malaysia is going to be that much more difficult for them to actually extend out and get some farm on their later game course.
Agreed. It's going to be a very difficult situation, but Indonesia, like you said as well, is going to have a 6K net worth lead. And now 20 seconds left before this next Lord. Indonesia is going to try and set things up. R7 going to be opening up the map, trying to, zone off the map. But it seems like there is going to be a split attempt coming from Indonesia to try and punish any spot of split pushers coming in from Team Malaysia. R7 intentionally showing himself down bottom, making sure that there's no cut-off strategy from Team Malaysia to punish Albert, who's currently having a very difficult time getting some sort of fun. But initially, and now with 4, 1, and 15, they're setting their marks and towards the Lord pit now.
You can see that Ben is still putting a lot of attention into protecting CW, and that is because the rest of his team doesn't need his help anymore. All he has to do is defend their primary DPS. Now the Lord has come back up once again. Indonesia going in, looking for Moon. A nice sidestep from the Sicilian allows him to avoid the Torrent Rose.
Yep, seems like Moon is going to be forced to pop the ultimate a little bit earlier as he needs to back off. Meanwhile, here comes the concealed play coming from Indonesia. They're going to focus on 4 mains, but this is a Cho we're talking about. It's not exactly an easy thing to fight, but Chico go looking for the flank. They catch on to the win. A 3-man Chico coming from 4 mains is great, but it's not going to be enough as there is no follower from side Team Malaysia. Now they are going to be on retreat as well. As you can see, R7 focusing on Momo to try and isolate the fight, while the rest of Team Indonesia are grouping up to try and salvage the situation. Moon gets a nice sanguine goal, wants to turn the tide. Here comes Zord looking for the chop. Indonesia needs to respect this. Finally, Momo goes for a big out. Indonesia has to respect it and back off.
This is actually not that bad for Team Malaysia. He only losing 4 mains in that entire skirmish and actually zoning out the rest of Team Indonesia away from the Lord. It looks like they're still not going to take the risk to go for the Lord as of right now because they can't afford for Indonesia to have it stolen. This is quite unfortunate for them. 4 mains trying to look for CW, but gets stopped and dies before he can finish off the Way of the Dragon.
Now, I really like how that Team Malaysia is understanding that the main damage output coming from Team Indonesia is pretty much the Lilia, right? The moment they use up all the Shadow Bomb charges as well as the Black Shoe charges, that's pretty much no damage whatsoever. And once you're able to sustain this way through, Team Indonesia is going to be really heavily relying on towards CW and Elba's damage. And once you sidestep all of that, it's not really that much of a threat. And if they can isolate and also waste up all the spells, they can look for retaliation, which we did see that time and time again, Team Malaysia was trying as much as possible to dodge all these fights before re-engaging.
Yeah, but hopefully it's going to be enough now because they are still 6k net worth behind. The Lord is going to be challenged once again. Team Indonesia all around. Chiku gonna be running into a couple of them in the backline, taking a lot of damage from Albert. Zorn trying to stop Vin as Sans is in the backline. He's aiming for Momo. Chiku gonna be able to... Oh my goodness, Momo just disappears. JW taking a lot of damage from Moon as well as Vin now going to be zoning out 4 maze. They're looking for one more. Moon going to be the next target taken out. Chiku and Zorn now going to be focused. Sans doing so much work on this Lilia, and the rest of Team Malaysia have to back this off.
Oh, that's the thing about the Lilia as well. Once you go for Shadow Ball, you get kills. This is huge for the team, but it is a hit and miss. But beautiful rotation coming from Sans as well, going for the fight, knowing that he does have the advantage when it comes to beating up spells. And because of that, Moon and Momo just could not stand a chance. They weren't expecting a flank of a Lilia coming from behind, and because of that, they are going to lose the trade very, very quickly. But it's understandable why Indonesia made the play. They know 4 mains has a tendency to go in for split push. As soon as they saw the Cho down bottom, they immediately forced the fight.
I'm just really impressed at the way that Sans was positioning in that fight as well. The fact that he was being targeted by Team Malaysia and still found the time to just take out Momo, even though he didn't look like he was looking in that direction at all. Luminous Lord now pushing up top lane. CW doing a lot of damage to the bottom inhibitor as well.
Yep, Team Indonesia now going to be knocking onto the inhibitor. It looks like they're going to force fight up top, and Lord is going to be pushing on towards the inhibitor. Chiku needs to play a little bit safe. He's taking a little too much damage as well, as he's going to make a run for it, while Indonesia can't seem to pick him off. They are going to try to get more objectives. Albert, however, is going to back off a little bit more and hoping that Team Malaysia is going to be making a little bit of punishment as well. Win cooking up the Tyrant's Revenge. Not going to connect on this Team Malaysia, but as of yet, they're playing in a bit of space.
Right now, we're in a situation where Team Malaysia does need to find some sort of pickoff. But Team Indonesia can do that so much more easily and so much more effectively. Looks like we're going to be going into a pause yet again. Again, apologies to all of you watching at home. We gotta make sure that everything is all okay for these players. We don't want them to end up in difficult situations just because of a technical issue.
Yep, seems like there is going to be a little bit issue there coming from Team Indonesia as they try to resolve it as quickly as they can. But as of now, Team Indonesia is in a position where they're able to capitalize on a lot of this fight. And like I said as well, Sans on the Lilia becomes a very, very important factor in all these upcoming team fights. And you can see as well that the difference between the Lilia as well as the Sicilian is that Sicilian is looking for that very, very a nice push, whereas Lilia, you can make plays by using yourself as a bait. So it's a little bit different in terms of approach, but I feel like Sans moving up forward and confidently saying that there's nothing Team Malaysia could have do to himself and also get kills out of it was just insane. I think that there was a little bit of miscommunication coming from Team Malaysia early on with that fight, but because of that small mistakes, Team Malaysia was just completely rolled over for that Lord fight at all.
Absolutely. Right now, I do feel like the style of gameplay that we're seeing from Team Malaysia is just not working out. It still feels like they're all individually trying to achieve their own objectives in a team fight, and they're not far ahead enough for that to work out. Formays in the backline looking for CW, but even if he does get the kick, no one is close enough to be able to follow up because the backline is being dismantled by R7 and Sands. Team Indonesia right now have a very comfortable ticket to victory, and something must happen for Team Malaysia to move on here in this game.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see how the Arkai is going to be bringing it to the table as well, because you see as well, C7 is just so important. R7 is just so important in all these trade-offs just because of the Arkai being able to disrupt other formations regardless of where the place it is going to put a dent into the ideas and conversations on how they set up their follow-up. So without further ado, we're going to be continuing the game in game number 2 as of yet, as this is going to be Indonesia taking a very huge lead against Team Malaysia with a 10k net worth lead against Team Malaysia on top of it.
10,000 gold difference is usually a very safe bet to say that it's not going to be something you come back from. But if Team Malaysia are able to delay the game long enough and actually get full items on their team, then this difference won't actually make that big of an impact. The question is whether or not they are actually able to delay it to that extent, because Team Indonesia right now are continuing to zone them out of their own jungle.
Yeah, I definitely agree as well. But Indonesia, R7 looking for the catch. Looks like he almost catch 4 mates, thinking about a heavy spin. But this is the Cho we're talking about as well. Moon, however, barely trickling down onto R7's health, and this just shows you how much magic resist he has as compared to the other to Chiku, who's also starting to struggle in terms of damage output.
You can see that Chiku is trying to go into the enemy jungle to see if there are any camps left for him to farm, but it is all empty. Indonesia has been very efficiently farming up not just their own camp, but all of Team Malaysia's camps as well, which is just making it that much more difficult for any attempts at catching up to farms to happen.
Yep. Now Chico going to be baiting reactions coming from Team Indonesia, they are not taking it yet, but Indonesia has a little bit more control onto his Lord bait. But Team Malaysia, they are going to try and force a fight, but it looks like Team Indonesia, they concede the Lord, and they now going to be forcing it down to the middle. Here comes the pull coming in as well. They catch on Zord from side Team Indonesia, and Team Malaysia has to back off. Here comes the heavy spin coming from R7. He's got the sprint, but immediately gets cancelled as well, as here comes the re-engage coming from Team Malaysia, but they just don't have the damage, and they are afraid of what Suns is bringing to the table. The Shadow Bomb just isolating Team Malaysia from pressing forward. And while that is actually happening as well, Albert as well as CW is going to be focusing on the Lord. And this is just a very convincing takedown coming from Team Indonesia.
This is just looking real bad for Team Malaysia right now. Formays trying to buy some time. Sands just negating all of the damage from Moon with the Black Shoes as well. We have reached the 20-minute point in this game. The Lord has successfully been taken by Team Indonesia, and this is now going to be the do-or-die defense by Team Malaysia. If they lose this, they will be dropping down to the 3rd place bronze match later on against Team Singapore.
Agreed. But as of yet, having the Radiant Armor up onto his R7 is a great indicator to just shut down Moon's overly progressive stacks in terms of damage output. So it's a way that counters his playstyle, but at the same time, here comes the Flicker coming in! Catching on Moon, and that is huge, but he is going to be able to escape his mouth. But at the same time, Formays goes to the setup as well. He is going to burn through to his immortalities. But Malaysia, can they fight a little bit more? No, they cannot. Albert is on a godlike streak as he takes Formays down. Meanwhile, Chico is completely isolated from the rest of his members as he is going to be taken out, and his immortality completely wasted down as Team Indonesia will get 2-0 trade-off as they continue with their assault. They're looking to close up the game. It seems like this is going to be a very good time for them to do so as they continue to push forward, and they're focusing the crystal, and they have done it. Ladies and gentlemen, Team Indonesia are your second grand finalists.
We are going to be seeing history repeat itself as Indonesia versus Philippines is going to be your SEA Games Grand Finals for the second time in a row. GG, well played to Team Malaysia, but this does seem like an unfortunate case of just being completely outclassed. The all-star Indonesian team being too much of a threat for Team Malaysia to overcome.
Yep, it is going to be a repeat of history as well, but Team Indonesia, they have guaranteed themselves a medal for their country, regardless of silver or gold. But I am looking forward to see how it all goes down tomorrow in the grand finals, where Team Philippines is going to be facing off against Team Indonesia for that gold medal.
Yep, but before that, we are going to be seeing one final match for today coming up right after this, where Team Malaysia will be playing against Team Singapore to determine who will get the final bronze medal and have a chance to stand on the podium at the 31st SEA Games.
Oh, this is such a heartwarming moment as well, as Team Indonesia is just completely very excited on what they're about to do as well. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Team Indonesia, your second team to make it to the grand finals, a guaranteed medal for Team Indonesia.
I'm imagining that all the Indonesian fans in the comments are going to be very excited to see this. They want to witness their all-star team go up. They want to be able to claim vengeance against Team Philippines from the previous SEA Games. We will find out if that will happen tomorrow in the grand finals.
Yep, that pretty much concludes the second semi-finals here at the 31st SEA Games. And nevertheless here, our hearts are going to be broken, but seems like our brains are pretty on point here.
Yeah, absolutely. We already knew going into this that just based on statistics, Team Indonesia would be the favorites to win this series. But obviously, we're Malaysian. We are in our hearts, we want to see our team move on forward. Unlucky, this time was not the case for us. There's always next time, but congrats to Team Indonesia. Looking forward to seeing what kind of plays we can expect in the grand finals tomorrow.
Yep, I'm looking forward to see what kind of fancy plays as well. But we did see adaptations coming from Team Indonesia as well. Everyone is jumping on the hype train. Tank junglers is the current meta, and that's exactly how you should be played. Arkai, a little bit of a surprising element for me, even though it's a little bit short in terms of range. But when it comes to being a disruptive force, it's just so very good. I thought it was going to be a denial pick coming from Indonesia, but look at how annoying it can be, you get, right? Even though it's not a jungler role, playing it as a tank, playing in the XP, playing in the gold lane as well, as long as you get that early level 4, you are a force that can disrupt a lot of momentum.
Yep, absolutely. But without further ado, it is time to once again award our MVP for the last game, and is going to go over to CW again on the Popol and Koopa. A 3-1 and 10 match. KDA being able to absolutely dumpster his lane, going up against Momo, taking the entire tier 1 tower, gold shield included, and even adding on 2 kills on the Beatrix as well. This is a man you cannot underestimate.
Yeah, I definitely agree as well. CW's gold farm, he always finds a way to get some sort of farm throughout the entire match, and he was able to get all 2 games in a row by winning his individual lanes in the early stage again. It seems like where is it going to be a switch for MVP? Seems like it's not going to be C7. It is actually going to be Sans on the Lilia instead. Apologies for that.
Yep, Sans also did a very good job. I do think that the Lilia definitely played a huge impact in this game. We can see here, this was a much longer match than game number 1, lasting 20 minutes. But Indonesia was still in complete control. 22 kills to 5, many of them already completing their full items. And the members of Team Malaysia still struggling to get their final one.
Yeah, Sans, well, I was expecting maybe CW would have won the lane in terms of MVP. But yeah, of course, Sans deserved that MVP. From him flanking towards the backlines, taking a kill on towards both Momo as well as Moon was a very huge factor coming from Team Indonesia. And once again, a second time of very convincingly in terms of 22 kills against the 5 against Team Indonesia. Despite having a little bit of a longer duration to close up the game, Indonesia just shows you that they are completely outclassed Team Malaysia. But to give you guys a little bit more insights on what exactly happened, I'm actually excited to see that Team Malaysia, despite all the efforts on game number 1, they were able to find some sort of hope in game number 2 by going for a very langgar strategy, and it definitely threw Indonesia off guard from the early stage game, but somehow Team Indonesia was able to redeem some sort of form.
I think this is very classic Team Malaysia style. They just run at the enemy and take fights, and sometimes it does actually work out. This was a huge fight for Team Malaysia, in which Sans was completely caught out unawares, being able to take him out, and even though they got double stunned by Vin, the Way of the Dragon catching out CW in the backline was absolutely huge. Not to mention that both Moon and Momo were doing a very good job of spacing themselves out of the turtle pit. This was a chance for Team Malaysia to turn things around.
Yeah, I definitely agree. They were able to completely catch Indonesia off guard in that situation. But despite all that, you have to give credit to us R7, right? His behavior spin has been so on point and just disrupting all this momentum. Every single time they make some sort of attempt, they were able to just completely break the formations or interrupt the combos coming in from Team Malaysia. Even though they got a couple of very nice pickoff onto his Albert, but for me, the biggest threat here was none other than Sans and CW. They were just consistently getting some sort of farms, and every single time they make some sort of play from Team Malaysia, there will always be some sort of disruption, which is too hard to overcome.
Yeah, and we can see here as well, this was actually a pretty good fight for Team Malaysia, but then they got a little bit too greedy. Formays went in to try and catch out CW, but messed up his combo. And then the rest of them got caught out here. Vin finding Moon, instantly getting taken down by Albert. And the rest of Team Malaysia still attempting to contest the Lord, despite that fact, allowing Team Indonesia to constantly find pickoffs.
Yeah, I definitely agree. But even all this fight as well, Indonesia was already starting to scale in terms of lead. You can see time and time again, Team Malaysia, they're trying to make some sort of play, which is going to be prioritizing a Momo's farm a little bit more. And as soon as they split off, Team Indonesia is always looking a fight. And when that actually happens, they just come in with 5v3 all the way through. And even towards the final fights as well, they didn't exactly have the economy and tools to fight throughout all these skirmishes. So overall, I feel like when it comes to rotation, when it comes to making decision making, Team Indonesia was so far ahead and realizing what is going on across the map, whereas Team Malaysia was still struggling to understand what should be done in certain scenarios.
Yeah, Team Indonesia definitely proved themselves to be a world-class team here. Their discipline, decision-making, gameplay, and coordination were all on point. It's almost hard to believe they have this much chemistry, considering that their players come from so many different teams in Indonesia. But we've already confirmed our 2 grand finalists. We've confirmed our 2 bronze match teams. We will be seeing that in just a moment, but we will be taking a short break. So make sure to catch us later to see who is the bronze place team.
Nama saya Idrin bin Abdul Jamal. IGN saya Momo. Saya bermain sebagai goaltender untuk tim Malaysia. Perasaan saya bila sampai ke Hangzhou ni rasa sangat excited dan cuaca kat sini lainlah daripada Malaysia. Tim Indonesia sebab tim diorang ada banyak all-star daripada negara diorang.
Hi, my name is Siku. My role is jungler. Nama saya ialah Siku and role saya ialah jungler. Sebab saya memang dari dulu suka main game lah.
Nama saya Zikri bin Syamsuddin, bermain sebagai millennial. Nama in-game name saya adalah Moon dan saya role sebagai millennial. Menurut saya sangat bangga dengan saya sebab dapat bermain di SEA Games dan dapat represent Malaysia. So, diorang sangat happy, sangat bangga dengan saya. So, ini adalah sebagai salah satu cara lah untuk saya buktikan dekat family saya yang e-sport ni boleh berjaya. Nak kata dekat fans kat luar sana, thank you sebab selalu support tim Malaysia, dan insyaAllah kita akan bawa pingat untuk Malaysia lah.
Hai, nama saya Wan Osman bin Wan Imran, IGN saya Fomes, and role saya ESP Lane. Daripada apa yang saya nampak, maybe kita orang boleh secure antara gold ataupun silver lah. Perbezaan maybe dalam segi trafik, sebab kalau tengok kat sini ramai yang bawa motosikal, tapi diorang punya trafik tu kurang jam lah. Kalau Malaysia jam, banyak kali jam lah. Itulah.
Nama saya Muhammad Farhan Limakiman, IGN saya Moy. Role saya adalah aroma dalam tim Malaysia. Saya nak mengucapkan terima kasih kepada semua fans yang menyokong kita orang, tak kisah sama ada kita orang menang ataupun kita orang kalah.
Hai, nama saya Muhammad Amir Razik, IGN saya Haji, role saya jungler. Saya rasa tim saya boleh pergi sejauh top 3. Tempat yang saya nak pergi di Hanoi ialah Dong Sun Market.
Nama saya Muhammad Zulishan bin Muhammad Nur, IGN saya Zuan. Saya bermain sebagai Roma untuk tim Malaysia. Tim yang saya nak lawan adalah tim Indonesia sebab diorang bawa turun semua pemain-pemain yang all-star dalam diorang punya country. So saya rasa ini adalah tim yang seronok lah untuk lawan. Pekerjaan saya untuk sekarang ni memang full-time gamer, tapi nak kata susah tu memang susah, tapi kita orang dah biasa lah untuk training skill semua. So nak teruskan dia punya passion tu memang kena keep motivate diri sendiri lah untuk terus main game ni.
Kita orang aim untuk dapatkan goal, and then kita orang cuba untuk dapatkan gelaran champion lah dekat pentas M4. Hashtag
Belum. Ini special.
Kita orang aim untuk dapatkan goal, and then kita orang cuba untuk dapatkan gelaran champion dekat pentas M4. Jadi Mobile Legends adalah game yang paling best lah dekat negara saya, and then saya harap e-sport dekat Malaysia dapat berkembang lebih jauh and lebih maju. Hashtag Hashtag Malaysia boleh. Hello, gua R7, nama lengkapnya Rivaldi Fatah, asal dari Bandung. Gue bermain di SEA Games ini mewakilkan Indonesia. Awalnya sih nggak nyangka sih bisa jadi pro player gitu, kayak jalan dengan sendirinya gitu. Pasti kayak tiap anak-anak punya impiannya masing-masing lah. Dulu gue pengen jadi dokter juga, cuman namanya belum rezeki, ya rezekinya ada di e-sport sih. Yang gue harapin di Mobile Legends sih untuk Indonesia ya pastinya biar bisa lebih gede lagi Mobile Legends-nya, terus makin banyak kompetitif tahun ke tahun kayak gitu-gitu makin ditambah. Ya itu aja sih harapan. Ya untuk para fans, kita minta doanya agar kita bisa memberikan hasil yang maksimal di Hanoi SEA Games 31 ini. Semoga kita bisa membawa emas ke Indonesia.
Halo, nama gue Albert Iskandar, nama gue Albert. Gue bermain di timnas Indonesia sebagai jungler. Yang pasti nggak bakal nyerah sih, bisa jadi kayak player Mobile Legends yang sebesar ini sekarang. Ya karena juga awalnya kan main cuma salah-salahan lah, tapi ya bersyukur banget bisa sampai segede sekarang. Menurut gue tim Indonesia sendiri, gue yakin sih bisa nyampe grand final lah. Apalagi tujuan kita semua sama, kita mau dapetin emas balik ke Indonesia, ya gue yakin kita bisa dapetin emas sih. Ya buat kalian semua para fans, ya kalian semua dukung kita terus, apapun hasilnya kita bakal lakuin yang terbaik kok buat Indonesia juga.
Nama gue Isan, nickname gue Luminer, umur gue 21 tahun, gue dari timnas MLBB Indonesia. Karena gue dari pas zaman gue sekolah, gue udah kayak latihan Mobile Legends, kayak gue udah mimpi gue jadi pro player. Dan ya gue percaya sama kerja keras gue. Untuk para fans, makasih yang udah dukung gue atau tim gue dan juga timnas Indonesia ini yang sedang berjuang. Dukung terus, makasih banyak kalian semua yang udah dukung. Semoga kita dapat hasil yang terbaik. Nih, bantu doanya ya.
Hello guys, my name is Calvin Winata. My nickname is CW. I'm from Indonesia and I'm playing God lane for my team. For me and my team, we play 2 tank. Yeah, it's already we usually play 2 tank and it's not a problem for us. I hope Mobile Legends at Indonesia or maybe at the world can be more have tournament and have a good. I think Mobile Legends can become more grower, become more popular and have a good. Of course, me and my family is very proud and happy, of course, and we will have a good celebration, I think. Yes.
Halo semua, nama gue Calvin, nickname gue Vin. Gue bermain sebagai roamer di timnas MLBB Indonesia. Pendapat gue tentang Mobile Legends di Indonesia itu udah cukup berkembang dan gue harap perkembangan itu bakal terus menerus jadi menjadikan Mobile Legends semakin besar lagi. Tujuan gue dan juga tim gue untuk SEA Games kali ini adalah untuk membuktikan bahwa Indonesia itu adalah negara yang cukup kuat di Mobile Legends dan target utama kita adalah membawa pulang medali emas. Kepada para fans, terima kasih banyak yang udah dukung kita sampai sekarang. Tetap dukung kita supaya kita dapat menghasilkan hasil yang terbaik buat Indonesia, buat diri kita sendiri dan buat kalian.
Halo semua, nama saya Niki Fernando Pontodowo. Hal yang gue rasain waktu datang di Hanoi, tempatnya sangat nyaman, bagus, bersih, dan juga bisa kayak apa ya, suasananya nyaman banget lah. Kalau makanan di Hanoi, kalau dari gue belum makan. Cuman kalau menurut gue makanan di Hanoi enak dan bakalan bisa jadi selera gue juga sih. Buat tim yang buat gue lawan, paling dari Filipina. Buat kalian semua yang ada di Indonesia, selalu dukung kita. Karena kita akan berjuang untuk Indonesia, buat bangsa kita, buat mengharumkan nama Indonesia. Dan gue akan melakukan yang terbaik, kasih yang terbaik biar kita bisa dapat emas.
Halo, nama aku Gilang, nickname Sans. Ini nggak ada pikiran kayak gitu, soalnya dulu tuh main rank biasa doang, main terus rank. Kalau kepikiran jadi pro player, enggak. Kita main rank doang soalnya, cuma dulu. Kenapa tiba-tiba main Mobile Legends? Dulunya main game lain sebenarnya, terus kan teman-teman yang lain mainnya Mobile Legends, ya udah ikut main Mobile Legends juga, dan sampai sekarang main Mobile Legends. Rasanya ya paling pertama ya senang banget lah, ini kan pertama kali aku juga kepilih jadi masuk SEA Games, ya nggak ada lain-lain sih, pasti senang banget. Buat Indonesia, dukung kita terus semuanya biar kita makin semangat dan semoga kita nanti mendapatkan medali emas.
We want to do our best and get the best outcome that we can get. Of course, gold medal is what we want to do. After this tournament, we all have our own competition to go on. But right now, we just compete together as a team to do the best result for our country. We actually want to try a lot of food, but I'm afraid that there's a lot of restriction going on in SEA Games. Yeah, and
Kita apa? One voice. Timnas MLBB Indonesia. Jalan terbaik!
Yeah.
It is that time of the year again, where the best Mobile Legends Bang Bang teams from the tropical region of Southeast Asia converge together. The MLBB Southeast Asia Cup, or MSC 2022. Who shall conquer and who shall be conquered? Which team will soar above the clouds and be crowned as the king of Southeast Asia? Like the Zodiacs, a total of 12 teams from the region will compete in 2 stages: the group stage and the playoffs. Each group of 3 teams will fight against each other in a best-of-2 match, where the weakest of each group will be eliminated. That leaves the remaining 8 to continue their paths of glory. To facilitate the epic battles between the giants, the MSC 2022 arena will be held at the City of Contrast and Diversity, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Witness the clash of titans from the supreme MLBB region from June 11th until June 19th. Follow hashtag SupremeAC for more updates. Mobile Legends Bang Bang, where heroes make history.
Everyone was running, screaming. Mother? She abandoned me.
Xavier has betrayed the light. Now go purify.
That's not what I recall.
Did it take you this long to see that old man's true face?
Why are you so obsessed with us? It's you.
The MLBB Southeast Asia Cup, or MSC 2022. Who shall conquer and who shall be conquered? Which team will soar above the clouds and be crowned as the king of Southeast Asia? The MSC 2022 arena will be held at Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, from June 11th until June 19th. Follow hashtag SupremeAC for more updates. Mobile Legends Bang Bang, where heroes make history.
Which of you called me in? All is none. To exist is to grasp a leaf in the wind. Require sacrifice. I require devotion. To the storm whip of the souls. It was never my intention to bind all men to my will. A gentle breeze is enough to shake the foes.
It's actually my first time visiting Hanoi, Vietnam, and in the past 24 hours that I've been here, there are so many things that I like already. But the best thing that I like about this place, Hanoi, Vietnam, is the weather. I think this is the perfect weather for me. You can go outside and wear a jacket and do not feel hot. And you can go outside and not wear a jacket and do not feel cool. It's the perfect weather.
Yes, I tried it. I really like it. And also, it's very delicious and dry sound.
Hi, I'm Daniel James Del Rosario, also known as Wise, the jungler of Cebol MLBB. I respect all the teams and I think they're all strong. But in order to be a champion or to be a gold medalist, you need to defeat them also. I don't have a team that I want to face, but rather I want to face them also. I can test my strength.
Hello everyone, I'm Dexter Lucy Alava and my ID is Dexter and I'm the RS of Blacks International.
I'm Carl Dominic Soto from MLBB Cebol team.
My name is Salim and from MLBB Cebol team, also known as Haji.
I'm Ayon Lucy from MLBB Cebol team. I'm a trainer of 6th month of Blacks.
The team we want to face is the
because I played just for fun.
I'm confident enough that my team will get into the finals because my team has prepared well for this 31st SEA Games in Hanoi, Vietnam.
I'm Kyle Dominic Soto, explainer of MLBB Cable Team.
I'm Saling, also known as Haji from MLBB Cable Team.
I'm Ayon from MLBB Cable Team.
I am Christopher Ricapagaza, coach of MLBB Cable Team, and I'm also known as Bonchan.
My name is Lee Howard Gonzalez. I'm the goaltender of the MLBB Cable Team.
I'm Anil Jandani, the assistant coach of MLBB Cable Team, also known as Master the Basics.
I want to thank all the MLBB fans, especially our MLBB community, and I just also want to ask them not to only support us, but to support all the Filipino esport athletes that will represent our country.
No, I haven't really visited any country yet, but the weather here in Hanoi is really good. Laban! Manatang!
Hi, hello. My name is Daryl. My Indian name is Yang Lin. I'm the reserve/coach of Team Singapore.
Hello, my name is Ramus. My IGN is Reminiscent, and I'm the jungler for Team Singapore.
Hi, my name is Stefan Chongluchi. I go by the Indian name of Soul, and I play the EXP lane for Team Singapore.
So for me, I think it's a bit special here in Singapore because our team here in Singapore, even though there is many games that have the esports, basically we could pursue esports, but not at a very high level. So therefore, for me myself, I've been jumping from game to game in the last 10 years, and afterwards when I realized that Mobile Legends was like a stable game in Singapore because it is the most popular game in Singapore. So I decided to try my luck here by joining an academy team just last year, even without any experience, and slowly worked my way up to join the top team in Singapore, and therefore ending up here today.
I would never think that I would become a professional esports player in general. So what happened was I was enlisted in national service, and I used to play a lot of games. They include mobile FPS, and I've always shined in mobile games. And when we enlisted in national service, we only had our phones during our rest time. And then me and my bunkmates, we kind of just downloaded it because it's still mobile, and we just we spent a lot of time playing it together. That's where I did a lot better than my peers, and then I went on to make new friends in game itself. We formed a team, participated in community tournaments back then when the team was really small, and never looked back since then.
I think as my friend Daryl mentioned, Mobile Legends is becoming one of the most popular games in Singapore. As for my hopes and wishes for Mobile Legends in Singapore, I hope to achieve a medal or a good result during this current SEA Games, so as to make it so that the future generations, the current and future generations, will continue to receive support from Team Singapore.
My name is Bezel, and in-game name is Bella, and I'm the Mitch.
My name is Adam. I'm also known as Adam here, and my role is the goal lane.
My name is Akihiro. My game is JPL, and I'm the roamer for Singapore.
Personally, I would like to versus the Philippines or the Indonesia team because I'm friends with like a few of them, so like it'll be very interesting to versus them.
I'm still a student, so I just have to manage my time well to study and both play the game at the same time.
This is a very well-rounded of meta, and most likely will be pretty sure because it will play anywhere.
For this 31st SEA Games, our team is really gunning for a medal finish. We haven't had a break since the previous tournament, and we have been really training hard for this. For future plans and aspirations, I think we really hope that the athletes that would represent Team Singapore, especially in sports, to not only Mobile Legends, to really go for it and achieve better results.
Right, to the countless of fans supporting us, do continue to support us as we hope to do Singapore proud, to get a medal finish, and we also hope to, of course, inspire some of you guys, to be going through the same as us in the future.
So I tried like food in Singapore. There is like pincha, pho, and banh mi. I would like to try like the authentic one there in Vietnam, Hanoi, like specifically. And I also like impressed by how like brave they are, like crossing the road. There's like so many motorcycles and cars, but like they are able to just like cross daringly, which is something that I won't be able to do.
One team Singapore.
Nama saya Idrin bin Abdul Jamal. IGN saya Momo. Saya bermain sebagai goaltender untuk tim Malaysia. Perasaan saya bila sampai ke Hanoi ni rasa sangat excited dan cuaca kat sini lainlah daripada Malaysia. Tim Indonesia sebab tim diorang ada banyak all-star daripada negara diorang.
Hi, my name is Suko. My role is jungler. Nama saya ialah Suko and role saya ialah jungler. Sebab saya memang dari dulu suka main game lah.
Nama saya Zikri bin Syamsuddin, bermain sebagai millennial. Nama in-game name saya adalah Mon dan saya role sebagai millennial. Jadi saya sangat bangga dengan saya sebab dapat bermain di SEA Games dan dapat represent Malaysia. So, diorang sangat happy, sangat bangga dengan saya. So, ini adalah sebagai salah satu cara lah untuk saya buktikan dekat family saya yang e-sport ni boleh berjaya. Nak kata dekat fans kat luar sana, thank you sebab selalu support tim Malaysia dan insyaAllah kita akan bawa pingat untuk Malaysia lah. Hai, nama saya Wan Osman bin Wan Imran. IGN saya Formes and role saya ESP Lane. Daripada apa yang saya nampak, maybe kita orang boleh secure antara gold ataupun silver lah. Perbezaan maybe dalam segi trafik sebab kalau tengok kat sini ramai yang bawa motosikal tapi diorang punya trafik tu kurang jam lah. Kalau Malaysia jam, banyak kali jam lah. Itulah.
Nama saya Muhammad Farhan bin Wakiman. IGN saya Moy. Role saya adalah aroma dalam tim Malaysia. Saya nak mengucapkan terima kasih kepada semua fans yang menyokong kita orang, tak kisah sama ada kita orang menang ataupun kita orang kalah.
Hai, nama saya Muhammad Amir Razik. IGN saya Haji. Role saya jungler. Saya rasa tim saya boleh pergi sejauh top 3. Tempat yang saya nak pergi di Hanoi ialah Dong Sun Market.
Nama saya Muhammad Zulishan bin Muhammad Nur. IGN saya Zuan. Saya bermain sebagai roamer untuk tim Malaysia. Tim yang saya nak lawan adalah tim Indonesia sebab diorang bawa turun semua pemain-pemain yang all-star dalam diorang punya country. So saya rasa ini adalah tim yang seronok lah untuk lawan. Pekerjaan saya untuk sekarang ni memang full-time gamer tapi nak kata susah tu memang susah tapi kita orang dah biasa lah untuk training screen semua. So nak teruskan dia punya passion tu memang kena keep motivate diri sendirilah untuk terus main game ni. Kita orang aim untuk dapatkan goal and then kita orang cuba untuk dapatkan gelaran champion lah dekat pentas M4. Hashtag belum special. Kita orang aim untuk dapatkan goal and then kita orang cuba untuk dapatkan gelaran champion dekat pentas M4. Jadi Mobile Legends adalah game yang paling best lah dekat negara saya and then saya harap e-sport dekat Malaysia dapat berkembang lebih jauh and lebih maju. Hashtag Hashtag Malaysia boleh. Hello, gua R7, nama lengkapnya Rivaldi Fata, asal dari Bandung. Gue bermain di SEA Games ini mewakilkan Indonesia. Awalnya sih nggak nyangka sih bisa jadi pro player gitu, kayak jalan dengan sendirinya gitu. Pasti kayak tiap anak-anak punya impiannya masing-masing lah. Dulu gue pengen jadi dokter juga, cuman namanya belum rezeki ya rezekinya ada di e-sport sih. Yang gue harapin di Mobile Legends sih untuk Indonesia ya pastinya biar bisa lebih gede lagi Mobile Legends-nya, terus makin banyak kompetitif tahun ke tahun kayak gitu-gitu makin ditambah. Ya itu aja sih harapan. Ya untuk para fans, kita minta doanya agar kita bisa memberikan hasil yang maksimal di Hanoi SEA Games 31 ini. Semoga kita bisa membawa emas ke Indonesia.
Halo, nama gue Albert Iskandar, dan gue Albert. Gue bermain di timnas Indonesia sebagai jungler. Yang pasti nggak bakal ngira sih bisa jadi kayak player Mobile Legends yang sebesar ini sekarang. Ya karena juga awalnya kan main cuma salah-salahan lah, tapi ya bersyukur banget bisa sampai segede sekarang. Menurut gue tim Indonesia sendiri, gue yakin sih bisa nyampe grand final lah. Apalagi kita tujuan kita semua sama, kita mau dapetin emas balik ke Indonesia, ya gue yakin kita bisa dapetin emas sih. Ya buat kalian semua para fans, ya kalian semua dukung kita terus, apapun hasilnya kita bakal lakuin yang terbaik kok buat Indonesia juga.
Nama gue Isan, nickname gue Luminer, umur gue 21 tahun, gue dari timnas MLBB Indonesia. Karena gue dari pas zaman gue sekolah, gue udah kayak latihan Mobile Legends, kayak gue udah mimpi gue jadi pro player. Dan ya gue percaya sama kerja keras gue. Untuk para fans, makasih yang udah dukung gue atau tim gue dan juga timnas Indonesia ini yang sedang berjuang. Dukung terus, makasih banyak kalian semua yang udah dukung. Semoga kita dapat hasil yang terbaik. Nih, bantu doanya ya.
Hello guys, my name is Calvin Winata. My nickname is CW. I'm from Indonesia and I'm playing God lane for my team. For me and my team, we play two tank. Yeah, it's already we usually play two tank and it's not a problem for us. I hope Mobile Legends at Indonesia or maybe at the world can be more have tournament and have a good. I think Mobile Legends can become more grower, become more popular and have a good. Of course, me and my family is very proud and happy, of course, and we will have a good celebration, I think. Yes.
Halo semua, nama gue Calvin, nickname gue Vin. Gue bermain sebagai roamer di timnas MLBB Indonesia. Pendapat gue tentang Mobile Legends di Indonesia itu udah cukup berkembang dan gue harap perkembangan itu bakal terus menerus, jadi menjadikan Mobile Legends semakin besar lagi. Tujuan gue dan juga tim gue untuk di SEA Games kali ini adalah untuk membuktikan bahwa Indonesia itu adalah negara yang cukup kuat di Mobile Legends dan target utama kita adalah membawa pulang medali emas. Kepada para fans, terima kasih banyak yang udah dukung kita sampai sekarang. Tetap dukung kita supaya kita dapat menghasilkan hasil yang terbaik buat Indonesia, buat diri kita sendiri dan buat kalian.
Halo semua, nama saya Niki Fernando Pontodowo. Hal yang gue rasain waktu datang di Hanoi, tempatnya sangat nyaman, bagus, bersih, dan juga bisa kayak apa ya, suasananya nyaman banget lah. Kalau makanan di Hanoi, kalau dari gue belum makan. Cuman kalau menurut gue makanan di Hanoi enak dan bakalan bisa jadi selera gue juga sih. Buat tim yang buat gue lawan, paling dari Filipina juga sih, Filipina. Buat kalian semua yang ada di Indonesia, selalu dukung kita. Karena kita akan berjuang untuk Indonesia, buat bangsa kita, buat mengharumkan nama Indonesia. Dan gue akan melakukan yang terbaik, kasih yang terbaik biar kita bisa dapat emas.
Halo, nama aku Gilang, nickname Sans. Ini nggak ada pikiran kayak gitu, soalnya dulu tuh main rank biasa doang, main terus rank. Kalau kepikiran jadi pro player, enggak. Kita main rank doang soalnya, semangat dulu. Kenapa tiba-tiba main Mobile Legends? Dulunya main game lain sebenarnya, terus kan teman-teman yang lain mainnya Mobile Legends, ya udah ikut main Mobile Legends juga, dan sampai sekarang main Mobile Legends. Rasanya ya paling pertama ya senang banget lah, ini kan pertama kali aku juga kepilih jadi masuk SEA Games, ya nggak ada lain-lain sih, pasti senang banget. buat Indonesia, dukung kita terus semuanya biar kita makin semangat dan semoga kita nanti mendapatkan medali emas.
We want to do our best and get the best outcome that we can get. Of course, gold medal is what we want to do. After this tournament, we all have our own competition to go on. But right now, we just compete together as a team to do the best result for our country. We actually want to try a lot of food, but I'm afraid that there's a lot of restriction going on in SEA Games. Yeah, and one team, kita apa?
One voice.
Timnas MLBB Indonesia. Yang terbaik.
It is that time of the year again where the best Mobile Legends Bang Bang teams from the tropical region of Southeast Asia converge together. The MLBB Southeast Asia Cup, or MSC 2022. Who shall conquer and who shall be conquered? Which team will soar above the clouds and be crowned as the king of Southeast Asia? Like the Zodiacs, a total of 12 teams from the region will compete in 2 stages: the group stage and the playoffs. Each group of 3 teams will fight against each other in a best-of-2 match, where the weakest of each group will be eliminated. That leaves the remaining 8 to continue their paths of glory. To facilitate the epic battles between the giants, the MSC 2022 arena will be held at the city of contrast and diversity, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Witness the clash of titans from the supreme MLBB region from June 11th until June 19th. Follow #SupremeAC for more updates. Mobile Legends Bang Bang, where heroes make history.
Everyone was running, screaming. Mother, she abandoned me.
Xavier has betrayed the light. Now go purify.
That's not what I recall.
Did it take you this long to see that old man's true face?
Why are you so obsessed with us?
It's you.
The MLBB Southeast Asia Cup, or MSC 2022. Who shall conquer and who shall be conquered? Which team will soar above the clouds and be crowned as the king of Southeast Asia? The MSC 2022 arena will be held at Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, from June 11th until June 19th. Follow #SupremeAC for more updates. Mobile Legends Bang Bang, where heroes make history.
Which of you called me in? All is none. Exist is to grasp a leaf in the wind. I don't require sacrifice. I require devotion.
Let a storm whip up the souls.
It was never my intention to bind all men to my will.
Legendary! Mega kill!
A gentle breeze is enough to shake the foes.
It's actually my first time visiting Hanoi, Vietnam, and in the past 24 hours that I've been here, there are so many things that I like already. But the best thing that I like about this place, Hanoi, Vietnam, is the weather. I think this is the perfect weather for me. You can go outside and wear a jacket and do not feel hot. And you can go outside and not wear a jacket and do not feel cool. It's the perfect weather.
Yes, I tried it. I really like it. And also, it's very delicious and try some.
Hi, I'm David James Del Rosario, also known as Wise, the jungler of SEA MLBB. I respect all the teams and I think they're all strong. But in order to be a champion or to be a gold medalist, you need to defeat them also. I don't have a team that I want to face, but rather I want to face them all so I can test my strength.
Hello everyone, I'm Dexter Lucy Alaba and my ID is Dexter and I'm the some Lux International.
I'm Kai Dominic Soto from MLBB Cebu Team.
My name is Salik and from MLBB Cebu Team, also known as Haji.
I'm Ayon Lucy from MLBB Cebu Team, mid laner of 6th month of Blacklist.
The team we want to face is the Indonesia because their team is full of strong and talented players. So in order to become a champion, we have to beat them.
No, because I never thought that I will become MLBB pro because I played just for fun.
I'm confident enough that my team will get into the finals because my team has prepared well for this 31st SEA Games in Hanoi, Vietnam.
I'm Kai Dominic Soto, ex-trainer of MLBB Cebu Team.
I'm Salik, also known as Haji from MLBB Cebu Team.
I'm Ayon from MLBB Cebu Team.
I am Christopher Ricapagaza, coach of MLBB Cebu Team, and I'm also known as Bonchan.
My name is Lee Howard Gonzalez. I'm the gold laner of the MLBB Cebu Team.
I'm Anil Jandani, the assistant coach of MLBB Cebu Team, also known as Master the Basics.
I want to thank all the MLBB fans, especially our MLBB community, and I just also want to ask them not to only support us, but to support all the Filipino esports athletes that will represent our country.
No, I haven't really visited any country yet, but the weather here in Hanoi is really good. Laban! Laban!
Hi, hello. My name is Daryl. My Indian name is Yang Lin. I'm the reserve/coach of Team Singapore.
Hello, my name is Ramus. My IGN is Reminiscent, and I'm the jungler for Team Singapore.
Hi, my name is Stephen Chongluchi. I go by the Indian name of Soul, and I play the EXP lane for Team Singapore.
So for me, I think it's a bit special here in Singapore because our team here in Singapore, even though there is many games that have the esports, basically we could pursue esports, but not at a very high level. So therefore, for me myself, I've been jumping from game to game in the last 10 years, and afterwards when I realized that Mobile Legends was like a stable game in Singapore because it is the most popular game in Singapore. So I decided to try my luck here by joining an academy team just last year, even without any experience, and slowly worked my way up to join the top team in Singapore, and therefore ending up here today.
I would never think that I would become a professional esports player in general. So what happened was I was enlisted to national service, and I used to play a lot of games. They include mobile FPS, and I've always shined in mobile games. And when we enlisted in national service, we only had our phones during our rest time. And then me and my bunkmates, we kind of just downloaded it because it's still mobile, and we just we spent a lot of time playing it together. That's where I did a lot better than my peers, and then I went on to make new friends in game itself. We formed a team, participated in community tournaments back then when the team was really small, and never looked back since then.
I think as my friend Daryl mentioned, Mobile Legends is becoming one of the most popular games in Singapore. As for my hopes and wishes for Mobile Legends in Singapore, I hope to I hope to achieve a medal or a good result during these current SEA Games, so as to make it so that the future generations, the current and future generations, will continue to receive support from Team Singapore.
My name is Bezel and in-game name is Bella and I'm the mage.
My name is Adam. I'm also known as Adam here, and my role is the goal lane.
My name is Akihiro. My game name is JPL and I'm the roamer for Singapore.
Personally, I would like to versus the Philippines or the Indonesia team because I am friends with like a few of them, so like it'll be very interesting to versus them.
I'm still a student, so I just have to manage my time well to study and both play the game at the same time.
This is a very well-rounded of meta, and most likely will be picking Cho because we play anywhere.
For this 31st SEA Games, our team is really gunning for a medal finish. We haven't had a break since the previous tournament, and we have been really training hard for this. For future plans and aspirations, I think we really hope that the athletes that would represent Team Singapore, especially in sports, to not only Mobile Legends, to really go for it and achieve better results.
Right, to the countless of fans supporting us, do continue to support us as we hope to do Singapore proud to get a medal finish, and we also hope to, of course, inspire some of you guys, to be going through the same as us in the future. So I tried like food in Singapore. There is like Pincha, Pho, and Bani. I would like to try like the authentic one that in Vietnam, Hanoi, like specifically. And I also like impressed by how like brave they are, like crossing the road. There's like so many motorcycles and cars, but like they are able to just like cross daringly, which is something that I won't be able to do.
One Team Singapore!
Nama saya Idrin bin Abdul Jamal, IGN saya Momo. Saya bermain sebagai goal laner untuk tim Malaysia. Perasaan saya bila sampai ke Hanoi ni rasa sangat excited, dan cuaca kat sini lainlah daripada Malaysia. Tim Indonesia sebab tim diorang ada banyak all-star daripada negara diorang. Hi, my name is Suko. My role is jungler. Nama saya ialah Suko and role saya ialah jungler. Sebab saya memang dari dulu suka main game lah. Nama saya Zikri bin Syamsuddin, bermain sebagai millennial. Nama in-game name saya adalah Mon dan saya role sebagai millennial. Saya sangat bangga dengan saya sebab dapat bermain di SEA Games dan dapat represent represent Malaysia. So, diorang sangat happy, sangat bangga dengan saya. So, ini adalah sebagai salah satu cara lah untuk saya buktikan dekat family saya yang e-sport ni boleh berjaya. Nak kata dekat fans kat luar sana, thank you sebab selalu support Team Malaysia, dan insyaAllah kita akan bawa pingat untuk Malaysia lah.
Hai, nama saya Wan Osman bin Wan Imran, IGN saya Komes, and role saya ESP lane. Daripada apa yang saya nampak, maybe kita orang boleh secure antara gold ataupun silver lah. Perbezaan maybe dalam segi trafik, sebab kalau tengok kat sini ramai yang membawa motosikal, tapi diorang punya trafik tu kurang jam lah. Kalau Malaysia jam, banyak kali jam. Itulah.
Nama saya Muhammad Farhan bin Wakiman. IGN saya Moy. Role saya adalah roamer dalam tim Malaysia. Saya nak mengucapkan terima kasih kepada semua fans yang menyokong kita orang, tak kisah sama ada kita orang menang ataupun kita orang kalah. Hai, nama saya Muhammad Aminul Razik. IGN saya Haji. Role saya jungler. Saya rasa tim saya boleh pergi sejauh top 3. Tempat yang saya nak pergi di Hanoi ialah Dong Su Market. Nama saya Muhammad Zulishan bin Muhammad Nur. IGN saya Zuan. Saya bermain sebagai roamer untuk tim Malaysia. Tim yang saya nak lawan adalah tim Indonesia sebab diorang bawa turun semua pemain-pemain yang all-star dalam diorang punya country. So saya rasa ini adalah tim yang seronok lah untuk lawan. Pekerjaan saya untuk sekarang ni memang full time gamer, tapi nak kata susah tu memang susah, tapi kita orang dah biasa lah untuk training semua. So nak teruskan dia punya passion tu memang kena keep motivate diri sendiri lah untuk terus main game ni.
Kita orang aim untuk dapatkan goal, and then kita orang cuba untuk dapatkan gelaran champion lah dekat tentang M4. Hashtag
Belum. Ini special.
Kita orang aim untuk dapatkan gol, and then kita orang cuba untuk dapatkan gelaran champion dekat pentas M4. Bagi Mobile Legends adalah game yang paling best lah dekat negara saya, and then saya harap e-sport dekat Malaysia dapat berkembang lebih jauh and lebih maju. Hashtag Hashtag Malaysia boleh. Halo, gua R7, nama lengkapnya Rivaldi Fata, asal dari Bandung. Gua bermain di SEA Games ini mewakilkan Indonesia. Awalnya sih nggak nyangka sih bisa jadi pro player gitu, kayak jalan dengan sendirinya gitu. Pasti kayak tiap anak-anak punya impiannya masing-masing lah. Dulu gua pengen jadi dokter juga, cuman namanya belum rezeki, ya rezekinya ada di e-sport sih. Yang gue harapin di Mobile Legends sih untuk Indonesia ya pastinya biar bisa lebih gede lagi Mobile Legends-nya, terus makin banyak kompetitif tahun ke tahun kayak gitu-gitu makin ditambah. Ya itu aja sih harapan. Ya untuk para fans kita minta doanya agar kita bisa memberikan hasil yang maksimal di Hanoi SEA Games 31 ini. Semoga kita bisa membawa emas ke Indonesia.
Halo, nama gue Albert Masih Iskandar, nama gue Albert. Gue bermain di timnas Indonesia sebagai jungler. Yang pasti nggak bakal ngira sih bisa jadi kayak player Mobile Legends yang sebesar ini sekarang. Ya karena juga awalnya kan main cuma salah-salahan lah, tapi ya bersyukur banget bisa sampai segede sekarang. Menurut gue tim Indonesia sendiri, gue yakin sih bisa nyampe grand final lah. Apalagi tujuan kita semua sama, kita mau dapetin emas balik ke Indonesia, ya gue yakin kita bisa dapetin emas sih. Ya buat kalian semua para fans, ya kalian semua dukung kita terus, apapun hasilnya kita bakal lakuin yang terbaik kok buat Indonesia juga.
Nama gue Isan, nickname gue Luminer, umur gue 21 tahun, gue dari timnas MLBB Indonesia. Karena gue dari pas zaman gue sekolah, gue udah kayak latihan Mobile Legends, kayak gue udah mimpi gue jadi pro player. Dan ya gue percaya sama kerja keras gue. Untuk para fans, makasih yang udah dukung gue atau tim gue dan juga timnas Indonesia ini yang sedang berjuang. Dukung terus, makasih banyak kalian semua yang udah dukung. Semoga kita dapat hasil yang terbaik. Bantu doanya ya.
Hello guys, my name is Calvin Winata. My nickname is CW. I'm from Indonesia and I'm playing God lane for my team. For me and my team, we play two tank. Yeah, it's already we usually play two tank and it's not a problem for us. I hope Mobile Legends at Indonesia or maybe at the world can be more have tournament and have a good. I think Mobile Legends can become more grower, become more popular and have a good. Of course, me and my family is very proud and happy, of course, and we will have a good celebration, I think. Yes.
Halo semua, nama gue Calvin, nickname gue Vin. Gue bermain sebagai roamer di timnas MLBB Indonesia. Pendapat gue tentang Mobile Legends di Indonesia itu udah cukup berkembang dan gue harap perkembangan itu bakal terus menerus, jadi menjadikan Mobile Legends makin besar lagi. Tujuan gue dan juga tim gue untuk SEA Games kali ini adalah untuk membuktikan bahwa Indonesia itu adalah negara yang cukup kuat di Mobile Legends dan target utama kita adalah membawa pulang medali emas. Kepada para fans, terima kasih banyak yang udah dukung kita sampai sekarang. Tetap dukung kita supaya kita dapat menghasilkan hasil yang terbaik buat Indonesia, buat diri kita sendiri dan buat kalian.
Halo semua, nama saya Niki Fernando Pontodowo. Hal yang gue rasain waktu datang di Hanoi, tempatnya sangat nyaman, bagus, bersih, dan juga bisa kayak apa ya, suasananya nyaman banget lah. Kalau makanan di Hanoi, kalau dari gue belum makan. Cuman kalau menurut gue makanan di Hanoi enak dan bakalan bisa jadi selera gue juga sih. Buat tim yang buat gue lawan, paling dari Filipina juga sih, Filipina. Buat kalian semua yang ada di Indonesia, selalu dukung kita. Karena kita akan berjuang untuk Indonesia, buat bangsa kita, buat mengharumkan nama Indonesia. Dan gue akan ngelakuin yang terbaik, kasih yang terbaik, biar kita bisa dapat emas.
Halo, nama aku Gilang, nickname Sans. Ini nggak ada kepikiran kayak gitu sih, soalnya dulu tuh main rank biasa doang, main terus rank. Kalau kepikiran jadi pro player, enggak. Kita main rank doang soalnya, cuma dulu. Kenapa tiba-tiba main Mobile Legends? Dulunya main game lain sebenarnya, terus kan teman-teman yang lain mainnya Mobile Legends, ya udah ikut main Mobile Legends juga, dan sampai sekarang main Mobile Legends. Rasanya ya paling pertama ya senang banget lah, ini kan pertama kali aku juga kepilih jadi masuk SEA Games, ya nggak ada lain-lain sih, pasti senang banget. Buat Indonesia, dukung kita terus semuanya biar kita makin semangat dan semoga kita nanti mendapatkan medali emas.
We want to do our best and get the best outcome that we can get. Of course, gold medal is what we want to do. After this tournament, we all have our own competition to go on. But right now, we just compete together as a team to do the best result for our country. We actually want to try a lot of food, but I'm afraid that there's a lot of restriction going on in SEA Games. Yeah, and
Kita apa? One voice. Timnas MLBB Indonesia. Yang terbaik. Yeah.
That time of the year again, where the best Mobile Legends Bang Bang teams from the tropical region of Southeast Asia converge together. The MLBB Southeast Asia Cup, or MSC 2022. Who shall conquer and who shall be conquered? Which team will soar above the clouds and be crowned as the king of Southeast Asia? Like the Zodiacs, a total of 12 teams from the region will compete in 2 stages: the group stage and the playoffs. Each group of 3 teams will fight against each other in a best-of-2 match, where the weakest of each group will be eliminated. That leaves the remaining 8 to continue their paths of glory. To facilitate the epic battles between the giants, the MSC 2022 arena will be held at the City of Contrast and Diversity, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Witness the clash of titans from the supreme MLBB region from June 11th until June 19th. Follow #SupremeAC for more updates. Mobile Legends Bang Bang, where heroes make history.
Everyone was running, screaming. Mother? She abandoned me.
Xavier has betrayed the light. Now go purify.
That's not what I recall.
Did it take you this long to see that old man's true face?
Why are you so obsessed with us?
It's you.
The MLBB Southeast Asia Cup, or MSC 2022. Who shall conquer and who shall be conquered? Which team will soar above the clouds and be crowned as the king of Southeast Asia? The MSC 2022 arena will be held at Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, from June 11th until June 19th. Follow #SupremeAC for more updates. Mobile Legends Bang Bang, where heroes make history.
Which of you called me in? All is none. To exist is to grasp a leaf in the wind. I don't require sacrifice. I require devotion. Let a storm whip up the souls. It was never my intention to bind all men to my will.
Legendary! Mega kill!
A gentle breeze is enough to shake the foes.
Hello and good evening to everyone. Welcome back to the 31st Southeast Asia Games Mobile Legends Bang Bang Team event, where right now we will be witnessing the medal for the bronze match between Malaysia as well as Singapore. My name is Ophel, and alongside with me is Tafa.
Yep, hello once again, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back for the final series of today, where we are going to be witnessing one medal being handed out for the MLBB team event here at the 31st SEA Games. And of course, this tournament is being organized by the Vietnam Recreational and Electronic Sports Association, VRESA, in cooperation with the Mobile Legends Bang Bang publisher in Vietnam, VNG Games, as well as Moonton, the developer of MLBB.
We would like to say congratulations to both Indonesia as well as Philippines, where they will be playing tomorrow for the gold and silver medals respectively. But right now we will be focusing on Malaysia and Singapore, where only one country can bring back a medal back to their hometown, and the other person unfortunately will be bringing home memories. Just memories.
Well, sometimes memories are pretty valuable as well.
Pretty valuable, yeah.
But in this case, I get the feeling these teams want to bring something tangible back home. Obviously, this is going to be the bronze medal match to determine third place in the SEA Games MLBB tournament. Unfortunately, both Team Singapore and Team Malaysia ended up not being able to qualify for the grand finals. So now they will be competing for the final spot on the SEA Games podium.
And I saw how both of these national teams, all the athletes, they played so well, and I can see that they were heartbroken. But this is the thing, when you're playing esports, it's a mental game, so you can't let this bother you in this match, because you still have one more chance. There is still one more chance for you to bring something home. So even though, yes, they lost, Singapore lost to Philippines and Malaysia lost to Indonesia, they cannot let that be a reason for them to be distracted in this game. Because right now, at least Singapore, they got one game off of Philippines, but Malaysia didn't get anything out of Indonesia. So I feel like between both of the teams, Singapore should be looking a little bit more better in terms of morale going into this one.
Yeah, I do agree with you there, but I do also think that Team Malaysia definitely didn't look too downtrodden after not being able to make it to the grand final. They still definitely put up a fight there. And we already highlighted, yes, morale, very important. It's very important to maintain your mental going into any esports event. Yes, this is a fight for third place, but getting a bronze medal is better than going home empty-handed. So I think we're still going to be seeing 100% potential from both these teams.
Let me just tell you, Stafa, you know, this is not a flex of anything, right? But even the bronze medal, it actually feels really good, because the previous SEA Games, I got a hold of the bronze medal, and honestly, it's not that different from the gold medal. The gold one is just slightly more shinier. The bronze one is kind of like matte-ish kind of finish. You know what I'm talking about, right?
It's a different skin.
Yeah, it's just that the bronze one is just lightly colored. This one is more darker colored. You know, it's still heavy. It's really heavy. Like the moment when they actually put it on your neck, you would be surprised how heavy the medals are. So for all of the athletes here, they should go all out. Do not regret any drafts that you're gonna pick, and do not regret any kind of rotations that you're about to make. Because before this, we were like, yes, you guys have to do it. You guys have to do your best. And this is why all the athletes, it's so stressful being an athlete, because you have to be on your toes every second.
Yeah, you really cannot rest when you are up on that stage. But this is going to be the last series of the day, so just because they're going to be able to take a break after this doesn't mean that they should go in thinking, oh, we'll just play whatever we want. They still have to take it seriously. Like you mentioned before, Team Malaysia got third place in the 30th SEA Games.
Yes.
So far, we've been seeing a lot of history repeating itself with Team Philippines and Indonesia meeting in the grand finals again. So some of us might be thinking, hey, maybe Team Malaysia will be able to retain their third place prize. But it does feel like Team Singapore, their matchup against Team Philippines earlier today seems to show they are feeling pretty hungry this SEA Games.
Hey, honestly, looking at the matches, I do feel like certain parts of history will change because looking at Indonesia, they're so dominant. I'm leaning more towards Indonesia, honestly, for winning the gold medal, where before this, Philippines won with a 3-2 score. But right now, Indonesia looking so dominant, they might win this. And then Singapore looking so good going up against Philippines, I kind of feel, I'm a little bit scared. But now, let's introduce our athletes onto the stage and let's bring in the Malaysian team where they are going on stage for the last time going up against Team Singapore. Malaysia against Singapore. This is, I would say, is a historical battle where both countries have fought against each other for many of times. All of the athletes here from both sides know each other very, very, very well. And I'm pretty sure this is for the medal, but in a way, this is for their own personal pride as well.
I think even more so between Malaysia and Singapore, considering that we are close neighbors. We even used to share an MPL not too long ago. So being up here on this stage together feels pretty symbolic. Team Singapore now gonna be walking up onto the stage. They've had definitely a little bit more rest than their Malaysian counterparts, considering that they played the first semi-final series today. Hopefully that's going to provide them the energy they need to finally bring home a medal for Singapore.
Singapore honestly looks very, very scary, especially when Adamir is being given space to deal out the damage. And Sayla is crazy on the mid lane. So right now, Malaysia going up against Singapore. This is going to be the third place match for the bronze medal. This is intense. And I feel everyone watching here, even though, yes, it is a third place match, I'm really looking forward to see a very, very close game.
Yeah, it is going to be both these teams' final opportunity to bring back a tangible reward, a position on the podium for the country. So yes, even though it is the third place match, there is still a lot on the line. These teams have poured their blood, sweat, and tears into this tournament. They don't want to see it go to waste. They don't want to fall flat right in front of the finish line here. This is going to be do or die now for both Team Singapore and Team Malaysia.
And right now, since we have seen all of these athletes perform throughout the day and a lot of games yesterday, I do want to talk about them individually. But right now, let's introduce the lineup for Team Singapore. We have Seoul, JPL, Sayla, Reminiscent, as well as Adamir.
Team Singapore was definitely looking to be burning even brighter in the semi-finals, putting up a very good fight against the Philippines team and playing like basically an entirely new team as compared to the performance in the group stages. Looking forward if they'll be able to continue that momentum up against Team Malaysia.
Yeah, right now we are going to introduce the Malaysian lineup. Momo, Chiku, Moon, Zorn, as well as Formies, where they have performed so well. And over here for the Malaysia lineup, they have to be careful because looking at how Singapore has been performing, this is where I want to bring up individual athletes, because even though they play so good as a team, we have to bring this up. For Singapore, Adamir has been playing so well. We can definitely see from the side of Singapore, their strategy is to make sure they invest a lot onto Adamir, make sure that he gets a lot of objectives earlier in the game to give him more space on the map and giving him more items, and then try to win that way. So I feel like for Malaysia, they kind of don't have a choice. Or will they bring something new? Because we know Malaysia, their draft is a little bit peculiar.
They do have the tendency to draft slightly more unique team comps compared to other teams. Personally, I'm a little surprised we didn't see more of that in their semi-finals, but we'll see what happens. Talent prediction gonna be coming up on screen now. And again, I do feel like there's probably maybe a little bit of bias here on the talent desk. Don't worry, just because we want to support a team in their victory doesn't mean we're going to be biased in our casting here. We are going to be bringing all of this MLBB action to you guys at home, regardless of who comes out on top.
Yes, again, we will be very, very professional. The only reason why we're voting for them is because we want to pander to our fans and our mom and dad that is watching right now. Hi, Mom.
It's more of
I'm on TV.
It's more of a situation where if we don't predict Malaysia, we're probably gonna have an angry mob come after us.
Yeah. My mom did text me and be like, "Yeah, you know what you're gonna do. Okay, I'll do it."
It's for self-preservation.
Yes, exactly. But with that being said, even we are saying that Singapore right now looks like they have the advantage because again, the way that they play, they have a plan. And I feel like Malaysia going up against Indonesia, they probably have a plan, but they did not execute it well. So right now, based on what we saw today, I would say Singapore, they look like they're gonna win. That is my professional opinion because they have, okay, if you have a plan, it doesn't matter if your plan is complicated or simple. If you can execute it, that's great. If you can't, then that's gonna be a problem. Singapore looks like they're able to execute on their own plan. Malaysia, I can't say the same thing for them.
Well, the thing about Team Malaysia is that their style tends to be centered around individual players rather than going for big team fight combinations. Even when you see like, oh, there's a big wombo combo being executed, oftentimes more than not, that just happens by coincidence. And this team does seem to be lacking a little bit of that coordination right now in comparison to Singapore. However, the strength of Team Malaysia is the fact that they do revel in the chaos of the battlefield. They like to create havoc. They like to mess up the enemy's composition. They like to mess up their momentum. And if they're able to successfully disrupt the enemy's team fighting plans, then they will have the advantage.
Okay, let's dive in deeper in terms of analysis of both of the play styles for both of these teams. We have to talk about the rock, paper, scissors effect, where we saw Philippines going up against Singapore. Both of them play roughly the same style. They do not want to engage. Specifically, they just want to focus on their backline damage dealers, dealing the damage, and then they're just going to have a big wall in front to give space for Team Singapore, Adamir. But for Team Malaysia, we can see that they have changed up their styles, quite often. But the best way that Malaysia actually plays, if they use a pick-off composition, where Zorn is amazing at getting those crucial targets onto his carries. Doesn't matter whether it be the jungler, the gold laner, it doesn't matter. Formace can do the same thing, especially if he gets a hero that can burst, that has a lot of burst physical damage. So I do want to see Team Malaysia having a more aggressive composition to force a fight rather than, playing what Team Singapore wants to do, which is scale later to the late game.
I absolutely agree with you there. And yeah, the problem is a lot of the times when you see teams go up against Team Malaysia, they do give a lot of respect over to Zorn's comfort picks. The Cho and the Franco, they know how scary they can be in the hands of this player here on Team Malaysia. So he doesn't get a lot of opportunity to get those pickoffs. Hopefully, they will be able to open up that situation here because winning out on the draft is something that is very important for teams in this current meta.
Yeah, we can see on screen that Team Malaysia right now, they're looking pretty happy because right now Team Singapore, they have banned out the Cho and even they're like, oh, come on, we wanted that Cho. So Team Singapore right now, they have banned out a mid laner on the Eve, making sure that if there will be a team fight, Moon will not be able to use his real manipulation. Masha, just an overall scary pick. The Cho, as we talked about, is going to be focused more on Zorn. And Malaysia right now, they actually banned out the Baxia, which is very interesting because now since you ban out the Baxia, there's a lot of good picks like 1-1 that is available, Xavier as well, and yeah, 1-1 has been picked up.
Yeah, absolutely. If the 1-1's gonna get let through the ban, every single team knows they have to snap it up right away. That is what happened when Malaysia went up against Team Indonesia earlier on. However, this time, they've elected to open up the draft a little bit more. I'm suspecting that they will lock in the Xavier. Oh, they don't. They go for the Ling instead. This is a hero that has been nearly 100% banned out. And Zorn finally gonna get to play Franco yet again.
Okay, so right now, this is a best of 3. Looking at this analytically, Team Singapore, they got one of the best marksmen in the game right now. However, we see Adamir performing the best when he gets a Beatrix. But since he has the 1-1, then the Beatrix is not on the table for Team Singapore. And Team Malaysia, we have talked about how they revel in the chaos. They like to create havoc. But the most important thing is they like to go to the back line. So securing that link is very good. And we talk about how Zorn is quite a setup kind of player. So having that is amazing. For Team Singapore, I want the same thing for JPL, honestly. But looks like he will be securing the Atlas, and I love this. I love this. For Team Singapore, they want to scale. They have the Sicilian. So yes, the link can do something, but as long as JPL is using a catch mechanic hero, I'm happy. He's a great player when it comes to getting those catches in terms of team fight engagements. This is what I want to see from Singapore.
I do feel like it's a little risky though. Atlas as a hero has been pretty hit or miss throughout the SEA Games. And since they lock in Sicilian, Xavier is still open. But yep, Team Malaysia will prioritize on the Beatrix for Momo. So he might actually get a good gold lane matchup for once. He's been having a really tough time this entire day.
And right now, Team Malaysia, I'm guessing they want to focus on the junglers because right now, in terms of the EXP lane, we know that Seoul likes to use the Dyrov, but since Malaysia will be having the pick next, they could potentially grab the Dyrov for themselves. So right now, Team Malaysia, they banned up the Hellcurt. I think that's a pretty good ban, but it does kind of show that they want to use a squishy mid laner that doesn't want to get silenced.
I can definitely agree with that, but that's also partly because nowadays being able to control the flow of battle is very important. So having abilities that disrupt your control, disrupt your vision makes a lot of difference. The Dark Knight Falls being an obvious perpetrator, but also the heavy spin on the Akai going to be banned out by Team Malaysia.
I feel like that's more of a nightmare kind of situation. They faced it once, and then they're like, you know what, never again, never again. Team Singapore, right now, they have an option. Do they want to ban another mid laner since they already have the Sicilian? I would think Lilia is a pretty good hero for you to ban out right now, just because later stages in the game is going to be very, very difficult for you to push against a Beatrix and the Lilia, where both of them have very good clear speed.
I can definitely agree with the Lilia ban from Team Singapore, but that will depend on whether they do continue banning out mages. They go for the Kagura instead, and I suppose I can understand where they're coming from here. Kagura does have a way to remove crowd control built into her kit. So if they're going to be playing around JPL with the Fatal Links, they don't want to give Malaysia a mage pick that can easily escape from that ultimate.
Yeah, and since Kagura is not there, I do want to see Team Malaysia actually respecting the Atlas by having Purifies on their main carries. Just because more often than not, I see people still taking the Flicker, which is admirable because sometimes I would say Flicker is more, it has more utility compared to Purify. But again, I cannot emphasize enough, JPL is a very, very good player whenever he gets to set up a team fight. Team Malaysia right now, they're missing a EXP laner as well as a mid laner mage, and they're going for a Veil. Interesting, so they're gonna be able to have a lot of AoE damage as well, same as Team Singapore.
I was actually contemplating whether or not Team Malaysia would go for the Veil, but I wasn't quite leaning towards it because the hero lacks mobility as compared to other mage picks, so it's a lot easier for the Atlas to jump on top of him. However, we have already seen the Franco Veil combo being played earlier by Team Indonesia, and that was very scary against squishier mid lane heroes.
We can actually make the argument where since the Veil has a knockup, you could potentially disrupt a Atlas initiation when he doesn't have his Flicker. By the way, I'm interested to see what kind of jungler that Team Singapore will be getting. As we talked about, we know that Seoul loves the Dyrov, and he will be picking that up. And a Baras jungle. This is a very tanky lineup for Team Singapore, really heavily favoring both Sayla as well as Adamirs to deal out as much damage as they can.
I like this Barat's jungle pick from Team Singapore, honestly. I don't think Team Malaysia has a lot of heroes that are capable of dealing with it, considering how tanky a Barat can get towards the middle stages of the game. And having the Daytona's welcome to catch out the squishier heroes like the Beatrix or the Veil will be huge in allowing Team Singapore to set up team fights alongside the Fatal Links.
As of right now, looking at Team Singapore's draft, I feel like they still will continue down on their own playstyle just because, again, 1-1 is so good in the lane and is actually very, very good in terms of team fight just because once she gets the weakness stacks, it's going to be easy for her to jump up and deal a lot of damage. Team Malaysia finishing up their draft with the Grok pick, which is going to be very, very good going up against the 1-1 only and only if he's able to burst her down fast enough. But I kind of feel like the one will always win in that situation. We've seen the draft. How do you feel about it, Mustafa?
It's going to be pretty difficult for Team Malaysia to pull off this team comp against the amount of crowd control that Team Singapore has. But if they are able to play around it, they have a lot of DPS potential, and they're going to be stronger towards the early to middle stages of the game, considering that Team Singapore need time for the Sicilian and 1-1 to come online. That is why Team Malaysia needs to take the momentum into their own hands and find farm advantage towards the earlier stages of the game.
I feel Team Singapore, once they hit level 3, level 4, they won't even... I kind of feel like they will push it. They will push it. Just because we see how Singapore plays, they try to put a lot of advantages onto Adamir's lane. So with the range advantage coming in from Sicilian as well as the 1-1, where the 1-1, as long as the 1-1 wins the lane going up against the Beatrix, that is a go sign for Team Singapore to be like, I got this. I can win this 1v1 against Momo. We don't have to get the kill. We just need to get some third plating for ourselves.
Yeah, that goal lane is going to be a huge point of contention for both these teams, because so far we've been seeing Momo have a very tough time in the gold lane throughout the entire day, simply because we noticed Team Malaysia doesn't really babysit their gold laner quite as much as other teams. And then they've already played against CW on the 1-1. The moment the 1-1 got any advantage in the lane, the game was instantly over. So they are definitely aware of the fact they cannot allow Adamir to have a free lane.
Yeah, either way, as we were talking about the gold lane, that is going to be the point of contention. But we also have to look in terms of how they're going to play the jungle, because the Ling is a very, very strong hero in terms of getting to the back line. However, there are two types of Ling players. Number one, likes to play early, in the early stages of the game. Try to look to the side lanes. If it looks like anyone can get a kill, then the Ling is just going to be there. Try to get a kill, but if not, an assist is still fine, just because the Ling scales very well into the late game. So I do want to see the Ling coming in from Malaysia. Will they be playing heavily to the side lanes, trying to get advantages there for the Ling, or going to avoid any kind of team fight and just push on their own jungle, try to get a 2-item power spike, and then go in?
Just purely based off of Team Malaysia and Chiku's track record, I think this is going to be a more aggressive style of Ling. He likes to move around. He likes to fight with his team. He will often roam around the map with Zorn and Moon to try and get as much advantage early on as possible. I feel like Team Malaysia, they're the type of team that their fingers will start to get itchy if they haven't gotten a kill in a long time.
Oh yeah, they have very, very itchy fingers. That's why we see, like, even on their hands, they have a pad thingy. I don't know what it's called, but either ways, right now we also have to see at JPL. Let's put on a ratio from 0 to 10. How much do you think the Fatal Links will be hitting?
Ooh, that's a tricky question.
Do you feel like it's like a 7 kind of ratio where it's going to be mostly hitting, or is it like a 2? Because right now, looking at the spells, no one from Malaysia has Purify.
Yeah, they actually went for the risky play. No Purify at all. Moon does have Sprint, so he should be able to get away from JPL fairly easily as long as the battle spell is off cooldown. But I think JPL is going to be mainly focusing on targeting Momo because, again, they want to focus on giving Adamir as much farm as possible.
Yeah, right now, looking at the spells, a lot of flicker from the side of Team Malaysia, but looking at Atlas, he has a flicker as well. The only difference is he has pull yourself together, so the flicker will come off of cooldown a little bit faster. For Malaysia, they have to wait for 2 minutes for a good escape against that crazy ultimate, but for Team Singapore, they have more chances to actually engage. So right now, without the Purify, if Team Malaysia gives a lot of space for Singapore, this is going to be very, very difficult, especially moving to the later stages of the game where during Lord fights, you kind of want to clump up together just because you want to protect your Veil as well as your Beatrix. So that actually might lose out to Singapore when we go to the later stages of the game. And not to mention, Sicilian late game, once he has all his stacks, is virtually unbeatable.
I think that's when it's going to come down very heavily to Chiku and Formaze to be able to counter engage. I think Team Malaysia right now are playing off with the fact that even if they do get caught out by the Fatal Link, they have ways to return the favor. They have the Wild Charge, they have the Link that can jump into the back line and just chase Sayla and Adamir away, so that even if JPL gets a big ultimate, the team will be fine.
Yeah, we can see over here, Moon is already taking a lot of damage here in mid. He tried to trade with Sayla, but overall, Sayla has won a trade and is going to delay the recall. Right now, we can see Team Malaysia. It's a small struggle, but a struggle nonetheless. JPL is scouting just to make sure he knows the position of Team Malaysia.
He's going to be able to provide a lot of information for the rest of his team. So far, Zorn not being quite as successful with his hook as we usually would expect. But he does usually take a little while to come online. So I guess we just have to wait on that. In the EXP lane, though, Formaze will definitely have a lot of trouble against Soul. The Daroff being a good early game counter to the Grok.
I feel like the Daroff is one of those heroes that will almost win every 1v1. Another hero I would say has the same kind of mechanics is Khalid, having so much damage in the early game. But right now, we can look at a turtle fight over here, and Chiku manages to actually steal the turtle away. Zorn managing to escape with a flicker. And right now, Team Malaysia looks like they want to fight. JPL almost went down, but still survives with a flicker of health. Yes, I said flicker of health. Yes, yes. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think that is correct. No grammar issues right there. Soul gonna be doing a bit of damage to Formaze in return as well. But a really good retribution timing from Chiku to be able to secure that. And he's actually able to jump away from the Tona's welcome as well. Singapore not going to be able to take anything from that engagement.
Zorn is here on the EXP lane. Will they be looking for Soul? Soul have to use his flicker. He did not manage to get anything there, but at least with a 2-minute countdown there, Malaysia should look forward to try to gank Soul again later.
I think they definitely should here, but they also need to give more attention over to Adamir down in the bottom lane. The 1-1 so far has been having a very easy lane against Momo, and I do hope that Team Malaysia aren't going to repeat their mistakes when they went up against Team Indonesia. This is not a hero you give free farm to.
As you said, Malaysia, they don't really babysit their gold lane too much, but look at this. Formy is taking a lot of damage from Soul. Soul is showing why he's been using this Daroff over and over again. He always wins the lane, and this is very, very impressive. But look at this. In the bottom side of the map, Team Malaysia as well as Team Singapore, I feel like both of them know that both players are there. All 4 players are present in the bottom lane right now.
But JPL looks like he's going to be leaving soon, so that leaves Adamir alone in lane with both Zorn and Momo. The Iron Hook going to land right into the Bloody Hunt. Easy first blood, but here comes JPL. Gets the Fatal Links onto 2. Remanison looking for the Toenail's welcome. Looks like he will be able to take out Momo, forcing him to flicker away. Zorn, he's going to use his flicker as well to try and get out. Gets the hook onto Remanison as well. Nibiru's passing, going to be able to finish him off as Formaze flickers forward, goes for the wall charge into backline. Catches out the Sicilian. That's going to be Sayla dropping to Malaysia as well.
A series of unfortunate events. It all started off with Adamir taking a lot of bullets from Momo. But then I actually think that Singapore, their execution was actually very good, very solid. It's just that they did not have enough damage. And Team Malaysia, it was a clutch Iron Hook coming in from Zorn. If he did not get that, I kind of feel like Singapore would not die. And now Soul 1v2. Formaze almost going down. Formaze has gotten down. Looks like Soul is there, going to go down over to Chiku. Fast rotations coming from Malaysia, but Soul again looking like he will win any 1v1. It will become a disadvantage once the other members of Malaysia come to help.
That's going to be a great trade for Soul. He loses his life, but he trades 1-for-1, even taking time out of Zorn as well as Chiku's rotations, allowing the rest of his team to have more pressure over the map. We see Sayla has already picked up his Clock of Destiny, so that is going to be an important item for him to start scaling up as the Fatal Links going to find Momo under his tower. No flicker, a free kill going over to Adamir.
Very clean from Singapore. This is why making sure that you know the timings of your opponent's spells is clutch. They know that Momo does not have the flicker. It is a very, very free engagement there. But looking at the bottom side, we can see that Adamir is being engaged by Chiku. Chiku is taking a lot of damage as well. Zorn has arrived as well as JPL, and they will disengage. Looking at itemization over here, the Link already has the Demon Hunter Sword and looks like is going for it for the Berserker Fury to have an earlier burst damage.
You can also see that Momo has completed his Blade of Despair, but Adamir is still ahead in net worth, having completed his Corrosion Scythe. Meanwhile, we can see some ambushes being set up by Team Malaysia here in front of the Turtle Pit, up there in the top lane as well. So, looking for an engagement. Chiku is nearby, might be able to back up for me.
Yeah, sorry, I just saw Sol raising his hand, asking for the pause. Looks like there will be some technical issues here where Team Singapore, not sure what is going on, but again, it is a tense match. They want to make sure that they are playing optimally. So right now, for the side of Team Singapore, I would say individually, they're actually playing very, very well. They're making sure that they know the timings of all the skills as well as the spells coming in from Team Malaysia. I feel like how they engage is good. I just feel like they need to know how much damage they really need to actually get kills, because earlier in the bottom lane where we saw Atlas as well as the Barats trying to get a kill onto both the Franco as well as the Beatrix, the execution was nice. Even the Daytona Welcome manages to get a double stun, but without enough damage, that just did not happen.
Absolutely. Team Singapore right now needs to recognize the fact that their heroes need a little bit more time to scale up. Yes, both Madison and Sol are going to have a solid amount of DPS at this stage of the game, but the members of Team Malaysia are actually still fairly tanky. You gotta be able to watch out. They have enough mobility to be able to escape from your abilities as well. And again, lots of respect needs to be given over to Zorn on this Franco. When he lands those hooks, you really do not expect it coming.
This is the thing with these catch mechanic heroes. You could fail 90 times, 100 times. You could fail 500 times. You just need to succeed one time, because that one time could be very, very, very crucial. You could miss every hook in the early game, mid game, but during that Lord fight, getting that one crucial hook onto either the jungler, the mid laner, or the gold laner, that will be a game changer. So it's the same thing for both JPL as well as Zorn, except Zorn has a single target engagement skill, but it's a confirmed kill. Just because it is a suppress, you cannot escape it no matter what. JPL, you can escape the Fatal Link if you have all of your skills, you have your spells and such, but JPL can potentially grab more. So there's pros and cons, but either way, I want to look at both these roamers because they can set things up super, super well for their own teams.
For both these roamers, they are playing on heroes that will require follow-up from the rest of their teammates. They simply don't have enough damage built into their kits alone to actually find a kill, no matter how much crowd control they have. In situations like this, it's very important for them to be able to recognize which members of their team they can roam around with and play around to secure kills. And at this stage of the game, Team Malaysia definitely has better heroes to be able to dish out that early game damage. I do feel like JPL, hold on though, he does get the Fatal Links onto Moon, but gets Flicker hooked backwards. Moon going to get dropped down. Flicker being used by JPL to escape from this. Chiku comes in with the Tempest of Blades, but he doesn't have enough damage yet to follow up.
We just talked about the roamers, and look at that. Adamir got hooked, however, was able to purify out of it. But no, Beatrix is like, yeah, I'm going to get this kill no matter what. The fight in the bottom lane is still happening, but Chiku is opting for the turtle instead.
Looks like Momo is just barely able to escape, but not for too long. At the very least, he is buying time for Chiku. Zorn now going to be completely out of position. Another kill going over to Reminiscent.
Yeah, we can see Malaysia playing a little bit messy over here, but what we wanted to say, we were just talking about the roamers, and both roamers made play well, where JPL got a good Fatal Link, and now looks like they want to punish Chiku, but Chiku is there getting a killing spree onto Sol, but the Barat still managed to secure the turtle for Team Singapore.
But the fact that Chiku was actually able to secure that purple buff made a huge difference. Without it, you would not have been able to get the kill onto Sol, and they might have been able to punish him quite heavily. So small differences like that do make a notable difference. Chiku now gonna be running into JPL in the bush here. This could be quite risky if Fatal Link is available, but it doesn't look like it is.
Right now, it looks like Chiku is really trying to focus on his own farm, because look at this, he's level 11 while Reminiscent is level 10, a full level ahead. But Chiku, is this a little bit too much? But look at that, Moon with the damage, managing to actually get a kill. And looks like Adamir secured the purple buff for himself.
Chiku's going to be able to force Adamir to take the buff. That is one stolen away from Reminiscent, even if it is to his own team. Adamir, though, doing a lot of damage to Chiku. Wild Charge finds the 1-1, but the crossbow of Tang has been activated. But Formase going to be taking all of the damage. A beautiful bit of tanking for Chiku.
That is well coordinated. Chiku understood that, yeah, this is probably going to be an ultimate for 1-1. Especially look at the itemization. Or you have the Courageous Scythe as well as the Demon Hunt Sword. It will definitely kill Chiku just now. So good coordination between Chiku and Formase.
Yep, identifying that, okay, this is going to kill Chiku. I am tankier, I can take it. Chiku hiding in the bush until the ultimate duration is over and then getting an easy kill. Team Malaysia now sees 3 members of Team Singapore in the mid lane, and because of that, you can see Zorn instantly rotating down onto Soul. Misses the point blank hook, but he is just buying time for Momo to finish off the tower.
Oh, but JPL is here. Momo able to flicker out of it. That was clutch. JPL almost got that, and that would have been so different. Singapore could have definitely used that to their own advantage.
Yeah, but guess what? Chiku gonna be jumping on top of Adamir again, not allowing him to get the crossbow of Tang, using the Tempest of Blades. Formase is gonna jump into the backline. Wild Charge finds Zayla, but he is out of position. He charges out the power of nature, so Daytona's welcome not going to go through. JPL has to back up. We can see Reminiscent kind of separated from the rest of his team, allowing Momo to take the tier 1 mid.
And look at Team Malaysia using Singapore's own strategy against them. Zorn managing to get hooked, but not enough damage on Reminiscent. But still, Malaysia, look at this. They're really focusing on the outer turrets. They already secured 3 for themselves. For Team Singapore, they only managed to get the top part of the map for themselves. And still, looking at this, Team Malaysia, they're really controlling the map. However, in terms of gold, it's only 2,000 gold lead ahead. JPL is engaging onto Moon. Moon still able to escape. But look at this, Chiku has able to secure the Lord. Momo is behind fighting against Soul. No one is going to protect him. Soul is going to get an easy kill for himself. And everyone from the side of Malaysia has to retreat.
I think that is a good decision by Team Malaysia. Obviously, it is not ideal to lose out Momo there, but it's better than trading unnecessarily. Soul now going to go on Moon. Moon uses the Windstorm to protect himself, but here comes JPL as well as the rest of the team. They pick up the kill onto Moon, and Zorn, despite landing the hook, isn't going to be able to do too much here.
This is unfavorable, where we see Malaysia going in 1 at a time, but now Chiku is there, opting not to actually push this forward. Team Malaysia getting caught 1 by 1. First we saw Momo, and then Moon. Are they getting fatigued over here? Because it looks like they're starting to lose a little bit of focus, and Team Singapore, they could definitely take advantage of this.
Team Malaysia has always had an unfortunate problem with playing a little bit overconfident in situations like this. They're definitely ahead, but they still have to be very wary of Team Singapore. Zorn now gonna find the hook on the JPL, forces out the Fatal Links, putting him completely out of position. Another free kill going to Singapore.
And right now, Team Malaysia is getting caught 1 by 1. They have to slow this down, even though, yes, they are a fast tempo team. Chiku going ahead, trying to fight against Soul, but he's fighting under the tower, focusing on the tower itself. And right now that they have secured it, they have to go away. It's a good thing that JPL, oh wait, no, JPL does have the flicker. He just doesn't have his Fatal Link just yet.
What is quite dangerous right now is that Adamir has gone for an early Wind of Nature. They're not jumping out of the backline. Sayla, Winter Trunky, not going to save him for long. Adamir, I believe he has his crossbow of Tang. Daytona's welcome, finding Chiku, shut down, going over to Adamir. He now wants to catch up to Formase, but will decide against it.
Because of this, we can look at the goal difference. Right now, Malaysia is only 1,000 gold ahead, barely 1,000 gold ahead. And looking at the kills, right now, Malaysia is 2 kills above Team Singapore. But right now, Singapore has a lot of standing gold on the map. There's a lot of turrets that they can secure for themselves, and then they can instantly get their own gold lead back.
Team Malaysia, though, has definitely been making really good use of this Ling pick, making use of Chiku's mobility to just get as many objectives as possible. They actually have a lower kill count than you normally would expect, and have targeted most of their objectives onto the enemy towers, being 5 structures ahead of Team Singapore.
Yeah, looking at itemization here, Chiku really wants to burst the enemy team down fast. He already has his Berserker Fury as well as the Endless Battle. But looking at 1-1, this is going to be very, very crucial where, like we said, already has the Wind of Nature, but is looking forward to probably making a Athena shield just to make sure in case he does get caught by Moon, he can survive a little bit longer.
Oh, the Iron Hook gonna be set up by the wall charge, allowing them to get a free kill. But that is a lot of cooldowns used by Team Malaysia to secure Soul.
I kind of feel like that was almost unnecessary because right now they can't really take any more fights. Team Singapore, if they do want to push this advantage, they can. Just because I feel like Adamir actually has enough damage. I really do feel like he has enough.
Looks like the Iron Hook gonna be landing on the JPL yet again, but he is fine. But Adamir going to be targeted by Chiku. He's going to wisely decide to back off. He knows the Wind of Nature is still available. Fatal Link's not gonna find anyone thanks to the power of nature. Forma is dropping real low, but is able to walk out just fine. JPL has to back this up. Chiku now going to be backing up his team as well.
This is actually quite a tell. If even Chiku is afraid to go up against that 1-1, it kind of just proves that Team Singapore, if they do want to take a fight, they can potentially win. Honestly, they can potentially win. But this is also why it's scary to go up against a Ling. At any point, if the Ling feels like I'm probably not going to win this one, he could just go and split push because look at now they only have inhibited turrets. Losing even one of them is going to be a game changer.
It absolutely is, and that is the goal that Malaysia is trying to go for. It's going to be a bit difficult to push up against an inhibitor unless they have the Lord, but this Ling will enable them quite heavily. You can see Chiku even playing around the top side of Singapore's jungle because he knows that the purple buff is coming back up. An Iron Hook by Zorn right into the Bloody Hunt, setting up for the Bennett's Rage here. Momo doing a lot of damage, but not quite getting a kill. Formace in the back line as well, going to be forced to use his Flicker to get away as Chiku taking a 1v1 against Soul, dropping real low. Formace now has to back this off. No kills for either team.
Team Malaysia is really not looking good when it comes to this team fight, and then Adamir almost got hooked there. It's a good thing that he still has his second skill, but is he going a little bit too far ahead? Moon right now already used all of his skills. Singapore, they have the advantage. They have the cooldown advantage. Adamir is going in front, trying to get the stacks off of Zorn. Right now, Team Malaysia looking at both the top and bottom lane. Looks like they are trying to push things out, but Team Singapore, they're opting for this Lord. And the Lord has been stolen by Formace. Right now, Team Malaysia, they have to retreat, but Momo is alone. But look at the top part of the map. Chiku has gone in. They want the inhibitor. He got the top inhibitor, and right now focusing on the lower part. Team Singapore, they are definitely winning in terms of the team fight, but Team Malaysia, fortunately for themselves, has able to secure objectives, and Chiku, that was unnecessary.
That was just way too greedy by Chiku. He could have just walked out and he would have done already a really good job just charging into the base. Even Momo and Formace were ready to give their lives to buy more time for this Ling to push. So Chiku throwing away his life there, very much unnecessary, but this is going to be a huge advantage for Team Malaysia. We already mentioned being able to take an inhibitor at this point is going to limit Team Singapore's options.
This is the difference in styles right now. Singapore, they really want to fight. And Team Malaysia, they really want to avoid taking fights. They just want to focus on the turrets. And I would say objective in general, it's a clutch play that Formace actually was able to secure the Lord. If he was not able to, I kind of feel like Team Singapore could have taken a lot more off the map.
But now they're wanting to secure this purple buff. Chiku definitely needs it. Singapore gonna actually choose not to challenge this. They know that there is a chance they could lose that fight because Soul is being left back at base to defend against the pushing minion waves. This allowed Chiku to have access to that purple buff, allowing him to make more aggressive plays.
If Singapore has been keeping the timers on this belt, they should know that Momo does not have a flicker right now. So once Momo actually shows his face on the map, either by attacking the minions or anything like that, JPL could really take advantage of it. Especially now, since JPL does have an immortality, he can potentially make one mistake.
But we do also kind of have to note one weakness of Team Singapore is that at this stage of the game, if they find that they are a little bit behind in map control, they tend to play a lot more passively than they should.
I do agree. You actually make a very good point. Yeah, once they feel like they don't have the advantage, they're not gonna push things more than they feel comfortable with. And I kind of feel like that's also part of the problem, where they're not aware that they actually have the advantage right now. Because looking at the gold lead, it's only like what, 200, 300, and it's actually in the favor of Singapore. Looking at this, Chiku going ahead, trying to secure the purple buff for himself. Now he has to run away with JPL got two. For Team Singapore, unstoppable for the Barats, and now Zorn is trying to run away. Even though he has the immortality, I don't think he will be able to escape. Moon is there trying to provide a backup, but look at Team Malaysia. They cannot fight this. They cannot win this. They have to go away. And Adamir, he's really thinking whether he should go in front and get the kills or be safe, be disciplined, and focus on their own objectives.
That was just such a big mistake by Chiku, being too greedy again, wanting to steal a purple buff away. There's no need to do things like that. You have control over the map, and because of that, he put himself out of position. A really good identification of an opportunity by JPL, flickering forward for that fatal link. Now that Chiku is down, this is going to be a free Lord for Singapore. Not sure if he'll get there in time.
Now, looks like this time Formace won't be able to steal this one. So Team Singapore will be securing this Evolve Lord. This is the late game Lord. The more people surrounding this Lord, the tankier he will be. And everyone surrounding the Lord will have basically an orange buff for themselves. Team Singapore has controlled the map, looking at everything in terms of the team fight, in terms of the objective control, in terms that the Lord is pushing mid right now. Singapore is in a really good spot, but an Iron Hook over to the Barats, but JPL saving his own team, countering, and looks like Zorn is going to be the first one to die, and Adamir managing to use his crossbow of tank, unable to kill off Momo. But look at Moon. Moon is so low. Team Singapore, they're still pushing forward. The Lord has full HP. How can Malaysia defend this?
What is Chiku doing? He's still at bottom lane. He's being stopped by JPL. They already lost Momo. Forme is going to get taken down as well. The Lord is right on top of the crystal. And in a comeback victory, Team Singapore secures Game 1 against Team Malaysia.
Team Singapore keeping their head straight, keeping their head cool, making sure that they understand their own game plan. Just make sure that they fight the team fights, because look at Team Malaysia. Mistakes after mistakes, giving a lot of opportunity to Team Singapore to actually capitalize. And this is why I say I like when JPL is using this engaged heroes. At least then he can capitalize on those mistakes.
Yep, being able to identify and take advantage of these mistakes is what allowed Team Singapore to come out on top in the end. But this is just unfortunate for Team Malaysia. This is not a game they should have lost. They had the advantage for most of the mid game, but just being overconfident, being out of position, and trying to make their own plays across the map cost them dearly.
This is what happens when your head is still remembering the past. I feel like Team Malaysia is still haunted by the game against Indonesia. This is one of those situations where sometimes I tell esport athletes that you need a short-term memory. Because yes, you need to remember your mistakes, but at the same time, when you're up on stage, when you have to perform your very best right now, you need a short-term memory. You have to forget what happened just now. What did you eat? I don't know. I forgot. What did you trade? Okay, that one you have to remember, because that's the thing that you have trained for quite a while. But either way, Team Malaysia, it looks like they were very distracted. That is coming in from my own opinion. They have to really sit down and actually relax, breathe in, breathe out. When you go into the game, be confident, but also be focused, because they were confident, but I don't think they were focused.
Yeah, I can definitely agree with you there. I can't say for certain if they were completely distracted, but I feel like their head was somewhere else, and thus they were kind of autopiloting that game, trying to play flashy for their own objectives and not really playing around the rest of their team. But MVP of that game gonna be going over to Reminiscent on the side of Team Singapore.
Now with a match KD of a 6-2-4, match kill participation with 62%, and I feel like one of the more reasons why he got this MVP is just how tanky he is, because Team Malaysia oftentimes tried to kill him, and I feel like that is part of the mistake. Why do you want to go up against Barras? Look at the itemization that he has. He has the Athena shield, so Moon can't do much against him. And having that Sky Garden helmet, he can stay in the team fight for such a long time. Because look at the situation. Look at the final team fight that Malaysia tried to pick off. Iron Hook on Reminiscent. Great, but he did not die. It was under their turret, but he still did not die.
Now that is the power of the Barats. To be honest, I'm kind of surprised we haven't seen this hero in the jungle more often here in the SEA Games, because it is just a very stable jungle pick, really tanky, able to output a lot of DPS. And Daytona's welcome, although it is fairly easy to get out of it, if it is able to make that catch, makes quite a big impact in these team fights. I think Reminiscent did a very good job of just being a frontline vanguard for Team Singapore.
Yeah, right now let's look at the items over here. And Adamir 4, 4, and 5. Even though the KDA does not look that great, but trust me, I feel like he did dish out a lot of damage in this game. Yes, focusing on the attack speed, focusing on making sure that he gets the corrosion side first, so that even though he doesn't have the boots, he can still move around the map very, very quickly. And then once he has his Demon Hunter Sword, I feel like he has enough damage. It's just that he wasn't too sure of himself, and that's why he transitioned over to a more defensive build with the Wind of Nature as well as the Athena Shield, which I do agree. I see a lot of people still going full damage, which is great for certain situations, but in my opinion, if you're already ahead, it's better for you to build a little bit tanky, because all the damage in the world will not matter if you die.
Yeah, that is absolutely correct here. And I think that's exactly why Adamir went for the Wind of Nature so early on. The moment Chiku saw that, hey, the 1-1 has the Wind of Nature, he decided not to go for the 1v1s anymore. But looking at these highlights here, even at the beginning of the game, Team Malaysia was doing a very good job of dealing with Singapore's engage. This was a great hook, this was a great escape, and being able to follow up with the wall charge to set up even more kills, this was the start Team Malaysia was looking for.
Yeah, Team Malaysia had a lot of good plays, both mechanically as a team as well as individually. However, again, it's those mistakes, and that is really the game changer. It doesn't matter how you start, it matters how you end. And even though Malaysia has a very, very strong start, Team Singapore, they just make sure that they have enough damage and make sure that they are patient enough to catch the mistakes coming in from Malaysia. And yes, even though Reminiscent got the MVP, we gotta give a shout out to JPL, because in this game, he had a lot of assists.
Yep, he was doing a very good job of catching out the members of Team Malaysia. We can see that early on in the game, Chiku was very confident about jumping in to steal the enemy's purple buff, because things like this can help him get an advantage. And even here, you can see excellent coordination by both Formaze and Chiku, recognizing the threat of the crossbow of Tang. But I feel like once the game continued going on longer, they still continued playing as if this was at this stage of the game instead of where it actually was.
The win condition, I feel like that is what they really were focused on, which is they really want to make sure that they can get these turrets, play the side lanes, play both the bottom side of the map as well as the top side of the map. However, I feel like the reason that they are so focused on pushing the side lanes is they don't have that much confidence going in for the team fight, and maybe that's why we can see less coordination going into the mid and late game, because they just kind of feel like everyone has to be able to protect themselves. Give enough time for Chiku to actually push. And when they are not able to give him time, give him the space to push, that really made it a little bit problematic.
You can see here in this Lord fight as well, Team Malaysia was doing a pretty good job. They were mainly buying time to allow Chiku to go for the backline, but Soul was doing a very good job of taking that 1v1 as well, rendering the backline dive by Chiku basically pointless. And then at this point here, where Chiku was able to take some free inhibitors, this was great. This was excellent.
Yeah.
He should have been able to get out here.
He already escaped.
Why would you come back? I don't know why he would come back. He's not going to kill Reminiscent there.
Yeah, there are plenty of moments where we feel like that should not be the case. We saw even Moon as well trying to get some kills where it was probably not possible just because he already used his ultimate, so it's not a good situation. And this, look at how tanky the Barats is, and JPL counter engaging with his own fail link. That was very good. Even though for the side of Singapore, they were all clumped up, it was a very good situation for Moon to dish out the damage. But Adamir realizing, I have enough damage, I'm just going to go in front, I'm just going to zone everyone away, and this is the final push for Singapore.
I do think that Team Malaysia, towards the later stages of the game as well, were playing incredibly wary. And it is good to be wary, especially when you're playing against a team that has a 1-1, that has an Atlas. You want to avoid grouping up too much for the Fatal Links, for the Crossbow of Tang. But because they have to constantly think about this, it's affecting the way they want to fight. It's messing them. It's like, do I go in now? Where do I position in the fight? Should I join? Should I stand back? I feel like there were too many questions going through their mind in those last few minutes.
If they have to think too much, if there's too many questions, that does identify that their win condition is a little bit too complicated. I feel like they need to make it a little bit simpler. This is the thing that Team Malaysia does quite a lot, where they at times overcomplicate things. At times it's good, just because we know that they're very creative. They like to go outside of the box. However, in this point of time, where they're potentially gonna go home without the medal, they have to make it simple. Make it so that you could almost play it blindfolded. Make it as simple as possible so that you have less room to make mistakes. And when I'm talking about simple, maybe it's better not to let the 1-1 go, because the way that they draft, I kind of feel like the way that they're thinking it, we can counter this 1-1. We just really want the Ling. Now, after that first game, do you think it's still a risk worth taking?
I still don't think the 1-1 is a hero you should let through the draft. I think what was going through Team Malaysia's mind is that by opening up the draft, they were hoping that maybe Team Singapore will take this Ling, we can get the 1-1. It's that situation of, if you get one, we will get the other. But we already know that 1-1 is such a powerful hero. If you get the option to get it, I don't think there's any team in this tournament that's going to pass it by.
Oh, yeah. I just feel like they just have to make it a little bit simple. However, let's go back to Team Singapore. They have been playing very, very well. They have long series throughout the day. Going up against Team Philippines, it was not short games. And they win all 3 games. And now going up against Team Malaysia, right now, Team Singapore should be very, very tired. But look at how they play. It looks like it's still the first game of the day. They're so composed. It's actually very, very impressive coming in from Singapore.
I do think that part of the factor that's contributing to that is that Team Malaysia is just making so many mistakes that they can capitalize on. And it does a lot of wonders for your morale when you're able to constantly pick off members of the enemy team, right? Even if Team Singapore came into this feeling a bit tired after their loss earlier, getting all those free kills, winning those fights that they had no business winning is going to make a big difference.
I just want to see JPL getting those tanky heroes. I hope this proves to everyone. In a way, I'm a fan of roamers. I like when talented roamers are given a chance to shine by giving them heroes that can actually impact the game. Don't get me wrong, I like playing supports as well. I love playing the Astas. I love playing the Angela from time to time. However, even I have this notion that I need to do something. I need to be a little bit more proactive. That is the word that I'm looking for. I want JPL to be a little bit more proactive, because once he gets the room to be more proactive, we can see Team Malaysia cannot afford to make mistakes. I feel like if he was using an Enchantress style, just focusing on healing, focusing on getting utility for his own team, they will not catch those mistakes.
I can agree with you there, but there is also a limit to proactivity. Yes, you should be more proactive in ganking, in setting up kills for your team, but if you're a little bit too gung-ho about it, you end up in a situation similar to Team Malaysia, where it felt like they were constantly thinking, I have to do something, I have to be on this side of the map, I have to be getting an objective, I have to be stealing a buff, when really they didn't have to. They just need to group together, be more calm, kind of go for objectives as a team, rather than trying to be all flashy and make plays on one side of the map by themselves.
One more win needed by Team Singapore to ensure a medal for themselves. In the previous SEA Games, in the 30th Southeast Asia Games, they were not able to secure a medal. They weren't even able to go to the semifinals. Right now, they're just one game away, and I'm pretty sure they're feeling very, very excited right now. I kind of feel like even they want to get this over with. With this amount of momentum on their side, they want to go in with this, I don't know, adrenaline rush.
Yeah.
If they get this medal, I really hope that once they get back to Singapore, every Mobile Legends players will feel proud of them.
I do think so, considering that, yeah, as you mentioned, Team Singapore didn't even make it to the top 4 in the previous SEA Games, and now they're so close to bringing home that bronze medal. I can only imagine that there's going to be even more pressure now on Team Malaysia's shoulders, considering that in the previous SEA Games, they got the bronze medal. I feel like there's going to be a sort of obligation deep within their subconscious that we have to at least get 3rd place again. But I'm hoping that's not going to affect them mentally too much, because they do need to refocus. They need to take a step back and go into this with a calm mind. Team Singapore is not a team that's going to go down without a fight.
Speaking of obligation, I feel obliged to let the people know. During the last World Series, Malaysia went up against Singapore, and Singapore won the match. So, Team Malaysia, they lost against Singapore before. And right now, Team Singapore, they probably want to do it again, because the last time they faced each other, that was like 5-6 months ago, so almost half a year. But right now, Team Malaysia, this is their last chance for revenge. Not just they want the medal, but again, they want to get a revenge on the previous World Series where they lost against Team Singapore. And right now, Team Malaysia, they are the first pick, and they're going to ban out the Karina as well as the Baxia, really not wanting to give a Baxia over to Reminiscent.
And they're even going to ban the Akai on top of that. So Team Malaysia actually getting rid of a lot of common tank junglers. They don't want to let this slide. As for Team Singapore, they're going to know that, okay, now that they are on the red side of the draft, it is too dangerous to allow this 1-1 through. But now they have a choice to make. The Ling is still open. The Xavier is still open. Heroes that can be quite threatening in the hands of Team Malaysia.
Team Malaysia right now banning out a lot of tanky heroes. They have 2 options. Number 1, as you said, there's a lot of power picks right now, including the Xavier, which Sayla can use pretty well as well. So Xavier is probably a very good and safe pick. However, perhaps Malaysia, oh no, they want the Cho. So right now they're really focusing on their own picks. And I feel like this is a Zorn Cho. So Team Malaysia probably pushing strategy out of the way and just say, you know what, let's use what we're best at.
I think that's probably the way to go at this point. This potentially is Team Malaysia's final game at the SEA Games. So regardless of whether they win or they go down, they want to be playing on the most comfortable heroes they can, the ones that they will be most happy going into this next game on. And Zorn, this show is a signature pick, but that does mean Adamir will be getting the Beatrix again.
Is this going to be a situation where all 10 athletes are like, you know what? Let's flex our mechanics. Let's forget the team. Let's show our individual skill. Sayla got one of his best heroes. Adamir got one of his best heroes. Zorn right now, using the chill, got one of his best heroes. If all 10 athletes here, they get their very, very best hero, this is going to be a flex of muscle. They're just going to say, we're going to power our way through to get to this bronze medal. This is esports. This is a mental game, but do not look down on our bronze as well.
Yeah, they will be fighting at full power. They want that medal. Team Malaysia now going to have to make 2 more picks. I think they'll probably lock in Moon, Zero, maybe 4 mazes as well. The Esmeralda has been locked in, so that's most likely the case. And Eve going to be the pick for Team Malaysia. That is quite interesting. I would have thought they might lean more towards the Sicilian.
Yes, but again, as we said, we want to get the very best heroes. Moon is very comfortable with the Eve because before this, he broke the record in the local MPL with, I can't remember, but I feel like it was like...
It was something like highest damage per second, right?
Yes, it was crazy numbers. It was the thousands. But right now, Team Singapore, they're going to get the dire off. Again, as we said, a flex. Right now, we're using our bronze. Soul, again, getting his dire off, going up against the unstoppable Esmeralda. A very tanky hero, but not against dire off.
I'm honestly really surprised that Team Malaysia went for this Esmeralda at this point because they know that Soul likes to play the Deer off and that's such an easy counter. I thought they would lock in the Deer off themselves first or maybe save up the pick so that they can lock in a Paquito later because that's a hero that 4-mains can do a lot on. Instead, yes, you're right, they're going for the comfort picks. Even if Formaze gets countered in lane, if he scales up, he is quite a beast on this Esmeralda.
Right now, Team Malaysia, they have picks for the jungler as well as the marksman. And Team Singapore, not sure what they banned. I heard something.
Your team is banning.
Okay, for Malaysia, they banned out the Hellcurt.
That was Hellcurt.
That was Hellcurt.
We are now going to be relying on our ears here because I believe Dark Knight has... Okay, there we go.
Okay, there we go. Okay, Hilda
I thought Dark Knight did fall for a moment and we just could not see the hero bans. But yes, this is going to be Hellcurt banned from Team Malaysia and Hilda banned out by Team Singapore, which is quite interesting. That means that they suspect this is not a roam choke.
Well, to be fair, Malaysia did bring a Cho, Hilda, and Baxia lineup before. So maybe they were anticipating something cheesy from Malaysia trying to rush into their own jungle. By the way, right now, Team Singapore, they've already banned out the Hilda. They didn't want to ban out any more aggressive heroes because... Okay, Hayabusa.
Your team is banning.
An interesting choice, Hayabusa.
Hayabusa.
I guess that makes sense here since they do have a lot of squishier heroes and Yogi Shadowkill would be able to pick off Beatrix and Xavier pretty quickly. Team Malaysia are going the opposite and they will ban out the Barats that became MVP last game.
Yeah, still looking at this Hayabusa pick. However, Malaysia did show their hand by banning out the tankier heroes in the first phase of the draft, showing that they kind of want to play a burst damage dealer. We just don't know where the burst is going to come from, whether it be the jungler or the gold lane. Right now for Team Malaysia, I want to see more damage because yes, Eve can dish out damage, but it's more like chip damage, and she's more valuable as the person that gives out the slow. Team Singapore, they don't have a mid laner, a jungler, and right now they're going to take the Bellman.
Yeah,
interesting. Okay.
I think this is pretty good coming out of Singapore. Yeah, Balmond is fairly tanky, so he's not going to be that susceptible to the Cho and counteracts the Esmeralda. But Team Malaysia bringing out the big guns. This is easily Chiku's most comfortable hero. The Roger going to be making his debut on the SEA Games stage.
Like I said, you know what, Coach? I know you have a book. Close the book, put it to the side. You know what heroes we like to use. Let's just pick it and then just trust us. I feel like this is them embracing their own style. It's like, guys, we're better as individuals than as a team, so let's just play individually. You know, like I'm not saying bad things about Team Malaysia. I'm just like really getting into their heads. Perhaps they're like, you know what, let's embrace it. You know, let's embrace our pure bronze here going up against Team Singapore. And this is the first Matilda that we've seen all throughout Southeast Asia games, where usually it's banned, but this time it's gonna get picked up by Team Singapore.
I think we have actually seen the Matilda go through. There was one time where Villa Luna was able to play it in the mid lane.
Sorry, I was not there.
Yeah, but either way, not the first time, but still pretty rare. JPL going to be going on a more enchanted type support here. I think both teams are going to be very balanced. One difference is that Team Singapore are going to be a little less tanky in comparison, but the amount of DPS potential they have will make up for that.
Yeah, right now having the Bellman, I would say, is good in terms of securing the objectives, especially since we saw how Team Malaysia actually managed to steal off the Lord. So perhaps they don't want that to happen again. Now going in to the second, potentially last game of the day. Team Singapore only needs one more win to secure a bronze medal for themselves, and Malaysia, they need this win if they want to continue their path to actually bringing home a medal for Malaysia.
As both of us here on the table are Malaysian casters, we can guarantee all of you that this is going to be Team Malaysia at full power. These are all their top comfort picks, perhaps with the exception of Momo, but he's certainly no slouch on this Popol and Koopa as well. They want to make sure their dreams of making that third place medal are still alive.
Yeah, but look at this. Team Singapore and Malaysia, they're fighting at the mid lane. Chico securing the Little Wanderer. No, Reminiscent was able to secure that. Very good timing to actually anticipate the retribution coming in from Malaysia.
Yeah, that's pretty unfortunate for Team Malaysia, but a good start to Team Singapore. They want to stop Chico from farming as much as possible. Down here in the EXP lane as well, this is to be expected. Formaze is going to have a lot of trouble laning against Seoul.
As of right now, we can definitely say that Team Singapore, they're winning all of the lanes. Looking at the HP here in mid, Sayla is definitely win this mid, and look at this Moon. He's caught out. He is going to be the first blood. Team Singapore, they jumped the gun. They're grabbing the first advantage of the game.
We instantly see the impact of being able to win your lane, because since they're forcing Formace to stay in lane to push out the wave, Soul can instantly rotate over to mid lane and catch Moon off guard. That is first blood going over. Remanison now even invading the enemy jungle to take camps away from Chiku.
Yeah, unfortunately, Team Malaysia right now, having the Roger, they do like to play a snowbally kind of game. However, Zorn needs to set up for him. Team Singapore, they're grabbing a lot of advantage. But right now, actually, let's look at the bottom side of the map where the turtle just spawned. And Team Singapore, 3 members are here already. Chiku alone, gotta be careful, don't get caught out.
The rest of the team is coming to back him up, but Renaissance has a little counter retry combo. Chiku gonna get picked up by the Dawning Light. Invested just a little bit too far. And now Zorn dropping real low as well. Luckily, no more cooldowns on Team Singapore, but picking off Chiku there is going to be huge.
Yeah, right now, a 2-kill lead for Team Singapore. And again, we have to emphasize they're winning all of the lanes. Right now, Sayla is looking very good, getting a good snipe off of that turtle attempt. Adamir up here going up against Momo looks very, very comfortable. And I really do feel like Team Singapore, they are controlling the tempo. They are dictating what Malaysia can and cannot do.
You can see that even Sayla now using the Dawning Light to help out his lane. Again, more focus on Adamir. They're going to be chunking out Momo to ensure that the Beatrix gets the best time possible. And because they were able to get a kill against Chiku earlier, Remanison is already 1 level up on the enemy Roger. A 1k net worth lead at this point. Not the ideal start Team Malaysia is looking for.
Look again at the difference here. Soul and Formace. Soul, I would say, has a quarter lead up against his enemy XP laner, especially since he has a kill and a assist on himself. JPL able to see out Zorn here. Zorn is level 4. However, it doesn't look like a situation where he can really set up anything for his team.
And Remanison just having a really comfortable time. There's no one on Team Malaysia right now that can threaten this Ballman, so he can freely walk into their jungle as long as he has a bit of backup as the guiding wind. Gonna pull Sayla to safety as well. Formace making his first rotation of the game, but not working.
I feel like this is going to be the problem for Team Malaysia. This Matilda pick. Whenever anyone from Team Singapore looks like they overextended, she can pull them back with the guiding wind. So Team Singapore, they have a free flicker, I would say, every few seconds. And Team Malaysia, they really want to engage. So having that Matilda is going to be quite a problem.
Yeah, that's a good final pick, but a nice flicker as Kundo Way of the Dragon sets up Remanison. Malaysia, though, gonna get surrounded. Lethal counter finds Zorn instantly, and Soul is already back up from bottom lane to help his team.
Looks like they had different ideas there, where Zorn committed to his own flicker to make sure that he catches someone from the side of Singapore. However, looking at Moon and Chiku, it kind of looked like they were not sure whether they do want to take the fight or not, just because it is the balance. It's very tanky. They're not sure whether they can get a kill or not.
Yeah, and because of that, Remanison going to just get further and further ahead. Another turtle going into the pockets of Team Singapore. They've already increased their net worth lead to around 3k, and Soul nearly taking out Formace despite being at half HP himself. Zorn finding the way of the dragon onto Adamir, but now they're the ones in trouble. Mystic Field going to find Momo, circling Eagle on the Popple and Koopa as well, but not enough damage to finish the job.
Once again, Zorn managing to actually have a pretty good way of the dragon. However, his friends, his former athletes, is not there to actually dish out the damage. So right now, Team Malaysia, they gotta start talking. They need to communicate what they're really trying to do. Soul here going up against Chiku, Formace, as well as Moon trying to run away, but Soul is trying to get the kill. Moon actually secured that one for himself. Ooh. And the Dawning Light misses by a hair.
That was close. Honestly, Chiku was playing with fire there, nearly dying to Soul in the 1v1. Luckily, the Lycan Pounce gave him the iframes he needed to come out on top of that one. So that's going to be finally Malaysia getting a chance to punish Soul here, but I don't think Team Singapore need to worry much about this. They are still notably ahead in terms of farm.
Yeah, right now Zorn using the way of the dragon, but JPL is able to get out from that sticky situation. Singapore right now, they really are controlling the map. But look at this formation to the side, going in, focusing on the backline. Real world manipulation has been open. Sailor running away from the fight, knowing that he has to stay alive. And then the kill onto Formace. Chiku taking a lot of damage. Reminiscent going back inside trying to get a kill, and he manages to get Chiku. Zorn is extremely low, and Moon wants to fight, but he does not have mana. He got caught, immobilized there, going up against JPL and Sailor. There's nothing much that Moon can do, but Zorn, a beautiful ultimate kicking back into the turret. However, not enough damage, cannot commit anything to that kill.
Really well played by Team Singapore, just dancing around the players of Team Malaysia. Every single time it looks like they're going to be able to pick someone off, they are able to space themselves backwards. And Sailor, that was a beautiful dawning light, being able to pick him off. Momo now completely out of position, but is able to throw away his flicker for the tower, probably his life as well.
Yeah, killing spree giving over to Team Singapore, and looking at this, Zorn managing to get one member from the side of Team Singapore, but they are still alive. Foreman is trying to get a kill, and he managed to get a shutdown. However, he will sacrifice his own life, giving it over to Adamir. Moon has to be careful, as well as Chiku. They do not have enough damage to deal against 4 members. However, with the real world manipulation, look at the damage coming up from Sailor. Chiku barely makes it out alive.
Sailor is already outputting so much DPS on this area. I don't think even Team Malaysia is expecting the dawning light to be this painful, but they definitely have to respect it at this point. Every time, again, Team Malaysia trying to go for these aggressive plays, but Team Singapore, I think they're making a very good choice here. They know that Team Malaysia likes to fight, so every time they take any engagement, they just call the entire team over because they know that they will win the 5v5.
And right now we can definitely see how Malaysia is looking at the game. They're willing to sacrifice themselves to get something in return. Look at how Momo managing to get the mid lane turret, however sacrificing his own life, but he is the gold laner. Is that truly worth it? At this point, I'm not even sure.
Hard to say overall, but another turtle going over to Reminiscent. Now they're going to be focusing on the bottom lane. They want to gank Formace, but they're going to run into Zorn there, so that might stop their plans. Formace though, overextended. Dawning Light finds him, instantly melts the JPL.
They have to put this into consideration, looking at all the damage they managed to get sold, so they're going to get another turret again. Team Malaysia focusing on the objectives, but look at that. Formace seeing firsthand the amount of damage that Sailor, this Xavier, can put out. It's crazy. They have to be careful.
They really have to respect that. But right now, Team Malaysia, they're actually quite happy with trading off these bodies in order to get more and more objectives. Sure, they lose Formace down bottom, but they get the entire lane of towers up top. And that's going to be a lot of gold being fed to Momo as well.
We just have to see whether that is enough. At the bottom side, has to be careful. Adamir is there, level 11, going up against Momo, level 10. Team Singapore, they have a clear advantage. Malaysia, they have to make sure that they avoid these fights. Yes, it's good to sacrifice bodies if you're able to get objectives, but if there's no objectives for you to secure, try to avoid getting caught out, because I feel like if they can even things out, then it could be a very good situation for them. Wherever Momo wants to go, Zorn has to be there just for the extra protection.
All things considered, though, they have actually done a good job of narrowing the net worth gap. They're now only about 2,000 gold behind, and that's not impossible to make up. Zorn going to be using the Way of the Dragon to keep JPL off of him. Certainly, Eagle comes out. They're going to be able to catch out Soul, force the flicker away, but the real manipulation being dropped down, not able to catch him out. Chiku jumps into the Lycan form, going to try to go on Reminiscent, but the Cyclone Sweep makes it impossible to engage. Here comes Formace from the mid lane, but he is taking way too much damage. Gotta respect the Xavier. Team Malaysia can't follow up.
Yeah, look at both of these teams. They both want to engage, but they are so afraid. Zorn is there going up against Adamir, managing to get the cat, and looks like managing to get a kill, but Adamir over there died 1-1 and 2 score right now. And now Reminiscent trying to kill Chiku, but Chiku gets a double kill. Looking at the bottom side of the map, JPL is recovering HP, but Chiku is looking for the triple. Triple is going over to this Roger.
This is exactly how we expect Chiku to be able to play on this hero, but here comes Soul finally punishing him. I feel like the caster's curse is definitely at full power now. But that is a pretty good play for Team Malaysia. Even if Chiku dies there, a triple kill is nothing to scoff at.
A 3-3-3 KDA, and Zorn is not finished. He wants to give over to Moon. However, Moon is the mage. Are you sure that's a good idea? And a triple Dawning Light. Look at the amount of damage Sailor just put out. Soul has virtually no HP, and he is gonna go down. And Zorn, that was an amazing kick. But are you sure you want to kick a fighter to a mage?
I do feel like there was a moment there where Moon was like, oh no, he's coming at me instead. But they were able to trade that out. So because of that, they were too low HP to contest the Lord. That's going over to Singapore. Formace though, continuing his split push. This is going to be actually a little bit of damage done to the inhibitor tower.
Yeah, but right now Formace only at level 11. He really needs to scale up first because we can see he's taking a lot of damage coming in from the side of Team Singapore. And Team Malaysia, finally they have got I would say they're controlling the map, even though Team Singapore, they did manage to get the Lord. Zorn over here just making sure he has information on everyone on the side of Team Singapore, and Singapore is going to engage onto Formace. The damage going on onto Momo. Momo is still alive, but looking at Moon over here, real world manipulation, focusing on Adamir. Adamir is going to get killed off by Chiku, and the Lord is still alive, but Chiku wants the kills. He got a first kill, and right now he's going for JPL as well as Sailor from behind. Soul is going to get taken down by Formace, and Chiku managing to get JPL. Right now he is really feeling himself.
I think we're definitely getting the chance to demonstrate exactly why this Roger is Chiku's signature pick. He is so confident with it. He knows the limits of what he's capable of, and instantly Team Malaysia have now flipped the tables on Team Singapore. These small trades, throwing bodies for objectives, are finally now bearing fruit. They were able to clear the Lord. They got 2 kills, and now they want to push into the inhibitor tower.
And we can see how Zorn has initiated. He wants Reminiscent. Reminiscent able to get the kill back onto Zorn. A little bit too greedy by Malaysia's Roamer. However, I do have to say, in this game, we have 22 overall kills. Sayla has not died once.
Ooh, that Xavier is doing a very good job of positioning himself in these fights if he has not been caught. Considering that Zorn, he would definitely want to go onto the Xavier most of all. We can see now though, Formace being targeted 1v4. He has reached the point where he is actually able to generate enough shield to 1v1 Soul. Dawning Light doing a lot of damage. Madison gonna be cutting off Moon, getting the kill, and they find Formace as well.
Yes. Looking at that, Team Malaysia, they made quite a mistake. Moon was there really trying to help Formace out, but he was not aware that Team Singapore is going to flank around to the side. He has to be more aware of how the map is shaping around him, because they cannot afford this kind of mistakes, especially now it's 30 minutes. Sure, you can recover a little bit earlier, but when it comes to the 20-minute mark, you're going to take quite some time to come back to life.
What's important now is that Team Malaysia does need their team to be together to be able to fight against Team Singapore. There is hope there now because they do have a solid amount of damage. But as you highlighted, they cannot afford to allow themselves to get picked off. Map awareness at this stage of the game and self-control are the tickets that Team Malaysia need to be able to secure a game. They cannot afford to make mistakes anymore.
For both teams, Singapore as well as Malaysia, they need this level of clairvoyance where they have to anticipate where each engagement is going to come true. Zorn going behind. He manages to get Adamir. Adamir is going to get soloed out. Killing spree going over to Chiku. Sailor from behind is able to be taken down. A double kill going in for the Roger. But look at Singapore. Singapore manages to secure the Lord for themselves. Soul has to use his flicker. Formace is on the right trying to get a kill, but triple kill going over to Chiku. Right now he has 8 total kills. And Formace, now he can actually tank this Dyra. But look at the mid lane. Team Malaysia, they are in position to actually close out the game. This is a wipeout. Team Malaysia, this is their game to win, and looks like we are going to a 3rd game for this bronze medal.
Just like we mentioned before the match, neither of these teams are going down without a fight. Just because it is the 3rd place match doesn't mean they're not going to be putting their hearts on the line. Team Malaysia evening things up against Team Singapore. Now 1-1. A best-of-1 series is the remainder to decide which of these 2 teams will be standing on the SEA Games podium and who will be going home empty-handed.
that bronze medal is very valuable. Both of these teams want to bring it back for their countries. But looking at that game, we can definitely see for both sides of the team capitalizing on the mistakes that they have managed to found on each other. For Team Singapore, they actually look very, very solid, very, very strong. And Zayla with the Xavier has to be respected, because every single time Team Malaysia wants to get any kind of fight, we can see before the fight even starts, the Dawning Light deals so much damage. So Malaysia right now, they're also in a spot where they learn a lot from Singapore, and the thing that they learn is that they got a lot of heroes that can really dish out the damage.
Yeah, and that's exactly why they started targeting those heroes first. That final fight with Team Singapore, we saw how they used the conceal to immediately run into Team Singapore's back line. They took out Adamir, they took out Zayla. That is so much damage gone. Yes, Remanison was still able to secure the Lord, but that does not matter if your entire team gets wiped out, because Team Malaysia just uses that to rush right through the Lord. They don't even care and end the game.
In this kind of situation, we saw how Team Singapore are actually managing to get a lot of advantages earlier in the game. Do you think it is a mistake not to push their advantages?
It's a bit hard to say, honestly, because it's not as if Team Singapore did any big mistakes that game. Yes, they were still a little bit passive, but I don't think that's a problem. I think it's just in this game, Team Malaysia was a lot more successful in bringing the game to their tempo, setting the flow of the fight. They are the ones to initiate, they are the ones to decide that they will fight, and they are okay with throwing bodies for objectives.
And I feel like the way that they drafted is something that we have to discuss as well, because Team Malaysia, they drafted in a way that they banned 3 tanky heroes first. Right now, let's introduce our MVP of the game. Is going over to Chiku with an 835 KDA with 81% kill participation.
Yep, and that's going to be an impressive performance from Chiku as well. Finally being able to show his stuff. This is a player that has really high mechanical skill and really deep pockets. In terms of a hero pool, this Roger is a hero that he will pull out whenever things are looking dire, and so far it's still working as an emergency button.
Yeah, this is all reliable. This is where it comes to the situation where it really doesn't matter what the meta is. If you have that hero that you can use very well, it's a situation where I'm not afraid of a man with 1,000 punches. I'm afraid of the man that can do this one punch 1,000 times.
Yep, absolutely.
You roughly know what I'm talking about. I forgot.
The grammar was a little bit off,
yeah,
but I think we get it.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, you know what? It's been a long day. I forgot who said the code, but whoever knows it, just type it down in the comment section. But right now, let's look at the itemization, and I want to talk about Reminiscent over here. Do you think Malaysia, the way that they drafted, is actually focusing on Reminiscent to make sure that all the tanky junglers is not giving it over to him? So betting on the Baxia and the Karina, was that the real difference maker in this game?
I think what Team Malaysia has noticed after the previous games is that these tanky junglers are really annoying to deal with, because they can't control the flow of battle very well. They have a lot of crowd control, they have a lot of durability, and because of that, Team Malaysia cannot use their usual sort of chaotic strats and just run at the enemy, because they are just going to outlive them. For that reason, they identified that, they banned out the tankier heroes. Balmond, yes, he is still a pretty durable hero, but compared to the likes of Akai, compared to the like of Barats, he simply doesn't have as much utility.
And let's review the game again, where we can see Team Singapore, they really control the earlier stages of the game. Team Malaysia only managing to get an advantage after we see Chiku being able to get kills over kills over kills over kills. And Zayla is actually making it very, very difficult for Team Malaysia to really do whatever they want. The real manipulation coming in from Moon is actually very, very crucial, because we see how it really tightens the spot for Team Singapore, limiting the way that they move. And Malaysia, I really thought that they were going to lose, seeing at how the early game from Singapore is actually so productive.
It's actually quite surprising considering that Malaysia was able to turn this around. But yeah, during the middle of that game, you definitely could tell that Team Malaysia were starting to come online. They were starting to feel more confident. Zorn, I think he was doing pretty much the same things he was doing throughout the entire game. But once they got some items on their heroes, once they had already traded lives for objectives and actually got the net worth through those attempts instead of just your usual farming, that is when Team Malaysia started to be able to fight back.
Honestly, Zorn is truly remarkable because we see a lot of shows, mostly coming from Team Malaysia themselves. If any other athlete uses a chill, we don't see that level of production because look at how Zorn consistently, okay, doing your Way of the Dragon, sure, anyone can do a kick, but he always gets the right target. How difficult it is with 5 bodies there, picking not only the right target, but having the right angles. There's so many minute calculations that you have to make, and I think that was very impressive.
Yeah, as someone who has tried quite a bit to learn how to play Cho myself, the fact that Zorn is very regularly using the Way of the Dragon flicker combo, that is using the flicker after the Way of the Dragon to flicker but to the other side to get that kick, that is very difficult. That requires your fingers to be very, very quick. And there are times as well where the direction is not going to be very accurate because you just want to move your finger as fast as possible to actually make it work. So this is a very notable bit of mechanical skill. And well, there is a reason why the Cho is Zorn's signature hero.
This comes to the question, will Singapore ban out the Cho? Because again, being able to get the kick, cool. Being able to get the kick on the right person, cooler. Pushing to the right direction, coolest. Probably not the right grammar as well, but it's whatever. Anyways, we're going for a short break, but make sure you guys stick around because after this is going to be the final match of the day, and we will see who will bring back the bronze medal, Malaysia or Singapore. We'll see you after this. Welcome back to the 31st SEA Games Mobile Legends Bang Bang team event, where this is the final match of the day between Malaysia going up against Singapore for the bronze medal. My name is Ophel, and over with me is Stafa.
Yes, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We just came off a riveting match where Team Malaysia was able to come back from their first game loss and even things up. So one game now is all that separates both of these teams from a spot on that podium, bringing home that bronze medal. But before we continue on with the games, we gotta tell you guys that this tournament is of course organized by the Vietnam Recreational and Electronic Sports Association, VRESA, in cooperation with the Mobile Legends Bang Bang publishers in Vietnam, VNG Games, and of course Moonton, the developers of the game we all know and love.
And right now, looking at the games, for anyone that just joined us, just to give a short recap, the first game was won by Team Singapore, where they were able to stop the pushing power from Team Toda and winning all the team fights and getting the victory. And then for game number 2, Team Toda really forced their own picks, picking up the pocket picks, not really thinking about the metas or the strategies, and managing to win with their mechanical prowess. Now we're going on to the game number 3, and again, this is for the third place for the bronze medal. Whoever loses this game is gonna go home with just memories.
Yep, it's gonna be really rough, very heartbreaking for either of these teams if they end up going home without a medal, considering how close they are to that podium. Team Malaysia and Team Singapore, we're close neighbors, we're right next to each other, but unfortunately this time there's only room on that podium for one of these teams.
Going into game number 3. Now this is the crucial part, because in my experience, for anyone going into the last game of the day or the last game of their own respective place for the day, they do tend to go for the safer picks. And when I say safer picks, they kind of want that good scaling composition, because I would say the easier way for you to play the game is just to play it slow, get your items, and then win the team fight. I do want to see whether these teams opt for that or be a little bit risky and actually get heroes that can get a lot of advantage in the early stages of the game.
We do know that Team Malaysia specifically is going to be a lot more aggressive in the early game as compared to Team Singapore. On the opposite side, of course, we've seen that Team Singapore can be quite scary if they're able to get a comfortable early game scaling and then translate that into mid-game momentum. Both these teams want to be able to shift the tempo of the game into their own favor, but they will prefer different stages of the game, and we will see that the draft tends to reflect that.
I want to see what is going to be the focus. For Malaysia, they want to focus to ban out those tankier heroes, because I feel like they find those to be really annoying. Now for Team Singapore, Sol manages to get his Dyra for 2 games. I wonder if Team Malaysia is going to give him 3 games in a row, because every single game, Formes loses to Sol. 2 games in a row losing to Sol in the laning phase, and I feel, and I don't want to know, as an EXP laner, it kind of feels bad.
It definitely feels bad to lose out on the EXP lane, and I think Sol has been doing a very good job of winning out that lane. We already saw the effects of that, where he's able to push Formes back, force him to stay in lane while he rotates over to the mid lane. We've already seen him get easy kills on Moon like that, but I do have to give props to Formes. Even though he loses out the EXP lane, usually in this lane, if you lose lane, your game is pretty much over. But Formes knows that on the Esmeralda, he scales for the late game, so it's fine to lose early. He just needs more time, and that does require a little bit of mental fortitude.
And I'm sorry for beating over a dead donkey, but I said it. I like JPL on this aggressive initiation style heroes. He was on the Matilda. There was not a lot of engagements coming in from the side of Singapore. So for this game, I want to see him on the tank. I want him to strut his stuff, because we see how that worked for Malaysia. And right now we are in the pick and ban phase for Team Singapore. They are going to be the first pick, and Malaysia will be on the second pick. Team Singapore betting out the Hilda as well as the Ling, and Malaysia, Valentina as well as usual, and the Baxia.
What is going to be concerning now, since Team Malaysia are on the second side of the picks, they will not be able to ban out all 3 tanky heroes this time. They banned out the Baxia, the Karina, the Akai last game. They can only get rid of 2, whereas Team Singapore are going to be able to continue banning out Hanzorn's heroes. But interestingly enough, they're actually letting the show through.
Okay, here's the thing. Team Malaysia, they first picked the show, which identifies it to be a high priority for them. Now, for Team Singapore, JPL can play a very good show as well. But now, Xavier is up. Xavier is on the table. This Team Singapore really want to respect this show and actually secure it for themselves by risking giving over the Xavier over to Moon for Team Malaysia. It's going to be a tricky situation for Singapore.
In addition to the Xavier, they also have to contemplate the Beatrix. That's a hero that Adamir is comfortable on, but Momo also wants to pick up for himself. So both these teams are going to be fighting for a lot of similar hero picks overall. Team Singapore are being put... Oh!
Never mind anything that we talked about. This is the Karina. We completely forgot about this hero, especially because we rarely see the Karina as a first pick, even though we know that she is top of the line when it comes to junglers.
It absolutely is the case here. So Team Malaysia now have to make a choice. Do they want to lock in things like the Xavier and Beatrix, which very rarely you will be able to pick up together? Or do they want to go for a safer option? Do they want to lock in things like the Akai? Do they want to steal the Angela away before Singapore is able to combo it with the Karina? In Singapore, this was very smart of them. They are making Team Malaysia now have the questions in their court.
Right now, Beatrix is open, Show is open, Xavier is open. But looks like Team Malaysia really likes the Popol and Koopa. They don't want to change too much, getting over that Show as well as the Popol. And I feel like the only reason why they're prioritizing the Popol and Koopa over the Beatrix is just because between both these heroes, it's really evident that Popol and Koopa is very good at pushing turrets, especially when you don't have minions. You can use Koopa to actually be used as a minion just to get that really fast push.
But Popol and Koopa also will just naturally win lane against the Beatrix. So Team Malaysia locking it in at this stage of the game is basically telling Singapore, if you want to lock in Beatrix, we automatically win lane. So I'm really liking the draft dynamics between these two teams right now. All the cards are on the table because they know that this single game is the difference between going home with or without a medal.
And right now, Singapore, they have secured Beatrix for Adamir, and they've gotten this Grok, and it can be flex. However, we've seen Singapore really using the Grok as a roamer, and if given the opportunity, if Dyrov is open again, I'm pretty sure that Seoul is just going to use the Dyrov. So Team Malaysia, will they pick it up for themselves, or will they get the Esmeralda, and then since it's going to be the banning phase soon, just ban out the Dyrov, force Seoul on different pick?
I think that would be pretty smart, but I think Malaysia does have a tendency to prioritize Moon's hero in the first phase. And since Xavier is actually still open at this point, he might want to go for that. It would be a bit risky if that's the case, but alright. They're gonna be going with the safer option. The Eve did a very good job for them in the previous game.
Malaysia, they really tried to keep their draft as close as possible to the second game. Singapore has gotten the Grok and the Beatrix. Malaysia still have the option for Esmeralda as well as Dyrov. But for now, Team Malaysia, since they're going to be having their first ban and their first pick after this, they can really control. For Team Singapore, they're changing their draft a lot coming in from game number 2 going into game number 3. We have to assume that this is JPL's Grok. Now, Seoul, if he doesn't get the Dyrov, what other heroes does he have? Because there was a time when he used the X-Borg, and I'm personally not a fan of it. There was not enough damage, not enough tankiness, and not enough of anything.
It definitely didn't work out too well for Seoul, but he's been playing the Dera for so many games. That's basically the only hero he has played the entire day that I don't even remember what else his hero pool is anymore. So I guess we will find out, considering that Team Malaysia has banned that out. Team Singapore now, what will they get rid of? Is it worth banning out Chiku's Roger?
In my opinion, yeah, might as well just ban out Chiku's Roger, because right now, in terms of heroes, we have to remember Singapore, they banned out the Hayabusa. So if they do want to focus on Chiku, I feel like that is the safer pick, because everyone will say Chiku has a very wide hero pool, but sometimes that does work against him.
I do like that they're going for the Akai ban instead, though. This hero has slept through quite a bit of this draft phase so far. And we know that Team Malaysia does still play the Akai jungle, so Team Singapore does not want to give that over. What is going to be the final ban coming out of Team Malaysia? Team Singapore right now, still looking for an EXP lane, still looking for a mage. I feel like ordinarily you would want to ban out the Xavier from Sela, but I think Team Malaysia are the type that's like, we already beat the Xavier last game, we can give it to them, no problem.
I mean, let's look at the facts. Sela did a lot, but Team Malaysia is betting out the Masha. I'm not gonna lie, I forgot that hero existed for a while. It has been let through for quite a long time, and right now Team Malaysia, the way that I'm seeing the EXP lane is actually going old school. Esmeralda going up against the Uranus. That is what I'm looking at right now. If both those heroes are being open, then that might be the lane that we're gonna look at. If not, if they really want that pushing power or they want a first blood type of hero, I'm looking for the Khalid.
Khalid. I would like the Khalid here. I feel like,
especially for Singapore.
Yeah, especially for Singapore, because most likely based on these bans, Team Malaysia is setting up for 4 mates to have the Esmeralda again. So Team Singapore definitely need an option to win the EXP lane, but they're actually gonna ban out the Hellcat.
Very, very interesting. And yeah, Team Malaysia, they're still going for the Esmeralda, sticking to their guns. They're keeping basically all of their heroes. They only left with the Roger. And there's no reason for Malaysia not to pick up the Roger after this. So it's basically the same lineup as game number 2.
I would be amazed if Team Malaysia actually manages to get the same lineup from game number 2. I don't think even Team Singapore would be expecting them to go for the exact same heroes. But that does seem to be the case right now. Team Singapore has to lock in their final 2 options. They're still looking for Soul's hero. If you want to go up against the Esmeralda, what else is left in the pool? The Khalid, you already pointed that out earlier. The Paquito is still open, but has a slightly worse time.
Yeah, the Xavier is there, and as I talked about before, this is gonna go old school. This is what we've been seeing like 2-3 seasons ago, where we see the Uranus and the Esmeralda fighting on the EXP lane. It's gonna take quite a while to kill each other, but again, this is a very, very counter-ish matchup in Team Malaysia. If they pick up the Roger, 100% is the very, very same heroes that they got in the second game. And we did talk about Team Malaysia. They have to simplify their win conditions, simplify their draft, and this is as simple as it gets.
The Roger would definitely still work here, but personally, something that I think would actually work better is the Lunox jungle.
Well, you're not gonna get your wish.
Not the case.
Team Malaysia will keep their guns over here using the same draft, same lineup. This is good and bad. Good because Team Malaysia, they already have the practice, but Team Singapore, they've seen this before. They know what they're going to get themselves into. And Team Singapore, now with the extra knowledge from game number 2, I want to see how they can really capitalize on this and actually punish Team Malaysia for trying to use the exact same draft again against Team Singapore.
I just honestly cannot believe Team Malaysia got the exact same lineup 2 games in a row. Team Singapore, as you mentioned, they have already played against this once just a moment ago, so they know exactly what the plan is coming out of Team Malaysia. But we already see that there is a certain degree of mechanical skill on the Malaysian players that allows them to execute on this lineup. So we will find out which of these 2 teams will be able to claim that bronze medal for their nation.
And as we see here, there's a technical pause because I think everyone on the stage, they're surprised that Team Malaysia got the exact same pick. I feel like this is what the pause is about.
Would you call a technical pause if you realize that your enemy team has the same 5 heroes from last game?
They probably just want to check with just, okay, Marshall, you're here. You were here in the previous game. Is this exactly the same pick? Just to double confirm. Just make sure there's no bugs going on.
They just reach out to the Marshal. They say like, excuse me, I think my phone has gone back in time.
Yes, it's a different kind of a reset button. But right now, for Team Singapore, this technical pause, just to be a little bit more serious, it's just that going into the game, if they find any small, I don't know how to explain it, small instances of slow movement and everything like that, they have to fix the Kings out before they get into the lane itself. Because again, we see how Team Singapore in the previous game, they managed to win out the lanes. I'm pretty sure they want to do that again. However, with the Uranus going up against the Esmeralda, I don't think it will go the same kind of way. But I want to see how they play the lanes. If Singapore can have a big advantage earlier on, I want to see can they actually capitalize a little bit more now that they have a Karina jungler instead of a Bellman.
Well, already we're seeing that Zorn is going to be up to his usual tricks, invading the jungle, forcing JPL to have to camp Remanescent. He's probably going to be able to force Remanescent to use the Retribution here. And yep, that is exactly what's going to happen.
Yeah, Zorn won. Over there, he's one person, but he forced 3 people to beat on him. And right now, 4Mains is there just to provide the backup. Right now, Team Malaysia, they're really just focusing on slowing down the farm, because look at this. Chico is trying to steal the farm over from Team Singapore, but he has been caught out. I'm not so sure whether he's secured it for himself or not. But as of right now, looking at the top lane, 4Mains is going up against Sol using the Uranus. This time, a favorable matchup for himself.
Dan, this is going to be quite ideal for 4Mains as well. He is the type that, quite similar to Sol, wants to win out lane and help rotate with the rest of his team. So this is going to be a much better EXP lane. On the opposite side, Adamir is again going to have a little bit of trouble going against Momo because Beatrix does just lose out to the Popolin Koopa.
And look at how Momo is actually playing the lane. He's actually stacking the gold minions. He's making sure that Team Singapore, they're pushing in. He wants to make sure that he can control the pace here, and Zorn, figuring out that Reminiscent is level 4, he's trying to secure the jungle coming in from Malaysia's side. And look at this, Chico engaging onto JPL, forcing out the flicker.
Yeah, Moon dropping real low from that engagement by JPL and Sayla as well. But that is going to be a pretty good start. Zorn does not have Way of the Dragon yet, so he's just going to be harassing Remanescent, followed up by Tiku. 4Mains already in position to secure the turtle pit away from Team Singapore.
A different earlier game for Team Malaysia where they are winning the lanes and really pushing off their advantages. Sol is here trying to prevent Moon to be around the turtle, and looks like Chico will be able to secure it. Should be with no problem, but no!
Oh!
Team Singapore able to steal it away. Reminiscent able to steal that, and right now the Dawning Light trying to help out Sol, but Sol manages to get out of that alive. No first blood in the first 3 minutes of the game.
That's just unfortunate. I don't know for sure if Chiku just messed up the timing or he didn't have Retribution off, but that is going to be pretty huge for Remanescent, considering that he was even stopped by the Falling Star Moon right before to buy time for Team Malaysia.
We talked about this. Singapore, they've seen this before. They've seen this exact pick, so they roughly know what Team Malaysia is going to do. And it does show a little bit. They can anticipate the rotation coming in from Team Singapore. And Zorn with this show is very oppressive. He's being quite a nuisance. He's being really, really annoying. But again, if you've seen it before, you more or less know what you're going to get yourself into.
What is notable this time for Team Singapore is that they do have heroes that are able to counteract the Way of the Dragon. Remanescent just naturally isn't going to die very easily. Grok can be immune if he is charging up his power of nature, and Uranus has Consecration built in. So there are a lot less targets for Zorn to go for to pick off on Team Singapore.
We're looking at this Team Malaysia, 3 people up on top. Do they want Sol right now? Right now, Purify is not on Gola. And look at that 3 people going up to Sol, but he can tank that. JPL is there just to make sure that his EXP laner stays alive. And Malaysia did not get anything over that engagement. Oh, I might eat my words. They're forcing the first blood onto Sol. But look at this. Team Malaysia, they managed to get JPL as well. 4 members on the top side of the map, really focusing on this lane.
That was really good coordination there, allowing Zorn to tank the tower to buy time for the rest of his team to dive on top of JPL. And now Chiku going to be able to break through an entire gold field and take a tier 1 only 4 minutes into the game.
Yeah, but we do have to see it is a trade for trade. Malaysia getting the top side of the map, Team Singapore getting the bottom side of the map. Right now, the turtle is in contention, but Team Malaysia, they lost the first turtle. Will Singapore be able to secure this one, or this time Team Malaysia, they can steal it away?
They are now in position. Remanescent does secure it. Zorn is out of position, caught out in the Mystic Field, forced to use the Way of the Dragon, but it's not enough to save him. The rest of Team Malaysia are going to make a hasty retreat.
Now, looking at this on the bottom side of the map, the Popolin Koopa was not involved at all, making sure that Sol on this Uranus doesn't push his advantage. And Adamir classic Adamir. He's just focusing on those turrets. He wants to get as many objectives on the map as possible to make sure that he has the map advantage for his own team, just so that he will not get caught out by Team Malaysia.
Unfortunately for Adamir, the gold seal just happened to go down the exact time he started whacking on the tower, so no extra money for him, but he is able to take the full tier 1 as a result of that. So a little bit of pros and cons there on the timing that he was able to get that push in.
But still, Team Singapore, they're playing to their win condition, because this is the trend. This is the tempo that they like to set. They just want to get as many turrets as they can just to force out. I think the way that they're seeing it is they need 3 items on Adamir. Once Adamir has 3 items, they'll be like, okay, you know what, guys? We can go for the push. And right now, he already has his first item, which is the Blade of Despair. Going for the second item, if he does want to have the rent play, he might be looking for a Blade of Heptases or just a Hunter Strike just for a more reliable damage and survivability with increased movement speed.
The lane swap, though, putting Adamir in the top lane actually did wonders, because all of a sudden he's actually ahead of net worth in comparison to Momo, who was winning the lane against him the whole time. Soul now gonna be charged down by Chiku. Momo coming in to provide a hand, but this Uranus is so tanky. Zorn coming in from the side, Wave the Dragon being utilized, but gets purified by the Consecration. Chiku tanking the tower and still cannot finish off the Uranus. The rest of Team Malaysia now in a lot of trouble. Zorn and Momo are really low. And here comes Sayla from the side. He's looking for it. He misses the Mystic Field completely.
Good thing that they have the Flicker. But look at that. Team Singapore really using Malaysia's aggression to their own advantage. Adamir is going to get another turret. Look at this. They're like, what, 2,000 gold ahead on Malaysia, and right now they have a little bit more. Team Malaysia, they have to be careful. Chiku went a little bit too aggressive. He stayed so long under that turret, he was bound to get punished.
I do feel like there was a miscommunication on Team Malaysia there. Chiku wanting to go for the kill, and the rest of his team already ready to back off because they don't think they're gonna be able to finish off Soul. So that is definitely a bit of advantage given over to Team Singapore, and this is an opportunity that they have to make use of right now. They're going to be pretty strong at this stage of the game.
Zorn using the Way of the Dragon onto Soul, which will result in nothing, which is something that we do have to pay attention to, where Zorn is less aggressive in this part of in this match. But as you said, it's not the same as the first match. There's not a lot of targets that is favorable for him to use the Way of the Dragon on.
Yukun now going to be able to scout out the rest of the team. Dawning Light almost taking out Zorn, but he is fine. Momo also able to take a tower for himself. So I do think that right now Malaysia are slowing down the momentum somewhat. They're afraid of losing out more kills to Singapore.
Now Malaysia looking from the back foot because they're losing map control. This is a situation where they really have to focus and see what do they really want to do, because I kind of feel like they do want kills. They're just not sure how to get them or who should they really focus on. Ideally, they want Adamir, but look at the protection, look at the positioning from JPL as well as Sayla. They're giving a lot of information. You're not going to be able to gank Adamir without his knowledge.
And what's notable as well is that, oh, hold on, Zorn, he's looking for the Madison, but that's going to be a difficult target to engage on, so he will wisely choose not to go for that. What Team Singapore can do here is that they can use Malaysia's information against them. They know that Zorn will really only make plays if his team is nearby. So as long as they don't see any members of Team Malaysia around their side of the map, they know that they are safe to play more aggressively.
Right now, Malaysia, they're just trying to farm up. Oh, but look at Zorn. Zorn already going in for the engage, but not able to get anyone there. He is not giving up, but he has to look at the damage, and the real world manipulation is going to pop onto JPL, but the Flicker manages to get him out of that fight. Chiku is super low, super low, trying to run away from Soul, but Soul is going to secure that kill. Team Singapore winning a big team fight for themselves.
Massive mistake by Team Malaysia and Singapore. Good job identifying that opportunity. Zorn a little bit unsure of himself whether or not he wants to go for the kick or not, and ended up staying way too long. Singapore getting that kill and then instantly saying it is go time, getting multiple pickoffs against Team Malaysia.
Now the gold lead is getting bigger and bigger. Singapore is going for a solid 5,000 gold lead up against Team Malaysia before the 10-minute mark. And right now, Team Malaysia, they're not really doing too good, but okay, let's give them the benefit of the doubt. Momo just finished off his Demon Hunter sword. The moment he does get involved with a team fight, the damage isn't going to be there. But it's set up. Look at Zorn. As you said, he's hesitating a little bit too much.
Based on what we saw in game number 2, this is a team lineup that will allow Team Malaysia to scale up a little bit more towards that mid-late game. So at this stage, being a little bit behind in net worth is not actually that bad for them. But Team Singapore are definitely not going to let this opportunity go. They know that they are strong right now. They can't allow Team Malaysia to find opportunities to change this battlefield to their own tempo.
Team Malaysia right now, they are protecting mid, but they have to be aware that the Lord is up at top. Eventually, they will have to secure that. But look at this, focusing on the jungler of Team Singapore. But JPL is going behind. Chico is taking a lot of damage, killing spree over to Adamir, and the real world manipulation, trying to make sure that Adamir goes down. But looks like a killing spree is going over to Seoul, where Moon is no longer in the game. Momo is trying to dish out as much damage as he can. Reminiscent has to go away. Adamir, the snipe, not managing to hit anyone. And Team Singapore, they're still managing to get this mid lane turret, and the Lord freely pushing up top.
Seoul is doing such a good job of frontlining for this team, and he has now scaled up to the point where it's difficult for Team Malaysia to deal with him at all. Even the kick right into the crystal is not enough. Dawning Light going to snipe down Momo in the backline. Shiku is back, tries to go on Seoul, but just because he's low HP does not mean he is an easy kill. He is surviving all of this. Are you kidding me right now? They finally pick up the Uranus.
Team Singapore is so close to securing the bronze medal for themselves right now. This is their game to win. And Team Malaysia, they're losing map control. Looking at itemization right now, we're looking at Adamir with 3 items. This is the power spike that they are looking for. He has the Blade of Despair, he has the Malefic Roar, and the Hunter Strike. A lot of penetration, a lot of raw damage over here. So Team Malaysia, whenever they get a damage from Render, it's going to hurt a lot. So they have to be careful. The poke damage coming in from Team Singapore is a little bit too strong. Not just from Adamir, but also from Sayla.
And mostly it is Seoul that is buying them the time to be able to output this damage. This Uranus, I don't know why Team Malaysia seems to be focusing on taking down Seoul so much. They need to find a way to dive into the backline instead. And that is what they're doing. Concealed play. They find Sayla in the bush, but he's able to run away.
My
a beautiful wild charge from JPL catches out too. And now they know they have the advantage. This is a 5v3 situation. Malaysia has to defend against this bush.
I can't remember seeing any JBLs all being that clutch, that crucial, making sure that he got both Zorn as well as Chiku, the engager from Team Malaysia, as well as the jungler, the main damage dealer. Right now, Team Malaysia, they're looking at a big loss, and they have to be careful. That was a good moment for them to potentially picking off the Adamir. But again, they've seen this before. They know what's coming. And then JBL makes sure that they get punished.
Right now, Team Malaysia are 9,000 gold behind Team Singapore. This is a very difficult deficit to make up. And as long as Team Singapore doesn't make any mistakes, they will be able to secure this victory. They will be able to earn their first ever medal at the SEA Games MLBB event.
They are so close. The Lord is marching up top. And right now, Team Singapore, they're really holding on the minions. They're stacking the minions, making sure that all lanes are pushed at the same time. Look at that dawning light. The damage that's being pushed out by Team Singapore is a lot. And the Lord is here inside the base of Team Malaysia. Singapore is knocking on it, knocking on the mid lane turret. Team Malaysia, they're trying to hold off as long as they can. And Team Singapore, they're being disciplined. They don't want to force anything out as of yet.
They will try to get that last inhibitor tower as well. If they can secure this, the game is going to be guaranteed. Forme is trying to tank the tower from Adamir, but it is going to fall. They're spending all their time defending the minion wave. All inhibitors are down. This is a 5v5 in the base. Will Singapore go for this, or will they wait for the next Lord?
Singapore is being very, very cautious, trying not to take any unnecessary fights. But again, they have the advantage when it comes to the poking damage. All inhibitors from Malaysia is down 40 minutes in the game. If Malaysia wants any chance of victory, they have to hold this out. Grab a mistake from Team Singapore, hoping for a wipeout and then pushing all the way through to the end. But right now, Team Singapore is not giving that opportunity to Malaysia, being very, very disciplined. And again, this is going to be a very stressful situation for Malaysia as well as Singapore. Singapore understands one small mistake, they're going to lose. Malaysia, if they're not able to have that eye for victory, that eye to catch the mistakes, they are going to lose.
Yeah, but Team Singapore definitely has a much larger margin for error simply because of how ahead they are in terms of farm. They're going to be able to completely zone out Malaysia into their own base. All they have to do is wait until the Lord comes up in another 30 seconds, and they will be able to use that as an impetus to end the game.
With Luminous Lord up, is going to be very dangerous for the side of Malaysia. If we're going to talk about farm, I have to assume that Malaysia, they just have to be grateful with what they have right now, because whether they want to or not, they're going to be involved in a team fight very soon. Either they're going to have a fight on the Lord pit, or they're just going to have to defend a Lord push. Because right now, Team Malaysia, I feel like they have the damage. They just don't have the luxury of dealing the damage to the targets that they want to dish out to.
Yeah, JPL and Seoul have been doing such a good job of protecting the back line. That was a steal. Sayla actually steals the orange buff with the dawning light, and without that, they're going to start working on this Lord. You can see even Seoul is pushing Tiku back into his base so that Malaysia does not have their retribution available. A free Lord going over to Singapore. They see Zorn is out of position. They might want to look for it, but they don't have to be aggressive right now. They have the Lord.
And Malaysia, they have to wait in the base. Zorn is still looking, but again, JPL is all up in his face. And if he doesn't see JPL, he sees Soul. He really wants Sayla. He really wants Adamir, but the amount of range that they have, they don't have to go in front. Team Singapore is cleaning up the jungle coming in from Malaysia, and right now they're catching Formace. He is alone. He is able to survive with all of his shield remaining. Moon took a lot of damage from the dawning light.
This is going to be the final defense from Malaysia. They have to survive this if they want that bronze medal. Zorn is in the backline looking for Adamir, gets the kick onto the Beatrix. Chiku jumps in. Real Woman Millington already dropped down. They lose Zorn. Unstoppable streak. Adamir gonna be able to find the Esmeralda as well. Tiku gonna go down. Momo is too low. The crystal is exposed. Team Singapore are going to be your 31st SEA Games bronze medalist.
Congratulations, Singapore, being able to bring a medal back home. Before this, on the 30th SEA Games, Southeast Asia Games, they were not able to go to the semifinals, and right now in the 2021 SEA Games, the 31st Southeast Asia Games here in Hanoi, Vietnam, they managed to go not only to the semifinals, but bringing back a medal for Singapore.
Congratulations to Singapore. GG, well played, and congratulations to all Singapore fans. The first ever MLBB SEA Games medal will be returning to your lands after this. Team Malaysia, this is unfortunately quite heartbreaking for them. They will fail to defend their third place position from the previous SEA Games.
Yeah, and again, we do want to say congratulations. This is your bronze medalist for the Mobile Legends Bang Bang team event, Team Singapore. But we do want to take this time to say congratulations to Malaysia for making it all this way. Thank you for your efforts. But again, the stage is for Singapore.
Yup, there's only room on this stage for one team, and for today, Team Singapore have proven that they deserve this position, being able to adapt to the same lineup that Team Malaysia brought out and show that they are capable of growth. They are capable of identifying opportunities and weaknesses in the gameplay of their opponents. They are now your third place in the 2021 SEA Games in Vietnam.
these are the brothers here in Southeast Asia. Just as I said, we're so close to each other. Looking at the sportsmanship, everyone congratulating everyone. And over here, we have given the first medal for this Mobile Legends Bang Bang Team event. And tomorrow, we have 2 more medals to give out.
Yep, make sure you guys don't miss out on that, because this is going to be the end of day 2. But day 3 is going to be the moment that all of us have been waiting for, the grand finals between Team Philippines and Team Indonesia.
And we're talking about history. History has changed compared to the previous Southeast Asia Games, where before this, Team Malaysia managed to bring home the bronze medal. And this time, Team Singapore has changed things up. This time, they are bringing home the medal. Now, before this, we have seen a Team Philippines securing the gold, while Team Indonesia, they had to settle for silver. Will tomorrow be the same as the 30th SEA Games, or will the 31st SEA Games here in Hanoi, Vietnam be different? With that, we're going to review back the itemization as well as the hero picks from the previous game from Team Singapore and Team Malaysia.
We can see here that this was a 17-minute game, but Team Singapore had the advantage from the beginning until the end. A 13-kill score to only 4 coming out of Team Malaysia, even though they were playing the exact same draft from before, the game that were able to secure them victory in game number 2. Goes to show this game is ever evolving and you always have to adapt.
And the MVP of the game, of course it is Adamir with a 604 match KDA, 77% kill participation. And what I wanted to point out just now was we saw the itemization, we saw the KDAs. In this team, Team Singapore, only 2 people died throughout the game. And that was JPL as well as Seoul. Everyone else had 0 deaths, just like Adamir. And right now, we're going to look at the highlights to see how Team Singapore manages to get 1 or 2 mistakes coming in from Team Malaysia. Afterwards, JPL and Seoul created so much space that there was nothing that Zorn from Team Malaysia could do.
I think what happened here is that because Team Malaysia were playing the exact same draft from before, they felt like they had to play just as aggressive as before. They were ready to trade heroes, trade bodies for objectives, but it just didn't work out quite as well, because this time, having JPL and Seoul on these frontliners just hanking all this damage from Malaysia made so much room for Sayla, for Adamir, for Remanescent. They had a free game.
This team play is amazing. And here, Chiku was being super aggressive, probably forgetting how Uranus just keeps healing back over and over and over again, just because we rarely see this hero anymore, just because how they shifted in meta. But again, Team Singapore, even though, yes, Adamir is the MVP, shoutouts to Seoul as well as JPL.
It's been a long time since I've seen a Uranus being played, and honestly, there were some doubts in my mind that I don't think this is going to work against an Esmeralda, but Seoul definitely proved us wrong here and showed that there are still plenty of heroes viable in this current meta.
Hey, he is the best EXP laner here in Singapore. But anyways, that is the final match of tonight. But again, for tomorrow, it's going to be very, very interesting, because it is going to be a gold and silver place game, and it is going to be a best of 5. And that, ladies and gentlemen, will give more options for the teams to play around with the draft and learn what their opponents want to do.
From a pool of 7 nations participating in the 31st SEA Games MLBB team event, we are now down to the final 2. Will Team Philippines be able to replicate history and claim that gold medal for themselves? Or will the all-star team from Indonesia be able to show that they are here with a vengeance?
2 nations with a large number of population, so we can definitely assume that tomorrow a lot of Filipinos will be tuning in to support their Philippine national teams. Same as Indonesia, a lot of Indonesians will be catching the match, hoping for their national team, this time bringing home the gold. And we can see, definitely, Indonesia as of right now, looking like they are the favorites. But again, as defending gold medalists, you cannot look down on Team Philippines. And personally, I'm really looking forward to tomorrow.
And of course, we can't forget about the fans from all of the other Southeast Asian nations as well. Our national teams may have gone home. We may have gone home with a bronze medal. We may have gone home, unfortunately, empty-handed. But that doesn't mean that we're not going to be watching tomorrow's games with bated breath to find out who is truly the strongest team in all of Southeast Asia.
Now we're here, we share the glory, but we also share the sadness. Trust me, we share the sadness. But let's look at the brackets coming in for tomorrow just to see the schedule. It is going to be on May 20th, 2022 at 9 a.m. It's going to be Indonesia going up against Philippines.
Yep, this is going to be a match to watch, a rematch from the 30th Southeast Asian Games, now all culminating to a final result. These two teams will go head-to-head once again to determine the true kings of the region, to determine who deserves the title of the best team in Southeast Asia.
Okay, so previously they went all 5 games. For any of the national athletes over here, for them to really put a statement to say that not only are they the best in Southeast Asia, but to say that they dominated Southeast Asia, they will definitely try to get a 3-0, a clean 3-0. I feel like that's not going to be the case, but if they do, that is going to send a statement.
It would be quite an upset if one of these teams is able to take a dominating 3-0 victory against the other. But just based on the way that these two teams have played throughout the tournament so far, it is going to be a hard-fought battle. Both sides have really obvious threats. Their players are both mechanically gifted, really disciplined, really capable of making fast decisions and adaptations on the fly. This is the pinnacle of the current Mobile Legends meta, and I am excited to be a witness for it.
And with that, to everyone watching, we do want to say thank you for watching all of the teams from all of the national athletes performing for everyone today. That is the end of the match for tonight. We will be signing off. See you guys tomorrow, where tomorrow is going to be the final day. My name is Lafel. This is Stafa. And tomorrow we'll be seeing who will be the gold medalist and silver medalist for SEA Games 31.